The main character is in front of some large building, looking at him with surprise. It is a planet which is in millions of years of Earth and population by countless sentient beings. But the country in which the main character is now experiencing a problem with a low population. And before the inhabitants of this country graduate from college, they need to find a partner. Otherwise, the state will do it. And if they want to file for divorce, they will have to pay $10 million in taxes. The main character's name is Xingguang. She is 22 years old. She just graduated from college, and unfortunately she is single. Right now she is next to the marriage office who should find her a marriage partner. At that moment, in the middle of the street, loudspeakers are heard saying that all people should get married, and no one should be alone. Xingguang listened to everything in this, and felt embarrassed since right now she is in this tragic situation, and she is waiting for the state to appoint her a partner. She also remembers the moment when before she graduated from college she met some guy and he left her right before graduation. Angry, she ran to the marriage office thinking that it was all his fault because he did not love her. Having entered the office, she approached the girl who works there and told her to take this and go to the computer. The computer will choose 10 random numbers, and each number represents a partner, and the main character will have to choose one partner. Looking at the computer, Xingguang did not understand how to choose her future. We are already there, since there are only numbers, and there is no more information about the person. Suddenly, one of the people told the main character that if she does not choose a number within 30 seconds, the system will automatically choose for her, and she will regret it all her life. Suddenly, a countdown appeared in which it was written that there were only 3 seconds left, and Xingguang tensed up a lot and started randomly poking at all the numbers without understanding where she was clicking. When the countdown came to an end, the system informed the main character that the number of the partner she chose was 131452. After that, the computer asked Xingguang to go to the service desk and take all the information about the partner she chose there. The system also congratulated the main character, saying that she is now married. Xingguang was a little annoyed since she couldn't choose the number she wanted, but after exhaling, she calmed down and thought that after she took her diploma from school, she would find a good job and earn good money. After she can save up and $10 million, she can get a divorce and easily pay taxes. And after that, she will choose another partner that she likes better. Approaching the girl again, she gave Xingguang information about the partner, stating that the partner was already aware of the procedure. According to the law, Xingguang must live with her new partner for at least 1 year, and the marriage office staff will visit them as often as possible. Looking at the paper she took and looking at her partner's name, she thought it sounded very familiar, as if she had heard of this person somewhere before. After thinking a little more, she was a little shocked because it could be the guy she found out about in the magazine. He is not super rich, but for some reason Xingguang was not happy, and on the contrary, even wanted to divorce him as soon as possible. The main character remembered an interview with this guy in which he stated that whoever his partner is, he should be ready to pay divorce tax. Clumsily hiding under the table and stretching out her hand with paper, the main character asked her if it was possible to make someone else be her partner, but the worker answered something absolutely impossible. The worker, looking the main character straight in the eyes, added that in her life she met a lot of beautiful girls like her who had no partner, and she asked if this meant that her standards were too high. Also, the worker did not understand how, after so many years spent alone, the girl could not find a partner for herself. And even in marriage, she still tries to choose someone else. Crying, Xingguang stated that their surnames are the same, and she suggested that the system could choose someone from her generation and they could be relatives. But the worker replied that their system is very well thought out, has a huge amount of information from which she can choose a partner after analysis. Also, the woman advised Xingguang to trust her country because their system works very well. But Xingguang did not stop asking questions, and now she was wondering if she could remain single, even if she paid the divorce tax. But the worker replied that even paying this tax would not be enough. Laughing, she added that if someone tries to confuse the system, then he can even go to jail. It can completely destroy her life. And the woman asked if she was ready to take on herself drastically and confront these consequences. Xingguang screamed, "Oh my God!" Her voice was so loud that it could be heard by all the other workers who worked in this building. Meanwhile, some 3 very expensive cars raced through the city. In one of the cars was Xinguang's partner, who was sitting quietly and thinking about his own. Suddenly the driver that there was not much left before they arrived at the marriage office. Besides that, the partner's assistant was also in the car, who turned to the young master guy. He was sad. He told the guy that his number was chosen at the marriage office only because the assistant forgot to pay all taxes, and because of this he asks to be punished. But after that, he added that he had already informed Mr. Shi to deal with this, and the girl who chose him to step aside from this marriage as soon as possible. The guy, without thoughtfully looking into nowhere, thought that his older brother is now having a decisive moment in the presidential election, and if he now rejected the decision of the marriage court, then the competitors would raise a huge fuss about it. Assistant Worried showed the latest news and said that the guy should relax because people still don't know that he was chosen for marriage. All of a sudden, another piece of news just appeared that was written that Zheng Qing, who is one of the 10 big figures of anti-marriage, has just been selected to get married in the northern capital. When the assistant saw this, he was completely shocked and did not understand how the news could spread so quickly, and who even knew about it. After a while, they were still able to come to the marriage office, and Zheng Qing wanted to know who his new partner was, and he asked for all the information about her. Assistant gave him a small tablet with a photo of Xinguang and all the information. When Zheng Qing saw the girl, he was completely shocked and asked who she was. Meanwhile, the main character was in some room and talking to some guy with glasses. He introduced himself as Zheng Qing Lawyers, and his name is Shi. Now he wants to talk about marriage with Zheng Qing, and he will take all the responsibility. Although Zheng Qing is single now, Miss Xia Yanyan will soon become his fiancée. She is also the last mermaid. In addition to being the last mermaid, she is the national treasure of the country. She is so popular that even all high-ranking men want to marry her. After that, the lawyer told the girl that if she voluntarily renounces marriage, then she will not have to pay a fine, and Zheng Qing will give her $1 million in compensation. But the main character replied that the problem is not about money. The lawyer was a little surprised and asked the girl if she was sure that she could compete with the beauty of Miss Xia. He also added that the daughter of a fisherman who was born on a remote island cannot be compared with Miss Xia. At that moment, Xinguang, feeling offended, asked yourself, why is there only one mermaid in this world? The main character was born only to cure the chronic illness of that mermaid. But when she turned 6, Xia's family hid Xinguang's existence. They left her sick and threw her into the ocean. She was left all alone in the big ocean, forced to defend herself. Her parents watched their daughter drown in water and talked about how she could be used as a bone marrow transplant for Xia Yanyan, and she looks very ugly. A girl. Even if she is the daughter of a fisherman, she did not deceive anyone and honestly chose this number. Besides this, the country recognizes them as a good couple and insisted on matching her with him. So she does not want to hear the lawyer's stories and asked him to go for a walk. She, grinning and holding his glasses, and told the main character that he had heard that her father had diabetes. Since Miss Xia controls the entire healthcare system in this country, it is better not to make her angry because her father will not be able to survive. After that, the lawyer asked the girl if she was sure that she could take the place of fiancé from her. Xinguang started yelling at the lawyer, saying they wouldn't dare do this to her father, and she won't let it happen. Suddenly, looking to the side, she noticed Zheng Qing and was very surprised. When the guy approached the girl, the main character was perplexed. That guy asked who he was. Zheng Qing took the girl by the chin and touched her lips with his fingers, looking straight into her eyes, answered that his name was Ye Zheng Qing. The girl tried to get out of the hands of the guy, asking him to let her go. But Zheng Qing does not let go of the girl, and trying to bring her closer to his body, said that she had the audacity to choose him. Xinguang said something, just a misunderstanding, and in fact this state chose them together to get married, and in fact she is a victim here. Besides this, she could not even think that she would choose Zheng Qing. After hearing this, Zheng Qing was left in a little shock and stared at the girl, thinking about what to do next. At the same time, the main character already wanted to sign a divorce agreement, although she is now too broke and will not be able to pay tax. Holding the girl's hand and looking straight into her eyes, Zheng Qing said she was worthy of trying to sign him. After that, he told his assistant to call the worker as soon as possible. After that, looking at the girl with loving eyes, he said that he accepts her choice and they will marry. At that moment, she and assistant were simply shocked. They didn't even know how to react to this, since Jung King is against marriage. But suddenly, he decided to get married. After a while, the characters were already in some room where they signed documents, and the main character asked the guy if he was sure of his decision. Also, the girl felt very embarrassed and at the same time even scared. It's like what happened to her now that rarely happens to all other girls, and in theory, this should be the most beautiful day in her life. Taking a pen, she signed the marriage contract. I told the guy that now it was his turn to sign. Suddenly, the assistant asked Jung King if he should marry Miss Yan Yan now, and asked her master to think twice before signing this contract. The lawyer supported his friend, and said that he is right because Miss Jia is the last mermaid and she is very beautiful. But Jung King that he has no plans to become a zoo animal? It seemed very cute, and the girl began to see her real husband in the guy. After Jung King signed the contract, the marriage office worker congratulated the characters, stating that they are now officially a couple for the nation. She also gave them matching certificates, and from now on, the two of them should be together for at least 1 year. Then the girl told the new couple the rules they had to follow, which said that if the girl got pregnant, both parents would receive special benefits. In addition, if someone was caught having an affair, their marriage would immediately end. Xingguang raised her hand as she was wondering what would happen if their marriage didn't work out, to which the worker replied that after a year had passed, they could apply to terminate the contract, but the $10 million fine would still remain. While the main character was worried and did not understand what was happening in her life, her husband was talking to a worker who told him that they could now go home together. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily outside, and Xingguang's husband decided to let her down. After the main character went to the dorms, Jung King was left alone in the car and talked to someone on the phone. As it turned out, he was talking to his brother, who asked him if the guy really agreed to marry just for him. Shitting also stated that he heard from his uncle that Jung King's marriage to Miss Xia would be temporarily put on hold, and he also asked his younger brother if he built an aquarium for her. Jung King replied that marriage is just icing on the cake, is optional, and his presidential election is the most important. Shitting was wondering if his little brother fell in love with the main character at first sight, to which the guy just kept silent. I remember the moment when he first met the main character. After that, Jung King just looked out the car window thinking about his... Suddenly, he heard an assistant who said that couples should be perfect, but do not consider that he and Xingguang are a perfect couple. He also added that the main character has nothing to offer him except her appearance. In addition, he had an ex-boyfriend who left her. She is just an ordinary girl who studies at the university, and the assistant was very interested in what made Jung King marry her. Suddenly, the guy ordered his driver to stop right here because he urgently needed to get out of the car. Assistant immediately took out an umbrella that he used to keep Jung King from getting wet and asked the character where he was in such a hurry, to which the guy replied that he needed to pick someone up. Meanwhile, Xingguang was near the university dormitory and looked at how hard it was raining. After that, she decided to go outside because her husband was waiting for her there. When she went outside, she realized that the rain did not stop even more, and she was afraid that Jung King had been waiting for her for too long. Besides that, she changed all her clothes but forgot to change her shoes, and if she somehow touches her leg with her foot, then her legs immediately stretch into a fishtail. On the street, she noticed one guy who was standing with an umbrella in the rain. Xingguang was surprised, because this guy is her ex-boyfriend whose name is Shi Yin Chun, and she did not understand why he came here. He immediately started yelling at the girl and asking why she was yelling at his new girlfriend, whose name is Ying Ying. When he heard what that guy said, Xingguang was completely at a loss, because she did not understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Shi Yin Chun added that he wants to marry his new girlfriend, who told him that she broke up with her boyfriend on purpose in order to marry him. Also, the guy understood why the girl decided to yell at her, as she is completely innocent, and she had to scold him since he broke up with her. The main character tried in every possible way to deny the fact that she did something. They say that she should not have done it, and in fact she did not do it. Shi Yin Chun did not like the fact that the main character does not want to admit what he did, said that he was wrong when he loved her. Xingguang began to feel insulted, and sadly stated that when they were together, he always said that he loved, and now he says the opposite. Angry, Shi Yin Chun added that frankly, He broke up with her only because she was too weak for him. For example, when it rains as hard as it is now, she constantly refused to go out somewhere if he didn't carry her. Then she would have sat at home. Looking the main character straight in the eyes, the guy mockingly asked the girl if she was ready to take a walk with him and try to convince him that she was more afraid of getting her shoes wet than losing him. At that moment, Xinguang felt very embarrassed and did not even know what to say since she could not tell her little secret, and she decided to remain silent. After that, the guy turned around and left, saying that she should not interfere with his new relationship, since his new girlfriend is not like her, and she loves him more. The main character was left alone crying despite her ex-boyfriend leaving. She felt very bad because he was partly right, but she could not tell him her secret. Meanwhile, young King, along with his assistant, who asked him to be careful and watch his step as there is a huge water weapon everywhere. Suddenly, he caught sight of Shi Yin Chen, and looking at him he thought, well, he decided to leave immediately because he is in a hurry. Shi Yin Chen stood in front of him and stared at Jung King's back. He didn't understand why this guy in the black suit was staring at him so intently, and he assumed that Jung King might be a bad person, so he needs to hurry. Going up to his wife, he was asked to stop crying. After that, he grabbed the main character by the hand, to which she was very surprised, and asked him what he was doing. Jung King held the girl's hand. He said that he heard her ex-boyfriend call her weak. He also added that when it rains, someone should carry her on his back. The main character tried to say something, but she did not have time, as she immediately found herself on the back of Jung King, who proudly carried her. Jung King told the girl to sit still and wipe her tears. Since every tear is proof that she cheated on him in this marriage, he also advised her to be careful, or otherwise he will sue her. Xinguang interfered with her husband yesterday and wanted to walk on her own, but he would not let her go. He motivated this by the fact that the state wants him to carry it, which he cannot refuse. He also once again advised the girl not to move and be careful as she might get wet now. This seemed very nice to the girl, since some guy he didn't know with whom she didn't know at all, a couple of days ago now became her husband, and he worried about her. Looking at his face, she realized that from this angle he looks quite handsome, but his personality is rather irritable. After that, the main character asked her husband why he accepted the terms of the contract and decided to marry her, although even then he was actively against why he abruptly changed his mind. Exhaling heavily, the guy replied that his older brother is now running for president, and Jung King cannot allow his opponent to use this weakness against his brother, so he decided to accept this marriage. Grinning Guy told the girl that he did not fall in love with her at first sight. Xinguang felt awkward and decided to take her eyes aside so as not to contact the guy. The guy also added that the girl was sure that after 1 year had passed, they could easily part, and she would not have to go through any fines, since he would pay everything for her. At that moment, the main character feels happy about herself because in a year, Jung King will pay a fine instead of her, and at the same time feel quite sad since they break up, and she began to feel some feelings for him. Long thinking, the girl guaranteed the guy that she would immediately leave the house when a year had passed, and would no longer disturb him with something. Hearing how the main character said that in a year she would leave him, it seems very eager, so I thought that the girl had not changed Jung King at all, and she still wants to break up with him. After that, the main character smilingly asked the guy what else he wants her to do. Jung King asked the girl to get off him, and with a serious face said that she should not influence his life in any way. Meanwhile, all the news sites have already published the news that Jung King, who was previously single, has lost his job, and a mysterious girl comes to his mansion. Meanwhile, all the characters were already in the Jung King mansion, which was very large and was called Central Island. Upon entering the house, all the workers of this mansion greeted the guy with his new wife, which surprised the girl very much, because she didn't expect Center Island to be a skin for the surname Yeah, because thus is the most powerful center of the country. After that, she noticed that Jung King started to leave somewhere. The guy told the girl that from now on she will live in this house, but first he must go to work. Then the main character was dissatisfied because she thought that the guy first also introduced her to everyone. Suddenly, Xinguang came up to the housekeeper from behind and who greeted the girl. Looking at the housekeeper girl, they said that since she married with the surname Yeah, who, in theory, she can freely walk around the camps, except for the mermaid pool, since her husband personally designed this pool for Xua Yanyan, who are her relatives, and it is better not to go there. Turning around, the housekeeper added that the campus is guarded 24/7, and if the girl needs something, she can call them. After that, all the workers of this house went about their business, and most importantly, the heroine was left alone, remembering one saying that sounds like entering a rich family is like going into the deep sea. It's been half a month since Xinguang already lives in this house. She just came from an interview, but unfortunately she was not hired, which she was very unhappy with since this is not the first time she has been refused. Taking off her shoes, she immediately jumped face down on the bed as she was too tired. She thinks she gave a very good result to You interview written by Coco TV station, but the results were most likely stolen by someone else. She decided to remember how she looked at the list of participants and noticed that he had more points than the rest of the participants. But when Xinguang approached the worker, she asked why she was not selected, since the others had even less points than her, but they were selected. At that moment, the girl decided to pick up the phone and proceed to plan B, namely to write to one of her acquaintances who will help her get a job faster. She decided to write an Han Chengbei, who she thinks is the big brother of the media industry. Last month, Xinguang Shi was the one who saved his life, and he said he wanted to pay her, and the protagonist decided to take advantage of it. Now she texted him asking him to write a small letter and send it to Coco TV station, recommending Xinguang for a job. After the main character did what she wanted, she put the phone on the bed in the sense that now she only had to wait for his answer. While she waits for an answer, she decided to take a shower, so it was a very hard day. After she took a shower, she felt very good if for some reason she still felt itchy. Sat down, she asked if there could be measles. From the moment she came to this house, the main character always suppressed her fishtail. So now you don't need to quickly find some place that has a lot of water and is comfortable to swim. Otherwise, her measles will become worse and worse. At that moment, she remembered the mermaid pool and realized that this is a very good place to swim. She also remembered the words that were said in childhood, namely that she is ugly and will only become a bone marrow toner for Xia Yanyan. So the main character thought that it would be better not to touch Xia's things. All night she tried to sleep but could not because her legs are itchy. So the girl woke up in the middle of the night and thought she couldn't take it anymore. She needed that pool. She immediately went to him, and this pool was in a separate building that was just huge, and it glowed blue, which surprised the girl very much. Xinguang quietly entered the building and noticed that there was no one there. In addition to this, she saw a huge pool into which she immediately wanted to jump. Suddenly looking up, she noticed something strange. Looking closely, it was a glass statue of a mermaid. At that moment, the main character realized how much Zheng Qing was ready to invest in Xia Yanyan, and this means that he really loves her. After that, the main character immediately jumped into the water, where the little fragile girl turned into a very beautiful mermaid. Instead of legs, she got a blue fishtail. Her hair also turned blue. In addition, the girl, instead of ears, appeared fins in order to swim easier. In the water, Xinguang felt great and very comfortable, and now she finally feels very well and does not have any pain. The main character floated on the surface of the water and looked up, looking at that statue and thinking that it is pretty good. She also added something: the statue looks brilliant, and her husband probably loves this mermaid very much since he built a whole pool for her. Suddenly, someone began to approach the pool, talking to someone on the phone. Opening the door, this guy entered the room with the pool, where he immediately saw how the main character in the form of a mermaid tried to hide. But unfortunately, she did not have time. And this guy noticed her. This guy was just in shock and could not believe that he saw a mermaid. He began to explain to his interlocutor that he had just seen a very beautiful mermaid, who was even more beautiful than Xia Yanyan. He already fell in love with her. Suddenly, Zheng Qing appeared behind the guy who was at a loss and did not understand why he came here in the middle of the night. The guy started to get worried and said that he just decided to drink some wine and take a walk, so the place is a bit. After that, he began to point his finger at the pool and say that he saw a very beautiful mermaid in it, which is one of the most beautiful that he saw in his life. Zheng Qing, calmly looking at the guy, suggested that he just drank too much, and now I see some kind of mermaids in him. The guy wanted to prove to Zheng Qing that he really saw a mermaid and told him to go it too and check for himself. After that, The husband of the main character came to the pool and began to stare into it. He told the guy that he did not see any mermaids, but the guy replied that it was impossible because he saw her with his own eyes. Or maybe he was mistaken, and it was just an illusion. Meanwhile, Xinguang hid behind the wall and listened as Zheng Qing told the guy to go to sleep because he was not sober, but the guy did not stop insisting that he go and find this mermaid himself. After that, the guys started to leave this building. But Zheng Qing looked to the side and noticed something strange, namely the hair of some girl outside the door, but he decided not to go there. Meanwhile, the main character was able to calmly exhale as the danger had passed, and it was very unsafe to be here. Luckily, her legs are no longer itchy anymore, and she can go back to her room to sleep. It was already morning. Xinguang was still sleeping, but she heard someone knocking on the door. Getting up. She said that she would open the door now, but she did not understand then she might interfere so early. "Get out of your room." She noticed her husband just staring at her without saying anything. At that moment, the main thing was a little nervous, as I suggested something could be related to the situation that happened at night. Suddenly, the guy just went to the girl's room. They don't tell her anything, which greatly surprises the girl, and she asked why he was in her room so early. After that, Zheng Qing took off his bathrobe to change, which greatly surprised the girl, so she did not understand why he was doing this in her room. Call her crazy. Looking up, the main character noticed a drawing on the ceiling with a mermaid, and she realized that this was the same drawing as in the pool, and then she realized that she had made a mistake in the room. Looking up at the ceiling, Xinguang still couldn't understand how she could have made a mistake. At the same moment, Zheng Qing asked the girl if she looked at his room enough. She felt very embarrassed, deciding to immediately run to her room and just lie with her face in the pillow so that no one bothers her. Suddenly, she felt some familiar smell emanating from this pillow, and she immediately realized that this was the smell of her husband, whom she imagined in a white coat without clothes. The girl immediately began to scream as she did not understand why she imagined him that way. After a while, Xinguang changed into yellow clothes and walking around the house realized that her husband had already gone to work and also had to find some food as she was very hungry. Suddenly, she heard someone talking about seeing a mermaid in the pool last night. Turning around and hiding behind the door, Xinguang heard how the guy who saw her at night in the form of a mermaid, "I can't calm down," and said that he found fish scales in that pool, and this confirms that there was actually a mermaid in it. Xinguang was completely at a loss despite her scales. I understand what about her secret. Now to find out everything. Also, she understood why her heels are a bit red. After that, the main character went into the kitchen and greeted all the people who were in it. But for some reason, no one answered her because everyone was busy with something. Someone was talking on the phone. Someone was enjoying excellent tea. But someone thoughtfully looked into nowhere and thought about how to prove the existence of a mermaid in that pool. The girl approached her husband and asked if she would do her job today. Suddenly, the main character heard those two guys whispering from behind and talking about how she was unworthy of Zheng Qing. Ji Qi Shu, who is the adopted son of the Yi family, is an enthusiastic person who stood up and asked the female protagonist to sit next to her husband, as people from the marriage department are visiting them. Xinguang sat next to Zheng Qing, but for some reason she didn't like it much. She remembered the moment when her husband carried her on his back and ordered her to stay as far away from him as possible. As a result of this visit, there may be an effect on the percentage of shedding. The girl tried not to even talk to him and behaved absolutely coldly towards him. Zheng Qing at the same time was calmly drinking tea and he seemed to care. After a while, the employees of the marriage department already came to them and sat down at the table with them. They immediately declared to the young couple, since they came here only to investigate a little bit how they live together. At that moment, the main character realized that she needed to do something to make their marriage real, and immediately a great idea came up. She took food with a fork, and in a very sweet voice asked her husband to open her mouth, also calling him honey. Zheng Qing was at a loss and did not understand what Xinguang wanted from him, but after 1 second, he immediately understood what was going on, and holding her hand, opened his mouth, which is very cute. The workers looked at it all and said that their feelings seem real. They also stated that now they will ask questions about their daily life. They need to answer only the truth. The first question was whether Xinguang feels comfortable together in recent days. The main character pretends that everything is perfect and smiling very thoughtfully answered that she likes living here. Her husband takes care of her. Suddenly, one of the workers approached the girl asking if they ever thought about contributing to population growth, which shocked her a little, and she didn't even know how to answer it. Hugging her husband, the main character began to tell what they thought about it. And in the past, at night, she even slept in his room. But this was not enough for the employees of the marriage department, and they wanted proof. Looking at her husband, Xinguang asked if she could tell them such delicate things, to which Zhengqing replied that there was no problem. The workers were very surprised and wanted to know what they were talking about. They also said that they only follow the law and have the right to ask such questions. But they do not want to investigate their privacy, and the evidence that they do not provide is essential for their report. Zhengqing looked at his wife, and he was very interested in what answer she can give and what proof she will now talk about. Suddenly, the main character put her foot on the table right in front of the workers, saying something, and there is her proof, namely the hickey she has on her heel, which is pretty good proof in her opinion. The workers looked at Zhengqing and were very surprised by his strange hobby. Also, the guy was at a loss and asked the girl if he really left that hickey on her leg, which scared the girl a little and she started to worry. The marriage department employees were about to leave, but they wanted to create the last Zhengqing question and make sure that their marriage is actually a good one. Then the woman asked the guy to describe the exact location of the long scar that is on the back of the main character. Zhengqing could easily answer the question, stating that he was on the left side of his back and he was 3 inches long. The main character heard all this, and she did not understand how he could know this. After that, the guy hugged the girl and asked the workers if they had any other questions. But the workers were already leaving, saying that this was enough, and they would not disturb them anymore. As soon as the marriage department employees left, Zhengqing approached the girl and wanted to explain why she has a red spot on her heel. The main character immediately started screaming, and they say that she simply had no other way to deceive those workers, and she was forced to tell about her red spot. At the same moment, Ji Qi-shu and his brother came down from the 2nd floor and were surprised by everything that was happening. Then the main character asked them why they didn't help them. Suddenly, Zhengqing said that she could just say that she had no proof, which surprised the girl a little. Also, the guys said that even if the rules require all couples to testify, but if they don't, then the marriage department can't do anything wrong to them. The only thing they could do is to intimidate them with words. Xinguang was in complete shock and didn't understand why her husband hadn't told her this before, but the guy replied that she didn't have to answer so quickly. Suddenly, all conversations ended and silence reigned between them. Xinguang nervously asked how he knew about her scar on her back. Zhengqing smilingly said that before marrying her, he learned everything about her, which the girl didn't like much because he violated her personal boundaries. After that, the girl decided to take out her phone to see if Han Cheng-bei answered her job offer. Suddenly, Ji Qi-shu approached her and said that he could help her with finding a job only if she asked, to which the main character agreed, but noticed that she needed a job with good pay and good treatment. Zhengqing thoughtfully looked at Ji Qi-shu and thought about something, but we don't know what yet. Xinguang, furious, said that she tried to get a job at the Coco TV company, but she was not accepted there. Her written interview was very good, but her chances of being hired were greatly reduced due to some person who had a good relationship with this company. Ji Qi-shu realized that the main character did not know that that company belonged to him. I feel a little embarrassed. Zhengqing told the guy that he should go outside, which he immediately began to do. On the street of a beautiful mansion, 3 luxurious cars were waiting for them. Zhengqing asked Ji Qi-shu to find out all the information about the companies in which the main character wants to work, and the guy agreed to do it. Getting into the car, Zhengqing asked the guy and tell her that he have sorted this, which surprised the guy a little, and he asked why. Zhengqing said he won't let her like him. Meanwhile, the main character in high black heels was already in a hurry to her new job. She encouraged herself that in this company, she would have a new beginning and would have to fight for this position. Entering the office, she greeted all the other guys who worked in this office. All the workers were a little surprised to see a newcomer and were happy to help her. Since it's the first day of work, Xinguang didn't know where her workplace was yet, so she decided to ask her colleagues for help. After a while, she could still find her workplace, next to which there was some girl with blonde hair, who turned out to be familiar. Approaching Xinguang was a little shocked as this girl turned out to be Lu Yingying, who is her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend. Both girls started to get nervous as they didn't like each other, and the relationship between them in this office will be tense throughout the day. Lu Yingying immediately started bragging about how when Xinguang went to the marriage office, she and Yin Chun went to get their diploma, and it's a pity that she cannot see Yin Chun wearing a ring for her. But the main character did not listen to the stories of Lu Yingying at all, as her leg hurt and she needed to solve this problem. Looking at her phone, she saw a news headline that said that the mermaid who lives with Young King was subjected to domestic violence. Took his phone and opened the Weibo application. The main character immediately saw this post, in which it was written that the guy from the marriage department published a photo with the leg of the main character, which had a red spot, and the Ornies thought it was domestic violence. Xinguang was in complete shock and did not understand where they got it from and what it all means. But she immediately decided to hide her phone since no one knows that she is married to Jung King. Meanwhile, everyone in this office was surprised to read this news. They were interested to know if someone is who this mermaid is. He also added that it is impossible to identify the personal history of the mermaid since it is official, and no media can interview her. Also, by law, they do not even have the right to look at their inside information. So they assumed that therefore the photo of the wound they need to find the owner. Lu Yingying thoughtfully looked at all this and remembered that she saw in her colleague such a woman already on her leg. Meanwhile, Xinguang understood that her husband is a strict person. He definitely does not want the rest that is on her body, because otherwise her life can change dramatically and she can no longer live in peace. She also thought that domestic violence not only affects her life, she and the rest of the people. If they find out that she is his wife, then Young King will get very angry. So the main character decided to quickly hide while all the other colleagues read the news with surprise. Unexpectedly, Lu Yingying, with fake surprise and the intention to make her feel bad, asked the girl why her heel hurts. Moreover, heel injuries are rare among humans and more common among mermaids. Lu Yingying continued to pretend and added that the day she left for her diploma, she went to the marriage department where she married Zheng Qing. Grinning Blonde asked the girl if she was that mermaid from the news. Having heard this, all the other colleagues also became interested in this and began to ask the main character if this was true. They all cornered the girl and only wanted to know the answers, asking them to quickly show them the heel wound she has in order to compare with the one in the photo. Xinguang was very nervous as she understood that she was in a very stalemate. Without hesitation, she immediately ran away, saying that she needed to take her phone. Everything went according to Lu Yingying's plan, despite the fact that her ex-boyfriend was running away. She was very interested in how she could handle it all now. While in the corridor, and she noticed that someone was calling her phone, and realized that it was Fuzuo, who apparently already knows about her problems and wants to help her. He immediately told the girl that he had already registered on Weibo and bought a VIP membership so that she could clarify the situation. Fuzuo ordered the main character to clarify that the Ye family does not use violence against her. If she does not clarify this in time, then the rumors about this may affect the picture of the whole family. In addition, it may affect the presidential election of brother Jung King. In addition to this, the guy added that for the future, the main character should mention Ye family status in posts. Xinguang decided to spy on what was happening in that room, and noticed how Lu Yingying reassured all her colleagues, telling them that the main character is most likely very scared, and she will now go to her in order to consult with her, and Xinguang will then understand that they only want the best for her. The main character had already written a post and was preparing to publish it when she already wanted to press the button. She thought that Lu Yingying would greatly regret what she had done, and even her tricks would not help her. At that moment, the main character entered the room. I started to cry. I apologized to all her colleagues, and they say that she really is that mermaid. Lu Yingying and all the other colleagues were a little perplexed. Xinguang says she shouldn't have shown her wounds, but she can't take it anymore. Also added that Young King just called her and said that she ruined his reputation and scared her to death. All colleagues were in complete shock, and they were wondering what happened next. Lu Yingying, pretending to be really sorry for the main character, asked her not to cry anymore as she is very brave to be able to endure it. The blonde approached the main character's ear and whispered to her that she was also married to the richest man. This is very good, since everyone knows that Young King is a seasoned person, and she should be glad that she has such a title. Suddenly, one of the colleagues said Money that the mermaid just made a post in which she explained the whole situation for something that surprised Lu Yingying a little, and she could not understand what was happening here at all. In the post, it was written that this was just a kiss mark, and the media became very jealous of her, that they even began to say that domestic violence occurs in their family. Lu Yingying. She was completely at a loss and did not understand how it could not be domestic violence, since she had just told the opposite. Turning to Xinguang, the blonde realized that if that post was from a real mermaid, then the main character is not a mermaid. After that, the main character said that they at least needed to wait for official information about who is that mermaid from the authorities. Also turning to her boss, Xinguang asked him not to make such high-profile posts anymore as it misleads all people, and this is contrary to their intention to protect the truth. The boss, looking at the blonde, said that the main character is really right. After that, the main character turned around and was very happy about her victory, rejoiced that she was able to solve this problem peacefully. Then she decided to look what else was new, but when she opened the application, she was surprised. She saw older brother Jung Qing, who is running for president, commented on her post. Xinguang was very happy about it. I don't even know how to react to it. Meanwhile, Fu Zuo was also a little surprised as he didn't know Shading knew how to post at all. At the same time, someone was sneaking up behind Fu Zuo very stealthily. As it turned out, it was Jung Qing, who was very interested in what his assistant was watching. Fu Zuo was very scared but had to give the phone to his master. Jung Qing read this post and felt some unusual feelings that he had never known before. The assistant began to explain and stated that he was just afraid that the post that accused the Ye family of domestic violence might somehow affect the Shiding presidential election, so he decided to quickly correct this situation. In addition, he apologized for not having time to process all the news related to Xinguang. He returned the phone to Fu Zuo, saying that from this day on he doesn't want to see his wife's face anymore. When he was left alone in the room, the guy thought that he could not let this girl play with his heart. Apparently, Jung Qing began to slowly fall in love, but did not want to accept this fact. In the evening of the same day, the main character was talking to the housekeeper, who was politely asked to leave this house. Xinguang immediately realized that it had something to do with Jung Qing and asked the man where he was since she wanted to meet him immediately. Housekeeper said that the post that the girl made today on the social network made her husband angry, so he advised the girl to listen to his otherwise the consequences will be great. Less than an hour later, Xinguang had already collected all her things and was on the threshold of the house, preparing to leave it. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw her husband with whom she wanted to talk and find out why he decided to do this to her. The main character immediately started yelling at him, saying that, according to the terms of the contract they signed, they need to live together for at least a year, and he does not have the right to send her somewhere. Well, the man silently walked next to the girl without saying a single word, which greatly surprised the girl, and she did not understand what was happening to him. The girl rocked after him, but the guy remained silent. Upon entering the Young King mansion, he immediately began to feel something strange and held his heart. He suggested that some event might happen today that he does not really want. I wonder what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the housekeeper closed the door, but the main character did not want to give up so easily and entered the house by force, saying that something was wrong with her husband and he needed to be examined. He kept it shaking and his expression was very unsightly. The housekeeper suggested that the young master just drank too much alcohol and needed to sleep, which left the main character perplexed as she clearly looked like he was feeling unwell. She understood that her husband was ill with something and he was not pretending, but unfortunately she could not help him, but only worry about him. Xinguang ran to the side of the housekeeper. Forgive him. Send some people with her to him in order to check what is wrong with him. She begged the rest of the workers to come with her, but they all refused, and the main character didn't understand why they were doing this to Young King. Suddenly the housekeeper said that the young master has a second illness about which he said that if someone disturbs him about this problem with this person, he will personally deal with it. If she continues to interfere in his affairs, then no one will help her. Xinguang asked everyone one last time if they were ready to help her get her husband to the hospital. At that moment, the main character realized that since no one wanted to help her, she herself would take care of him and immediately ran to his room. Upon entering his office, Jung King lay on her luxurious armchair and was chained to it. He felt very ill and sweated profusely, almost losing consciousness. Xinguang was completely at a loss, did not understand what was going on here at all, and she assumed that he was playing cosplay. She decided to approach her husband but realized that she could not free him from these chains. So she immediately went to look for the key, which she assumed was on the bookshelf. Suddenly, Jung King opened his eyes and was very surprised to see his wife in his office. So he assumed that this time, his illness had become so aggravated that he began to hallucinate. At the same time, the main character was able to find the keys, and she was very happy that her husband was able to wake up. Xinguang approached her husband to ask if these things would fit these chains, but the guy resolutely answered no, although he actually lied. After that, he advised the main character not to touch him, otherwise the consequences would be terrible. Xinguang replied that this is of course very scary, but since she is a kind person, she cannot ignore someone who is dying right in front of her eyes. In a moment, she began to free her husband from these goals. After the guy was released, he immediately fell to the ground holding his heart and apparently experiencing some kind of pain. At the same time, Xinguang did not understand what was happening to him. She wanted to touch him, but as soon as she did, the guy screamed in pain, asking her not to touch him. The girl wanted to ask what was wrong with him, but she did not have time to finish her sentences, as the guy grabbed her hand and they fell to the ground together. With his head, he approached the girl, preparing to do something. At the same time, the main character was screaming in fear. "You don't understand what is wrong with Young King, and why is she doing everything?" Also, the guy had some fangs just like a vampire, and apparently he wanted to drink some blood from his wife, who was ignorant of the real essence of her husband. After that, the man hugged his wife and just fell on her, losing consciousness for a couple of seconds. Xinguang wanted to get out of his arms, but due to the fact that he was too heavy, she could not do it. So she asked him to get off first, but the man decided to hug her even tighter and bit her. After that, they both fell to the ground, and the main character hugged her husband, telling him to fall asleep, since she is always next to him. The next morning, the couple woke up lying on the floor. The main character looked at the face of her sleeping husband, think that she sees him so tender very rarely. So she realized that she could not miss such a chance and decided to take a photo with him. This photo was immediately posted on the Mermaid VIP account, and the main character received a bunch of positive comments that she liked a lot. When the guy woke up, he asked if he accidentally bit her last night, nervous trying to hide the truth and the phone with his photo. Xinguang replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, Jung King took the girl by the shoulders and asked her not to joke like that again next time. Fu Zuo unexpectedly entered the room, who was very surprised to see the couple together, as he knew very well that last night Jung King turned into a vampire and thirsted for blood, so he tied himself with chains. The girl told the guy that he came at the right time because last night her husband was sick, although in fact, she still did not understand what was really happening with her husband. Fu Zuo asked her master why the main character was able to get into this room last night, and why no one told her did not approach him. While the guys were talking, the main character wanted to quietly escape from this place, but Jung King grabbed her hand and asked where she was already going and who let her in yesterday. The main character was very nervous, but replied that she herself came here because she noticed that he felt very bad and no one wanted to help him. After that, she called the guy an ungrateful person and left. Jung King watched his wife leave and thought how dangerous it was for her to approach him last night, just as he wanted her to stay as far away from him as possible. It would be better for her and safer like that. After that, the man ordered his assistant to check all the surveillance cameras. He also ordered the dismissal of all those who met Xinguang last night and did not prevent her from coming here. On the night of the same day, the main character was at some kind of meeting. This morning she had an argument with her husband, and now she has an interview with his brother. I hope she doesn't make any mistakes. Looking ahead, she realized that Shitting had already arrived, and his younger brother also came along with them. This greatly shocked the girl, and she understood what he could do here. All the reporters immediately rushed to the characters to interview them. One of the reporters asked Jung King why he chose to marry a mermaid if he is a celibate. The guy replied that if the country saw them as the best couple, then he had no good reason to refuse her. After that, a bunch of journalists asked why Jung Qing decided to make an exception, only for mermaids, only on them. At that moment, the man thought, remembered the moment of his childhood where he carried on his back a hungry heroine who asked him to leave her here so that he would continue to live. He left according to her, but in the end he lost it. This time he does not want it to happen again. Suddenly his older brother took him and asked if his wife's little sister is too attractive to him. Xinguang saw that Shiting is speaking for Het. He is her idol though. But is it necessary to speak up for someone he's never met before? After that, another journalist stated that Jung Qing had already spent some time with the mermaid and asked him if he had any feelings towards her. The main character heard this and understood that her husband would not say something pleasant, but at least she asks that this does not embarrass her. Jung Qing replied to that reporter that he is tasteless if you think he can fall in love with that mermaid. Xinguang was completely shocked when they heard this since she took care of him all night. And this is how he repaid her, and she did not understand how he could say such words about her after everything she had done to him. The next day, the main character was at her job at TV station Coco, and she decided to quickly check what people write under her post. She also heard that someone unfolded the fact that her photo is a fake. I opened my photo post and noticed that instead of seeing positive comments like last time, she saw only negative ones, in which it was written that Jung Qing did not want to live with this mermaid. And they learned this from that interview that was yesterday. She started reading these bad comments where people called our heroine all sorts of names. Because of this, she started crying because she felt very bad. And in fact, she did nothing wrong. Suddenly, her boss appeared behind Xinguang, who knew that the main character was also on that stage yesterday, and he was very interested if Jung Qing really treated that mermaid with such disgust. Then the boss replied that it was perfect, since she now had to go interview him and find out the real truth behind that photo. Upon hearing this, the main character was in a stupor and tried in every possible way to refuse this offer. But the boss would answer that it was already too late, since the top leader asked her to do it. After that, the main character went to the park, where there was a huge pool. From that place, she was supposed to take an interview. When she wanted to enter the territory of this pool, 2 guards stopped her, saying that only those who have a membership card can enter here. Xinguang, of course, didn't have this card, and told the guard that she was a journalist showing her license, and she should interview some important person. But the guards still didn't want to let her inside. The main character was in despair, because if she does not take an interview, then she will be left without a job. But if she does it, then it may not be safe for him. Being human is hard. Suddenly, a man in a yellow shirt and with long yellow hair came up to the girl saying that even he and his friends could enter here. When the guards saw this guy, they were immediately surprised as it turned out to be Han Cheng-bei, who is a young master of the media, and they were very surprised that this woman is her friend, and they almost did not make a big disaster by not letting her inside. After that, they apologized to the characters and said that they can pass. Xinguang was wondering why Han Cheng-bei found her, and she assumed that he wanted to buy medicine from her. While walking together, Han Cheng-bei said that since the main character helped him become the heir of the Han family, he would give her half of his luck. Han Cheng-bei was a man who was lost before, but he decided to come to the main character in order to change his fate. Now he has fulfilled his wish, inheriting the traditional inheritance of the Han family. The main character was very interesting from where the guy recognized her, to which the guy replied that before asking for help, he found out all the information about her personality. After that, Han Cheng-bei asked the girl how he could help her today. But the main character felt quite embarrassed, since he had already helped her to get into Coco. I no longer dare to disturb him. The guy awkwardly said that he did not do it, but someone else did because he saw her message, but he was too busy and could not do it on time. Xinguang was a little shocked as she did not understand why the company first rejected her and then hired her back. After that, the main character asked the guy to help her, because today she has to interview Jung Qing, and he knows that Jung Qing is a difficult character, and not everyone can meet him. In particular, she, who posted private photos without his permission. If he still hasn't killed her, then he's still very lucky. Han Cheng-bei replied that he would definitely deal with this. He also apologized for not being able to help her with work at Coco, but now he can definitely help her. After that, He grabbed the girl by the hand and they immediately ran in some direction. Xinguang was at a loss, did not understand where she was being carried. They came to some doors opened, which the guy greeted Yung King, stating that his woman who wants to interview him, and asked if he was free now. Zheng Qing and his assistant were talking about something, and Fu Zuo was very surprised to see his boss's wife with Han Cheng-bei. Zheng Qing was a little surprised when he heard that Han Cheng-bei called Xinguang his woman. Han Cheng-bei kept insisting that the main character is his woman, who is the only one in his heart, and he should show her some respect. At the same time, the main character was very nervous, and she understood that instead of helping her, Han Cheng-bei only made it worse. The main character hit Han Cheng-bei trying to shut him up, and saying that they are obviously a couple and have nothing to do with each other. But Han Cheng-bei does not understand why she does this to her, because if he had not said that they were a couple, then Zheng Qing would not have allowed her to interview him. The female protagonist approached her husband claiming that Coco TV station sent her here to interview her, and Master Han just wanted to help her. Fu Zuo whispered to his master that Miss Ye was actually sent here by Ji's request. The guy said that he was ready for an interview only on one condition, namely if Han Cheng-bei gets out of here as soon as possible. The main character was sweating a lot since she was, but she understood that at least Han Cheng-bei could speak well. He could help her meet Zheng Qing, and if he gets kicked out, then not good at all. Han Cheng-bei proudly declared that as long as Mr. Jin accepts Xinguang, he is ready to leave immediately. Leaving the room, the guy calling the main character Babe asked her to go to the pool as soon as she finished the interview to see how he swims, and he would show her the best skills that he has. Xinguang felt very embarrassed and hoped that Han Cheng-bei would get out of this room as soon as possible, as he only makes things worse. The main character was finally able to calm down and said that the unrelated person left them and they can finally start the interview. But Zheng Qing doubted that Han Cheng-bei was not related to her. The girl asked her husband not to worry because she is a person of faith, and regarding marriage, she will not violate his rules at all. I will never cheat on him with someone. Moreover, comparing family, background, status, and appearance, no one can be better than Yung King. Then the guy began to smile, and most importantly the heroine, his sincere smile, which was very surprised. After that, coughing, he realized that he did not need to waste time and offered to start the interview. And after a couple of minutes, they started the interview. The first question was, what does Yung King think about that photo that the mermaid took of him and went viral on the internet? The guy answered too briefly that the main character didn't like it, and she asked to tell a little more. After that, the guy said that he can allow a woman to sometimes take photos with him and publish them on social networks only with his permission. And about whether she deserves it or not, they are the best fit the government has chosen, so no one suits him better than her. Slowly approaching the girl, the guy added that if fate chose her, then he would never change his mind. The main character was left in complete shock because she thought that he might be lying since it was the first time he heard him say such beautiful things about her. But his expression was so serious, besides that her heart is much faster. But after that, she returned to reality and promised herself not to give empty hopes for love, since this is just an excuse for him to save her face in public, and there can be no talk of any true love. While the girl was talking about these things, Zheng Qing looked at the girl in surprise and did not understand why she did not ask questions anymore. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses and apologized for being a little distracted. After that, she thanked the guy, said that the interview was over. Zheng Qing is very interested in where his wife will go after that, but I replied that she would simply go to Han Cheng-bei to talk to him and then return back to work. The guy did not want his wife to meet with that guy again because he apparently began to be jealous of him and decided that they should go to him together. Xinguang was at a loss as to why Zheng Qing decided to go with her, and she assumed that he just wanted to swim in the pool. Meanwhile, in the pool, all the people were swimming and relaxing. The main character tried to find Han Cheng-bei, but she couldn't see him. Suddenly, this guy was still able to get out of the water, and he was very pleased whether the main character had finished the interview. After hearing a positive response, Han Cheng-bei asked the main character to take photos of him. While Xinguang was taking a photo, she noticed someone else was behind Han Cheng-bei. Looking closely, she saw her husband, who also wanted to swim a little, and his body was just great. She couldn't take her eyes off his pecs, six-pack abs and long legs. Instead of taking photos with Han Cheng-bei, she took photos with her husband, while Han Cheng-bei was already tired of posing and asked when the main character would finish taking pictures of him. After that, the guy approached the main character. At the same time, she was very nervous because she could not take her eyes off his body so that she would no longer stare at his muscles. She said that she had to go back to work. Also, Jung King asked Xinguang to delete all those photos she just took of him as his patience has a limit. She doesn't want him to do it a third time. At the same time, the main character, looking into the eyes of her husband, did not want to delete these photos, since it is rare to take such high-quality photos, and it's a pity if it gets deleted. Therefore, the girl, nervous and blushing, said that he could relax, since she would not publish these photos anywhere, but would keep them only for herself. Jung King got angry and grabbed the phone from the hands of the main character that if she does not delete these photos right now, then the interview that, and not just done, will no longer be valid. At that moment, the main character nevertheless realized that the words that her husband spoke throughout the interview were just an illusion. But the main character took her phone back from him, saying that he should not take these photos so close to his heart, and they will not affect anything. Suddenly, she noticed some girl who turned out to be Jia Yanyan, female head of Xia family mermaids. She came to this pool with her brother and was very surprised to see Zheng Qing. The guy who was next to Xia Yanyan was Jia Zhaoye, who is her brother. Also, this guy is the brother of the main character. At that time, all members of Xia family looked down on Xinguang, and only her brother, despite the fact that the whole family does not love her, was on her side, and always helped her in everything. When Xia Zhaoye went to study abroad, the main character was thrown into the sea, but unfortunately she does not know if he was upset when he found out that she was missing, or tried. The main character greeted her brother saying that she is a journalist from Coco, and came here to interview Jung King. She also hoped that his brother could recognize her. Suddenly, Xia Yanyan appeared between the main character and Jung King, who smilingly stated that it was rather difficult to interview such a jock, and she offered her help. Her brother tried to talk her out of it by saying that the main character is a journalist, and this is her job, but Xia Yanyan refused. Xinguang couldn't look at how some girl prevented her from talking to his loved one, and she decided to leave behind the pool. Suddenly, Jung King turned around and asked Xinguang to delete the photo she took. Also, Xia Yanyan supported him by saying that if she should know to a journalist about the importance of protecting the privacy of others, I don't want a public figure to want their personal space respected. Jung King all this time thought that the main character took photos with Han Cheng-bei and did not want to delete them, so he became jealous of him. So he asks her to delete these photos. Xinguang realized that she could not leave without deleting these photos. Taking out her phone, she showed how to delete these photos right in front of them. But instead of a photo with Han Cheng-bei, as Jung King thought, there were photos with him. He was surprised by this, and realized that all this time he was wrong, and no longer wanted her to move away from these photos. But it was already too late. After deleting all the photos, the main character turned around and left the pool without saying a single word. Xia Yanyan looked at all this, and was very happy because she did not like that some other girl was dating her loved one. Suddenly she noticed how Junjin also began to leave the pool after Xinguang. She was furious at his actions and did not understand why he decided to leave her. Looking with a sinister look at how Junjin, she thought that no one allowed him to marry Xinguang. Meanwhile, the main character started to run, thinking that her brother could not recognize her, and Xia Yanyan was treated terribly. In addition, Junjin also began to get angry at her for some reason. Deciding to rest for a while, she was breathing heavily due to the fact that she tried to get out of that place as quickly as possible, so as not to feel terrible again after everyone treats her. Pressing her head against the wall, she did not understand why Junjin still chose Xia Yanyan and not her. Unable to hold back her tears, the main character began to cry and cheered herself up that Junjin was not worthy of her. There was no need to shed tears from this. Thinking about what happened in her life, the main character did not even notice that it started to rain. In addition, due to the fact that Xinguang is a mermaid, and from her tears she created a small sphere. She calls this sphere Medicine of Regret, since only mermaids can create such a valuable treasure. Han Cheng-bei used it to completely change his life. Just by swallowing it in one pill, you can go back in time and change your whole fate. At the moment her tears turned into a regret pill, and the main character was thinking about whether she should go back in time before she met Junjin. Suddenly she heard her phone, which was very surprised. Looking at him, she saw that her father was calling. Wiping her tears, she answered the call where her father was interested in enough and money, and if she needs money, he can send more. Xinguang, glad that she can finally talk to someone who understands her, said that everything is fine with her. In addition, he noticed that her daughter had recently become less likely to call home, and he suggested that the main character was simply too busy at work. Xinguang agreed and said that lately she is completely immersed in her work, as she is very appreciated there. Despite the fact that her father is her adoptive father, he is the only person in the world that makes a girl feel great when talking to her, so she couldn't tell him that Junjin is bullying her. Besides that, the father advised his daughter to stay healthy when she is alone on the street. He also became interested in how her husband behaves with her. Waving her hand, the main character said that he is behaving very well, and if he notices any rumors about them on social networks, then he should believe them, since this is all not true. After that, the father said that to his daughter that if something bad happens to her, and if Junjin, then she should immediately call them, and they will quickly come to her aid. Having heard this, the main character even started crying a little. Xinguang wanted to end this conversation as quickly as possible, and lied to father that she had an urgent job and therefore she needed to hang up. Looking at a pill that could completely change her life, the girl asked herself the right path she chose. She should not worry her father. Suddenly out of nowhere appeared Han Cheng-bei, who scared the girl so much that she even dropped the pill. He immediately noticed this regret pill and asked the main character if someone mocked her and why she was crying. Xinguang replied that everything was fine, but the guy, without looking closely, noticed that she began to worry and said that someone probably mocked her, that she even wanted to take a regret pill. Being at a loss, the main character did not understand why this guy is so smart, and she decided that it was better for her to leave this place, leaving Han Cheng-bei to sit alone on the floor. But the guy did not want to let go of the girl, and holding on to her leg, continued to ask her why she wants to take this pill, and he suggested that it was all because of him. After that, he took the girl by the hand and abruptly began to run somewhere. The main character was completely at a loss and asked the guy where they were going now, to which the guy replied smiling that they were going to the one who upset her in order to take revenge. Suddenly Junjin appeared in front of them, who angrily looked at how some guy was holding his beloved by the hand, which he didn't like much. In order not to spoil the relationship with Junjin, the main character decided to quickly remove her hand, but she still could not look into the guy's eyes after what he did to her. Junjin began to apologize, asking her to talk, but the main character did not listen to him and simply decided to leave, stating that he had an urgent job. Junjin was left alone and understood why. After what he did to her, she suddenly had to hear him, and in all this he blamed himself and no one else. Sitting at the bus stop and looking at the sky, Xinguang realized that the situation that recently happened was too much. She should have stayed then to talk to him, but Han Cheng-bei's words reminded her of something. In fact, taking a regret pill should not be and take it on a whim, unless of course this is the end and there is no more choice. Opening Weibo, the main character saw that she had 36 new notifications there, but she decided to forget about them because she must check if someone wants to buy these pills. When chatting with one person named Ling Han, he asked if Xinguang really sells pills for regret, and he really wants to buy one pill since he can't live like that anymore. After reading the name of the person, the main character was very surprised because, if she is not mistaken, Ling Han is a scandalous actress. Decided to open her profile. The main character saw her last post in which she said goodbye to the whole world, and Xinguang immediately realized what Ling Han wants to do with herself. Meanwhile, a girl with white hair was sitting on the floor crying. Holding a knife and getting ready for something, she realized that the biggest mistake she made in her life was signing with Zhu Xingjing. At the same time, under her post, there were a lot of comments of people who discouraged her from doing it. Some wrote that she was doing it in order to get more fans, and some people even advised her to do it faster because it would be better for the whole society. Ling Han thought that after she signed a contract with the company, she would finally be able to fulfill her dream of becoming an actor. but an unexpected company forced her to drink and lie down on the bed with the bosses. The girl tried to somehow protest, but the bosses working in the company continued to beat her. Besides that, they said that the video that they give her is actually all thanks to the bed, and he has no abilities at all. They also treat the girl very badly and just use her. Ling Han only signed the contract because she wanted to be an actor, and she didn't understand why this happened to her. The humiliation will forever be chained to her head, as she will never be able to get rid of them. Therefore, she cannot live such a life, because she does not see the point in it. Suddenly, she heard that someone sent her messages, and the girl became very interested in who can write to her at such a late time. Opening a chat with the main character, Ling Han saw that Xingguang has pills for regret that can return the girl back 2 times at the moment when she had not yet signed the contract, and you can avoid it. Ling Han thought and realized that she no longer had any other choice, and believed the main character. Meanwhile, Xingguang was choosing new clothes for herself. She has to meet Ling Han at 5 p.m. tonight, so you should first change your clothes. Every time she meets a client, she has to dress like a completely different person. So today she decided to become an old woman or something else. Choosing clothes for herself, she decided to become a young boy anyway, and dressed in black boy clothes with a wig on her head. Suddenly, Han Cheng-bei looked at her through the glass and said that the main character looks amazing, which greatly surprised Xingguang because she did not understand how the guy could be here. The guy said that he was just worried that the main character might open in trouble because of the words of Xingguang also. According to him, Xingguang still doesn't know the guy well, and this offends him a lot. So this girl was in a hurry. She told the guy that she should quickly reach the client to sell him pills for regret, and therefore he does not have time to play with him. Xingguang rejoicedly replied that it was very good, and he would go with her. This greatly surprised the girl, since before he had no time for anything, but now he suddenly had free time. Xingguang justified himself by saying that he just wants to help her, because if you look at the teenage appearance of the main character, no one will believe her. Also, if anyone wants to buy regret pills, they have to donate half their luck to Boda Medical Research Institute. So the girl looks more like a scammer who just wants to raise some money. Therefore, if he pretends to be her secretary, her prestige can increase dramatically, since his face guarantees this high prestige. The main character thought for a moment and realized that his words make sense. Therefore, in the end, she still allowed him to go with her, only on one condition: that he would not speak nonsense. Han Cheng-bei was very happy and guaranteed the main character that he would think 7 times before saying something. In the evening of the same day, Ling Han, wearing black glasses, went into some institution. Now it should meet with the main character who should be waiting for her at the window. Suddenly, she noticed the main character and immediately decided to approach her and greet her. Ling Han was very shocked by such a guy who is next to the seller. This is media boss Han Cheng-bei, and she did not expect to see him here. After that, the main character gave the actress a small document that explained how their deal would be carried out. Also, before buying pills from regret, buyers must sign a donation contract. Han Cheng-bei explained that by signing this contract, the girl agrees to exchange half of the property after going back to the past into cash and donate it to the Boda Medical Research Institute as a scientific research fund. Ling Han realized that with the current situation, she didn't even have any assets left, and she was already beginning to doubt the existence of such pills. The actress immediately stated that the heroes do not need to spend so much energy in order to deceive her. In addition, she has not been known for a very long time, and she does not have enough money to even live, so she does not have money to donate their institute. Han Cheng-bei was indignant and asked the girl if she really thinks that with his status, he wants to cheat her for money. After that, he stated that the girl has a broken brain if she thinks so. The main character felt embarrassed for her friend and now hit him in the face a little and asked him to speak politely. After that, the main character calmly explained to the girl that you should not worry about their honesty, because after signing the contract, she will be able to change her fate forever. Xingguang also told the girl that Ling Han wrote in a chat with her that she trusts. The actress, crying from the current situation, explained her distrust by the fact that she now has a tragic situation in her life, and she cannot trust anyone. But the actress still pulled herself together and thought that if Han Chung-bae told him to believe at least once, then there is no turning back, and it is worth signing this contract. So taking off her glasses, she resolutely stated that according to sign this contract. After some time, Ling Han signed the contract and got her pills. Swallowing in one pill, the girl realized that first, she needs to close her eyes on her thinking and remember all the moments of her life that she regretted the most, and she should do it quickly, since he has only 1 hour to correct all these moments. After that, the girl began to feel that she seemed to be in the water and goes to the bottom with her eyes closed but not paying attention to anything. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in some place familiar to herself, holding some piece of paper in her hands. She remembered walking right into the office of the general manager of Ifji Xing, and she returned at the exact time she signed that contract. Meanwhile, the employees of this company, grinning, told the girl not to pay much attention to the conditions that are in the contract, since they cannot harm her in any way. At that moment, Ling Han was stupid, thinking that these employees were in a hurry to go somewhere. And so they wanted them to quickly deal with her, so that she would sign this contract faster. Ling Han realized that this is the right time to fix her life, so she immediately threw the pen out of her hand and said that she was not signing this. Looking Zhu Xing straight in the eyes, she understood that there was no way to survive in this show business. In addition, she does not want her life to follow the same path that will only harm her. Meanwhile, the main characters were on the street and were heading somewhere. Xinguang felt tired as she needed to spend a lot of her mind in order for the regret pills to work. So now she needs to rest. Han Chung-bae came close to the girl and invited her to dinner with one hand, and then she could have a great rest. The main character was completely at a loss and replied that she needed to thinking about how close Han Chung-bae came to her, and she doesn't like it. Suddenly, some black car raced through the city right in their direction. The heroes looked at this car in surprise. Xinguang looked at this car and realized that it looked familiar to her. Because of this, she was a little scared because it could be him. Suddenly, Junjin got out of the car, straightening her tie and looking angrily at Han Chung-bae. The guy immediately told the main character's husband that his face looked too unsightly, and as if someone poured water on his face. Xinguang felt very embarrassed and mentally asked the guy to stop and close his mouth. Junjin began to quickly approach the characters, which greatly shocked the guy, and he did not know what the main character might want to do. Suddenly, Junjin hit Han Chung-bae in the face with his fist, and the guy did not fall to the ground to rest. Taking the main character by the hand, he began to take her to his car. Leaving Han Chung-bae in a stupor, he shouted in the hero's back, asking why he was hit. Junjin slowly turned around despite Han Chung-bae firmly stating that Xinguang is his woman, and it is better not to touch her. After that, they got into the car and quickly rushed somewhere. Han Chung-bae looked at how the hero was walking and tried to explain something to them, but they did not hear. The hero was in the back seats of the car, and silence reigned between them. Junjin, touching the bouquet of flowers, did not understand how to apologize to the main character, since the situation with the removal of the photo is entirely his fault, and he doubted whether the main character would forgive him for what he did. Xinguang approached Fu Zuo and begged him to stop as soon as possible, as she would go home by bus. If he didn't, then she would immediately call the police, and they would all be arrested here. The guy began to worry, and believing that the main character is really a teenager, asked him to pay more attention to the words, since their young master Jin is not that kind of person. In the mind of Fu Zuo, he asked himself where this beautiful young guy came from, and why his boss does for him so many things. The driver looked through the mirror at the main character and announced that his boss had gone crazy that evening while looking for the main character, and he even bought some flowers for her. At the same time, Junjin asked the main character with a smirk if she was a girl. After hearing this, Xinguang was completely at a loss as she put on men's clothes so that no one would recognize her, and she does not understand how her husband could still find and recognize her. She immediately began to pretend to be a guy and, shouting at her husband, said that he did not think that she had money to kidnap her. The main character also stated that she had no interest in men, especially in slow men with an underdeveloped brain. Fuzuo was in complete shock and did not understand how some stranger who did not even know his boss could talk about him like that. But Junjin started yelling at the guy and ordered him to shut up, adding that if he still continues to be aggressive towards her, he will kick him out of the car. After that, Junjin stated that in fact this guy is his woman. He heard that the main character began to pretend that he was very mistaken, saying that if you pick up an unripe watermelon, it will not be so sweet. Her husband was completely at a loss, asked what she was talking about, speaks. Suddenly, Junjin got very close to the girl, asking why he sees her so often together with Han Chungbei. The main character tried somehow at the borders of this question, and answered that Han Chungbei just helped her meet her favorite idol, and they only friends. After that, Junjin calmly asked the name of her favorite idols, to which the main character quietly replied that Ling Han. Hearing this, the guy got a little angry, explaining that Fu Zhuo had already investigated what Ling Han wanted to do, which surprised the girl even more since she did not know that she was being followed. Worried, the main character doubted what the girl had chosen, and she did not know if her name would appear again in the entertainment industry. All of a sudden, Fu Zhuo declared that Ling Han is a big star in the artist world, and with only one song, she was able to win an award. Besides, if he is not mistaken, she is now holding a concert in the stadium. Xing Guang was a little surprised, and couldn't believe that Ling Han was able to change her fate so much, as she thought she would just give up on that contract. Deciding to look outside, the main character noticed a large poster with Ling Han, which said that she was the Queen of Music, and she was now on tour. While the main character was in complete shock, Junjin asked her if she would like to go to that concert with him. But Xing Guang thought that all the tickets had already been sold since she is a very popular star. But the guy replied that he could easily solve it. After that, he ordered Fu Zhuo to immediately buy him 2 tickets, which greatly surprised the guy because the concert will start in half an hour, or it is almost impossible to get tickets. His boss said that if he does not do this, he will no longer be able to appear in front of him next time. Crying and realizing in what situation he is now, the guy agreed, thinking that his boss really took the wrong medicine today and was not hypnotized by that little goblin. Suddenly, Junjin took out a huge bouquet of beautiful roses. I said that they need to have a serious talk. With the new ones, he tried to come up with a plan to apologize to her so as not to piss her off. Xing Guang was in complete shock and didn't understand why her husband didn't apologize so suddenly. After that, the guy gave her flowers to the girl apologizing. The main character was very happy about this, and thought that he had prepared flowers for the concert, and she would give them to her Ling Han. Meanwhile, there was a Ling Han concert at the Dido Stadium, where just a huge number of people gathered, and they all shouted that they liked her, and all her songs. The girl was dressed in a black dress and holding the microphone. I think that her day has finally come. After that, she began to sing. At first, after the contract was rejected, the girl thought that she could no longer become a star. But suddenly she became popular due to the fact that the video in which she sings uploaded on social networks went viral. The record company respected her decision not to sign the contract, and they decided to cooperate as she decided. Her debut song became an instant hit, and her voice spread to every corner of the city. And without the regret pill, Ling Han would not have been able to achieve all this. And the girl hopes that the main character is now at her concert and can see how she has changed. Xing Guang listened to the song, and she was so beautiful that she even started to cry a little while thinking that in Ling Han's voice, if something is joyful, also girls no longer need to be afraid of all these dirty things and use death as a way to free themselves. Taking the bouquet of flowers that Junjin gave her, the main character immediately ran to the stage to meet the girl. After that, the girls hugged hard, and Ling Han thanked the main character for everything she did, as it is for me in her life. And she was very glad that God gave her another chance. Then the main character returned to her husband and did not stop crying, since this moment was very touching for him. So the guy offered her his tissue. Ask why she cries so much as it's just an ordinary idol. Snatching tissue from his hand, the main character replied that she was now very touched, and why she did not understand this. After that, she added that people who are born with a slow brain like him will never understand this. Suddenly, Junjin gave Xing Guang a small piece of pizza, stating that he asked Fu Zhuo to buy it quickly, since they hadn't had dinner yet. So the main character was very She immediately bit this pizza. While chewing pizza, the main character was thinking that only men make Jujin so considerate. So that's the reason he has a grumpy temper towards her. Meanwhile, the guy tried to give the girl another piece of pizza, but she immediately turned away and said that she didn't want to eat anymore. He lived the pizza back in the box. He saw a sign on it that said that happiness is when you share the same pizza slices with your friends. After reading this, the guy began to understand what happiness really is for him, and he looked at the girl who was happy and looked at the concert. After a while, the heroes walked home through the night city. Being behind the guy, the main character decided to leave. Because if Linghan understands that in fact, it is she who pretends to be a man, he will quickly deal with her. At the same moment, she worriedly thanked the guy for going to the concert with her and stated that she needed to leave. Suddenly, Junjin grabbed the main character by the hand and brought her closer to him. Looking straight into her eyes and grinning, he obviously knew something. Touching the girl's chin with his finger, Junjin called the name of the main character, stating that she is who, and if she does not go home with him, where can she go? Then the main character finally realized that she was revealed, and he knew all the time that in fact it was Xing Guang dressed in men's clothes. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, the girl did not understand why he suddenly behaved so well towards her. Suddenly, the girl escaped from the guy's arms and immediately ran the other way, saying that she remembered that she also had urgent work that she needed to do, so she would return home soon, and he should not worry about her. Junjin was left completely bewildered, but he understood that they still had a lot of time to live together, and she would return. Meanwhile, the main character was already in Yi family mansion. Lying on the bed, she was glad that she could finally put on women's clothes again, as they are very comfortable for her. While hugging a pillow, Xing Guang thought that it was his fault after all, and Junjin should have said that she was a girl at first. But he did not, that he did not allow her to eat pizza when she was very hungry. So grinning, she asked the guy not to blame her for eating all the food in the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, the main character was very surprised because she was very big. Deciding to open the refrigerator, she saw that she had a steak, which she already intended to eat. Cooking this steak is just a dizzyingly delicious smell. Suddenly, the main character heard that someone was calling her, so she decided to slowly turn around. Behind her, she saw Junjin, who was wondering what she was doing here, and when he saw that she had cooked food, he was very surprised. He immediately took her food, stating that he is now very hungry. After that, he started eating this steak, but he realized that it is very difficult to eat. And in fact, this is the worst cost he has eaten in his life. But he cannot tell the girl because she might be offended by him. To prevent this, he ate a wezeb steak, although he didn't like it. The main character was in complete shock because she was already very hungry. After that, the guy said that he compensates for everything because he ate her steak, so he will make another steak for her. As he started preparing for the meal, he asked his wife to get out her phone and start filming. The girl was a little bewildered, but the guy immediately explained to her that according to the rules of marriage, he must cook food for her. In turn, she must shoot it on her phone, so they will have more evidence that they live together. Taking out his phone and starting to shoot, Junjin told his wife that the steak should not only be fried, first it needs to be marinated, make the sauce, and finally put it in the pot. The main character was a little surprised by his knowledge and asked how he knew all this. The guy did not answer this question. He just remembered a fragment of his life when he tried to cook food, and he did not succeed. So he tried again and again, but all these efforts were worth it. Then the main character came up behind the guy and hugged him, thanking him for everything he is doing now. And a guy can finally see a smile on her face after all this time, and everything he does for her will be worth it. After a couple of minutes, the steak was ready, and Junjin gave it to his girlfriend, saying that she could eat it now. The main character looked at his food and could not take her eyes off her because she looked very tasty, and she wanted to eat it faster. Suddenly, the girl thought and realized that something was missing. She looked her husband straight in the eyes and asked him to feed. When he heard this, the guy was a little in a stupor, and I don't understand why she decided to ask him to do this. And the main character explained then that since she is now taking off, both of her hands are busy, and she cannot eat on her own. Junjin did not even know how to react to this, and thought for a long time. But the main character did not stop asking him, and said that it was only this time. Junjin, feeling butterflies in his stomach, coughing a little, said that everything is fine and he will help her. After that, he took a fork and asked for his wife to open her mouth. When the girl almost ate the steak when suddenly she screamed, "Stop!" I pushed the guy back. She said that she won't record anymore as she has enough material and asked the guy to wait a bit for her to watch what videos she got. At the same time, she was very nervous, and her whole face was red. Turning to the guy, she said that she would eat a steak later. Junjin looked at the girl with a stone face. She did not understand why she so suddenly decided to do this to him. The main character screamed that she used him to cook food for her, but if they don't act intimate, the marriage department will think that this is a staged video. In addition to this, the girl asked the guy not to pay attention to such small things. Junjin was completely at a loss, and for him all these things were not small, and he thought that she did all this because of her hypocrisy. Grinning, he approached his wife and said that her acting skills are very poor. In addition, he asked the girl if she have been intimate with someone before, like Han Chengbei. Xing Guang immediately tensed up and tried to deny this fact, saying that the guy was carrying some kind of game. The guy also said that in order to deal with the marriage department, they need to coordinate very often together, which surprised the girl very much, and she asked him to don't get into character too much. Then Xing Guang said that as long as other people do not know that she is intimate with other people, everything is fine, since they think that she is actually married to Junjin. But the guy was dissatisfied with what he heard, and said that since she is now married to him, she should calm down and absolutely not think about other men. Otherwise, the marriage department will accuse her of adultery and put her in jail. When the main character heard this, she got very angry and hit the guy on the arm and said that he had no right to order her what she should do. And the whole problem was that he couldn't find someone he liked. She grabbed her husband by the clothes and told him to listen very carefully, because during the marriage he is her husband and he does not allow him to like someone. Otherwise he too may end up in jail. After that, Xing Guang released Junjin and thanked for the steak, and said that she would take her to her room to sit down. Meanwhile, the guy was all red since the main character called him her husband. But his mood immediately changed, as besides that she said that he likes someone else, and he didn't understand who could be so arrogant and spread such dirty rumors, because of which Xing Guang feels bad. The guy immediately called Fu Zuo, who was fast asleep. "And just woke up, I don't understand anything." Junjin immediately asked if anyone was spreading rumors about him. Junjin also asked Fu Zuo to make him a list of all the people who had recently been in contact with Xing Guang as soon as possible, since these men should not dare to live in the heart of his woman. The next morning, the main character came to her work and she was very sleepy. All her colleagues stared at her intently as if expecting something from her. And Xing Guang did not understand why they were looking at her, and what was the matter. Suddenly, the guy with glasses screamed and asked her where her interview was. At that moment, the main character remembered that because of what happened to her yesterday, she forgot about the interview. Xing Guang bowed to her leader and apologized for forgetting about the interview, while some girl with red heels slowly approached them. This girl turned out to be Lu Yingying, who said that now on social networks, everyone writes that Junjin actually likes Not a Mermaid Girl. Having heard this, the main character, in bewilderment, decided to immediately open Weibo to see what was written there. Opening the app, the main character saw a lot of comments and posts there, in which it was written that Junjin actually hates mermaids, and he likes someone else. Yesterday, the online community still regretted that Junjin had someone in his heart. However, today there are rumors that he loves another girl who is a mermaid, and the main character suggested that now all people think that she is a girl. Lu Yingying, smirking, looking at the main thing, is that it was precisely because of this that she could not interview Junjin. In addition to this, according to rumors, Xing Guang ran out of the crying pool yesterday, and most likely Junjin scolded her, and because of this, she ran away. Xing Guang was completely bewildered and angry, and told Lu Yingying to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, the leader said that even if the interview was recorded, it's too late to publish it somewhere, and it can only be seen as Junjin's lie, unless they have direct evidence about Junjin and that mermaid girl cohabitation. However, they don't want anyone filming their private life. Lu Yingying also stated that if that interview doesn't work, then Junjin might get mad and shut down their entire department and the whole Coco TV station. Xinguang listened to Lu Yingying say that they should not have given such a responsible job to beginners. At that moment, the main character realized her fault. She had to come up with something in order to correct her. Hand raised and very worried. She said that she kept this material exclusive. It is even more importantly the recording and the interview. And luckily, she filmed it last night. Then she decided to show the video that she shot at the moment when her husband was cooking a steak for her. All the colleagues were just shocked by this video, and they did not understand where she got it. After that, the main character firmly stated that she did not submit the record on time. And this is her mistake. But she will still continue with the interview and will not leave this matter. It's like this is her job no matter what. She will not give up. The leader was completely shocked by what he saw and did not stop praising the girl, saying that this kitchen video is more exclusive than the interview, and she did a very good job. Now that they have the document, they need to start editing and post this video on social media, creating a love image between Junjin and a mermaid girl. He also ordered Lu Yingying to help people with some errands. The girl was unhappy with all this, and she did not like that the main character was always lucky. Lu Yingying never wanted to lose to such a weak opponent, and she would not allow this. The evening had already come, and all the people were happy to go home as they were very tired from work. Among these people was the main character, who looks at the sky, realized that it would rain now, and therefore she needed as much as possible. Suddenly, Lu Yingying turned out to be behind Xinguang, who, laughing and waving her hand, asked if she was waiting for her husband to give her a ride home. Approaching the main character, she said that fortunately her boyfriend Shi Yin-chun is afraid that his girlfriend will be tired from work, so he often picks her up, so Xinguang will meet him soon. The main character, trying to calm down, asked the girl what this has to do with her. Lu Yingying replied that her boyfriend was always worried that the main character would marry ugly, rude guy, and he was afraid that she would never be happy. So if they meet her husband now, he will most likely feel more confident. Smirk. The main character understood the real intention of her colleague, but her husband will never pick her up from work. But since she is his wife, she will ride a luxury car every day, and if Lu Yingying sees this, she will be very jealous. After that, the main character, rejoicing, told her colleague that she should not worry how her husband loves her every day, and he should come soon. Suddenly someone called Xinguang's phone and she immediately answered. As it turned out, it was the driver of the car who said that he had problems. Because of this, he was afraid that he would not be able to come to her on time. So the main character would have to call herself a taxi. Meanwhile, the ex-boyfriend of the main character had already arrived and was heading towards his new girlfriend with a bouquet of beautiful roses. He said he was a little late for buying a lot of flowers. He apologized for Lu Yingying having to wait for him. After that, they hugged, and the girl was very glad that her boyfriend still came. Xinguang looked at it all and realized that it was really just a fake love. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying finished hugging and turning around asked the main character when her husband will come. At that moment, the main character tensed a little and realized that she should not know that he could not come. Therefore, she had to come up with something. While the couple was talking, the main character wanted to call a taxi for herself. But for some reason it was written in the application that this could take a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying told her boyfriend that the main character's husband treats her very well. Then Shi Yin-chun was happy for the main character, suggesting that she still managed to achieve happiness, and that's good. Worried, the main character said that her husband was stuck in traffic and he would be late. Therefore, they can leave. But in fact, Xinguang could not even call a taxi for herself. Because of these traffic jams, I did not know who would be able to take her home. When the couple heard this, she began to shake her head, letting them know the main thing is that they will not leave until they see her husband, which is even stronger than Xinguang. Grinning, Lu Yingying realized that in fact the main character does not want them to see her, because he cannot be compared with Shi Yin-chun. Suddenly all the heroes left some loud sound of a car behind them, and they decided to see what was happening there. Turning around, they saw a golden luxury car parked next to them. The driver got out of the car and, opening the door, the main character asked her to enter the car. Having entered the car, the main character saw a familiar guy and asked herself why he was dating him again. Meanwhile, outside, the drivers had already closed the doors of the luxury cars and were about to leave. but Lu Yingying ran in their shoulder direction so that they could at least see her husband's face. But the driver did not stop and quickly left, leaving a couple alone and a bunch of questions. Lu Yingying looked at the car angrily and thought that the main character was very lucky to marry a rich husband. If she had not married Shi Yin-chun then she could have been with this husband's wife. The guy who really surprised the main character turned out to be Junjin's brother. And he is. So she did not expect to meet him in this car. Shi Ting apologized with a smile for coming without warning and asked if this surprised her much. The girl, still in bewilderment, replied that everything was fine, and she did not even have time to be happy about it. Since Shi Ting is a complete stranger to the main character, she addressed him very politely, but the guy asked the girl to call him just brother. The main character was very interested in why he decided to pick her up from work. She suggested that this may be due to the appearance of her along with her husband on social networks, and therefore, it annoyed him, and he came to her to remind her of this. Shi Ting replied that it was nothing special, adding that her sister-in-law is now celebrating her birthday at home, and she wanted to meet Xinguang for a long time. So she asked the guy to bring her to her birthday so that they could meet and get acquainted. Xinguang was surprised how quickly everything happened, and said that she did not feel the need to meet with Junjin's relatives now. Besides this, her husband did not want her to meet with his relatives. But since he personally invited her to eat, she cannot refuse him in any way, and therefore she is forced to go to her birthday. After a while, the heroes had already arrived at some building called Dido Restaurant. Walking along the corridors of this restaurant, Xinguang felt great, since it was only thanks to her food that she was able to get into the restaurant of one of the most luxurious restaurants in the country for the first time in her life. When the hero went inside, they saw a round table at which there were many relatives of the husband of the main character. Also, here was Shi Ting's wife, Wu Jian, who was also the daughter of the world's leading luxury jewelry brand LT of the vice president, Y runs LT Jewelry. Wu Jian approached the main character saying that she invited her today. At that moment, Xinguang felt very embarrassed because she did not know that today was her birthday, and because of this, she did not have time to prepare a gift for her. But Wu Jian said something doesn't matter as the best present for her is her presence here. Wu Jian is rumored to be a strong woman, and the main character didn't expect her to be so friendly to her. Suddenly looking in the direction of Xinguang saw a guy who was staring at the main character. He was in complete shock, did not understand why Xinguang is at this birthday party. Wu Jian decided to introduce the main character to this guy, stating that he is the younger brother of Junjin, and his name is Ji Qi Shu. Shaking hands with each other, Xinguang realized from the guy's face that her husband really didn't want her to come here. Suddenly, some little girl with red hair pounced on the main character, wanting to immediately hug her. This girl turned out to be Xiaomi Hu, who said that she did not expect to see the main character here. In addition to this, we were a little surprised that Xinguang could conquer that tough old man. Behind Xiaomi Hu was another guy whose name was Mo Fei, and he was the adopted son of the Ye family little sister for clothes and said that they need to leave. Wu Jian once again said that she really wants to introduce her to all her relatives, and since her little brother Junjin was a bit busy, she asked her husband to bring her here. Sitting at the table, Wu Jian, the main character. Where is her Junjin, and why he has not come yet? But the main character did not know where he was, and she did not even know if he was really busy with something or just pretending. Suddenly, as soon as they mentioned him, he came, and Wu Jian went to meet him. As it turned out, Junjin came not alone but together with Xia Yanyan, who hid a gift for Wu Jian behind her back. Approaching Wu Jian, Xia Yanyan wished her a happy birthday, and apologized for coming without an invitation, asking if everything was fine. Wu Jian was a little worried but said that everything was fine, although in fact she was unhappy with it, and did not understand why her little brother decided to come along with her. Meanwhile, Junjin went to his seat next to his wife. He thought that the main thing is not to like such family parties. At that moment, the main character, sadly looking at the floor, realized why her husband did not invite her to this birthday party. Since he wanted to invite Xia Yanyan, Qishu is completely shocked by what is happening, and he did not understand why Junjin came along with Xia Yanyan, since he knew very well that the main character would also come here, and he assumed that he did this specifically to express his position and point of view. Xia Yanyan wanted to eat next to her husband, but noticed that there were no more places next to him. So she stared into the eyes of the main characters who were sitting next to Junjin. There was a very tense situation between them, but Junjin just sat and wanted this scene to end as quickly as possible. Then Wujian said that the waiter will now bring another seat, so girls no need to worry. But this seat will not be next to Junjin. Upon hearing this, the girl was at a loss. But she had no choice but to agree to this. At the same time, the husband of the main character wanted to tell her something. But Xingguang immediately said that she did not come here of her own free will, but only because her older brother and sister-in-law brought her here. After that, the waiters brought the main character cold watermelon juice, but his husband immediately grabbed the drink from her hands, saying that she should not drink it. Wujian asked her younger brother to give the drink back. As if her older brother behaved like this towards her, she would not listen to anyone. At that moment, the guy said that Xingguang is coming to the red light day. When the main character heard this, she was simply shocked because she did not understand how he could know this. In addition, even the marriage department does not know about it. The guy was thinking that the main character does not even know her period, and therefore he should stay by her side in order for them to take care. After that, Junjin asked the waiter to bring a glass of hot red apple milk. The main character looked at him and seemed to care about her period just for his benefit. In addition to this, the guy ordered a bunch of different food, among which were lobsters, crabs, and other types of different seafood. Junjin ordered this because seafood is the healthiest food for mermaids during this period, and she will probably be very happy. At the same time, Xia Yanyan was very happy that Junjin ordered food for her too, and she kept thinking that he only had her in mind. After that, all the characters began to calmly eat their food. Then the girls were in another room where Xia Yanyan was singing some song. The main character looked at her, and although she sang very well, she did not know how to share the microphone with others. Xiao Mihu gave the main character painkillers because she ate a lot of seafood today, and tomorrow she may suddenly have a stomach ache. Besides that, slowly approaching Xingguang's ear, the girl added that she was on her side and advised not to let Xia Yanyan be proud. The main character immediately began to worry and said that she did not mean it. But Xiao Mihu did not understand how she could behave like that after Junjin treated her harshly, screaming. She said that if a bandit can afford to bring another woman into the house to play with, Xiao Mihu will kick them both out. Suddenly the girl noticed that everyone was looking at her, and then the main character explained to her that she spoke too loudly, and everyone heard what she said. Standing up, she firmly stated that she was actually right, and according to the law, during the marriage, the husband should not have another woman. But Junjin came along with Xia Yanyan, completely ignoring the laws. Xia Yanyan didn't like what she was saying and told her to shut up. But the girl kept screaming and stating that even if she is a national goddess, she knows that Junjin already has a wife. But she still keeps up with him, and she is an ordinary person who wants to destroy someone else's happiness. Suddenly, Mo Fei Chung came up behind the girl and decided to take the girl out of this room because it seems to him that she is drunk and she needs to rest. But Xiao Mihu did not bother to shout, saying that Xia Yanyan is very cunning and she only wants to do evil. At the same time, the main character felt very embarrassed and did not understand what situation she was in. While everyone was looking at her, and she was the center of attention, she needed to come up with a plan to quickly solve this problem. Xia Yanyan, pretending that she had nothing to do with it, stated that she just met Junjin, and she didn't come here with him on purpose. After that, she pretended to cry and decided to leave the event, saying that she had an urgent job. At that moment, Xingguang had an angry smile on her face. She understood that even if Xia Yanyan wants to leave, she finally wants to play a dirty trick on the main character. Fuzuo started explaining to the main character that there was a misunderstanding, and they met with Miss Jia in front of the theater, and Master Jin, and whenever they did something illegal in marriage. Also, the guy did not like the fact that the main character makes a fuss with Xiao Mihu. Thus, she worries the birthday of his sister-in-law. Wu Jian tried to somehow relieve the tension by saying that everything is fine, and the girls are just fighting, and Junjin should not be too serious, as he will scare the main character. After that, Xingguang said that she needed to go to the toilet, but they could continue the conversation without her. Junjin looked at the back and realized that the situation is under control and there is no need to rush, but wait until she returns, and then calm her down. At the same time, the main character started to run somewhere, in the sense that she is just a joke to them, and no matter how hard she tries, she can never change the fact that Junjin loves Xia Yanyan more than her. Suddenly she stopped as she saw the grand piano. She was staring at this piano, thinking about something. She remembered moments from her childhood when her mother hit her because the main character touched Xia Yanyan's piano, as she was not allowed to. Mermaids have an extremely good natural musical talent, but the family never let her play the piano, and after she was adopted, she officially learned to play the piano. Thinking about what happened to her in childhood, the main character felt even angrier. Since no one was next to her, she decided to try in order to relax and cheer up. Xingguang touched the instrument with her small fingers and began to play. Beautiful, relaxing music sounded in the room, which the main character liked and calmed her down. Her heart is bewildered right now, and even the piano doesn't help much, and calm down now. And it's all because of Xia Yanyan. Usually unimportant people can never touch her heart. Then why, every time the main character thinks of Junjin, she feels something strange in her heart? Some inexplicable feeling. A tear fell down her face. Suddenly she felt that someone was calling her phone without answering the call. It was her boss. He said that there was a traffic accident somewhere, and it was worth getting there as soon as possible in order to collect information. Not having time to finish her song, the main character had to go to her work even late at night when all ordinary people were sleeping. But since this evening was already ruined by Xia Yanyan, she decided to go to work because there could be much better. When Xingguang had already left the building, a man appeared next to the piano who was very interested in who could play the piano tomorrow, since this song had a light sadness, but deep, and every note can move people's hearts. This man turned out to be Lao Jiaju, who is a music industry senior. He haven't heard such an inspirational composition in a long time. Looking at the sky, he hoped that one day he would be able to meet the mystical creator of this song. At the same time, the main character has already dressed in a raincoat and put on thick shoes so that not a drop of water touches her feet, because if this happens, she will be finished. Suddenly, Fuzuo called the main character and asked why she hadn't come back yet, since everyone was waiting for her. Laughing, the main character said that she received an urgent interview, and she asked him to tell everyone about it. Hearing this, the guy was completely shocked and didn't even know how to tell his boss, so he just said that she had an urgent job. Snatching the phone from the guy, Junjin asked the main character why she left them without even saying a single word, and what everyone would think of her, so she needs to return to him as soon as possible. Xingguang noticed that her husband finally remembered that he has a wife. She said that she was simply following his orders to stay as far away from him as possible. In addition to this, she is now in a hurry and is forced to hang up. The guy stayed in a stupor, not understanding what to do with the main character, and he thought that she was just angry with him because he came along with Xia Yanyan. Looking out the window, he saw that it was raining heavily, and something bad could happen to the girl. After a couple of minutes, Xingguang was already at the scene where she was filmed. Accidents followed one after another, including cars transporting elementary school children to the city. Due to sudden rain, the entire road was flooded, causing great problems for rescuers. In addition, many pedestrians stopped to help the children get out of the bus. Thanks to them all, the children left the bus, and they are all safe now. Suddenly, due to rising water levels, the car began to roll over, almost crushing the rescuers. While the car was overturning, there was another child in it who was screaming for help. Xingguang noticed this and had to somehow react as this child could sink. When she was 6 years old, she was thrown in the middle of the sea in a big storm. Because of the huge waves that keep crashing, she felt that she could no longer stand, and I began to drown. Xingguang could not allow such a tragedy to happen again, and she decided to save this child. All the other people shouted at the main character to stop and not jump on the car until they got the right tools. But she couldn't wait so long because something irreparable could happen, so she herself will do it. In any case, after she was adopted, she learned to climb trees, and she can easily climb to the top of this car. The car got up. She saw a child who was barely holding on and almost fell down. This girl begged for help, as she could no longer hold on and her strength was slowly leaving her. Suddenly she began to fall, but the main character managed to grab her hand in time and prevent this. Xing Guang tried to lift the girl upstairs, but due to the fact that she did not have enough strength, she could not lift her anymore. Suddenly behind her was Junjin, who asked the main character to hold the child tightly by the hand. I did not start to lift the girl together, giving the girl his raincoat so that she would not get wet. The child was very glad that she was saved. To calm the child, the main character decided to tell her her little secret. She stated that she is a superhero. Because of this, she is no longer afraid of dangers, but the child was completely at a loss and said that he did not know about superheroes, but only about mermaids. Therefore, in order to make the child feel safe, Xing Guang, worried, said that she is a super mermaid. The child immediately began waving his arms, screaming that she was lying because she did not see her fishtail. After seeing this, Junjin immediately approached the girls and told the child that the main character really did not lie to her. In fact, she is now temporarily tired, and from this she hides her loose tail. He also added that Xing Guang is the most beautiful mermaid in this world. The main character felt very pleased when the guy began to gently help her. After that, the guy took the child on his back in order to take him away from this dangerous place. He approached Fuzuo and ordered him to bring the baby to safety. At that moment, the main character realized that until he had to meet a wife like her, he always treats everyone well. You also need to leave as soon as possible, since in a fertile case, he can now yell at her because she then left without warning anyone. After jumping into the water, Xing Guang was a little shocked by the water level as it was too high and reached her knee. Fortunately, she was wearing waterproof pants, but it's better to get out here quickly, otherwise her fishtail may appear. Suddenly, Junjin picked up the girl in his arms. The girl, looking the guys in the eyes, was shocked by his actions and asked what he was doing. Junjin called the girl insane because she did not notice that the water level was too high, and she should have waited for him to pick her up first. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, she felt that he seemed to be excited. But she did not believe that it was because of her, because he didn't wear a raincoat and his hair and his whole face was wet. Therefore, the main character gently touched his cheeks in order to wipe the water of his entire face, which surprised the guy a little. They looked into each other's eyes lovingly, as if they wanted to do something. Suddenly, Junjin asked the girl not to do stupid things, since she might fall now. After that, he carries the girl in his arms, left this place, rejoiced that he was able to save her from the appearance of a fishtail. Then Junjin approached Fuzuo, saying that he should take care of the main character as he is involved in saving other people. Fuzuo, holding his head, asked the main character not to anger Junjin anymore, since as soon as he saw that it started to rain, he immediately went to look for Xing Guang, and even the Ting family could not stop him. At that moment, the main character finally realized that her husband really cares. Looking at her husband, she could not take her eyes off him, as his beauty was simply brilliant, especially when he helps others. While in the car, Junjin talked to sister-in-law who said that LT TV station posted a photo with the characters on social networks. But he told her not to worry because he will definitely deal with these photos. Hearing about this, Xing Guang was at a loss and did not understand what kind of photos they were talking about. So she decided to open Weibo. Going to the application there, I saw a post with a huge number of likes and comments, which described how her husband saved some girl that she was. Also in the comments, everyone was unhappy that Junjin left his mermaid wife in order to save some girl. At that moment, the main character got angry because this TV station is causing them a problem again. This station supports another presidential candidate. I don't particularly like to spread bad news about their idols. Then the main character suggested that the guy use the name Mermaid Girl in order to correct this rumor. But the guy refused and patted Xing Guang's head and asked her not to worry as he won't let her be cannon fodder. Suddenly, Junjin felt that the main character had a fever, and he decided to give her his blanket so that she would warm up a little. But the blanket was so big and thick that the main character asked him to stop because she can no longer breathe. After a while, Xing Guang was in a mansion where he was calm on his phone. In the news, she only saw headlines about Junjin having an affair. Also, many of us were unhappy that he was hugging so tightly with a completely different girl. Xing Guang was shocked by such comments, and she was already ready to use her second account with Nick Mermaid Girl in order to fix this whole situation since people do not know the whole truth. After that, she decided to look at her photos with her husband where they looked into each other's eyes. And the main character liked the way he looked. Suddenly Junjin turned out to be her and scared her a lot. Looking at his body, she could not believe in his beauty. The main character wanted to make a post in which she would tell everyone that the girl he then held in his hands, this is it, so that all these people calm down. While the guy was wiping the heroine's wet head, she said that they are satisfied with how these people slandered his brother. She wants to personally punish them all. In addition, all the people in the comments scold Junjin for what he did. The guy said that she can do this but does not want to see what she writes there. But the main character still decided to show him the draft. Suddenly, a notification from Coco TV came to the phone with a headline about who that woman might be. Seeing this, the main character immediately got scared because her personality can be revealed right now. In that post, it was written that yesterday, due to an accident and heavy rain, the water level rose and the school bus with children was in an extremely dangerous situation. But Junjin joined the rescuers to help choose completely people. He also saved one girl and a child who were trapped, and all the people thanked him. After reading the comments, the main character was delighted because everyone wrote there that the guy did a very good deed. And besides, everyone wrote that Junjin is very handsome. But the guy was more interested in whether the main character made a post. Xinguang replied that the problem had already been solved by itself. And this publication no longer makes sense, because she does not want all people to know that she is a mermaid maiden. Rejoicing, and the main character said goodbye to the guy saying that she needed to sleep well. She also advised him not to go to bed too late. But for some reason the guy was unhappy. As it turned out, it's all the fault of this Chi Shu guy who suddenly posted on Weibo as an excuse for those. So Junjin decided to better beat him up. The next morning, Xinguang, having slept, went to the kitchen where they sat at the same table with her husband, and the maids prepared breakfast for them. Suddenly a notification came to the phone and she decided to see what happened. Entering the application, she saw a video in which that little girl whom the main character then saved talked about the fact that the super mermaid saved her. Then a handsome man carried her in his arms. Going to the comments of Xinguang, I saw a lot of comments in which people were interested in who the third girl was then. The main character really wanted to write that it was her, but in this way, all the efforts that were spent in order to hide her identity would be in vain. After that, the main character approached her husband and stated that she had already eaten, and now she needed to rush to work, leaving the main character that she needs to show others that she is the wife of Junjin, and that she is not considered a third person as she is a legal wife recognized by the state, and they are doing fine. In the evening at the 9th music festival together with his work colleagues, Xinguang thanked Chang for being able to cut out that fragment from the video where her face is visible, and then the girl invited him to dinner. The guy said that they just follow the rules, and for them this is a common thing. The main character added that if everyone saw her face, then her life would completely change, and she is even scared to think about it. Also, Coco TV station is still owned by Junjin, and they won't let the main character's face appear on the news, as they are afraid it might affect Junjin's brother's presidential election. Also, Chang didn't expect Xinguang to be a mermaid maiden. The post she posted this morning has sparked a backlash. Now Jia Yanyan's fans are cursing her like a dog. Anyway, there is no camera angle to prove for Jujin to correct that the person he is holding is Xia Yanyan. Xinguang answered that most likely not. At the same time, Junjin met his security captain whose name is Xiao Yun. Sitting at the table and opening the Weibo app, Junjin noticed a post from the main character, and then he immediately assumed that she was able to open his mind. At the same time, Xiao Yun whispered to Fu Zhuo around the time he left for special training. The boss went on a date, and Fu Zhuo was wondering who. The guy added that the boss he worked for never answered the phone except for young Master Ting. There was no special notification sound. Also, the boss doesn't like to smile, but he can see his expression. Fu Zhuo was in complete shock, did not understand who the boss might be dating and why he did not know about it. Looking at his phone, he understood something. Obviously not the main character since Junjin never liked her, so it could be Miss Jia. But lately they have often been in contact with each other, so this is not her either. At the same time, Jia Yanyan also came to the music festival. All the people who were there were very surprised to see a mermaid. Along with the girl came another woman who said that right now Ling Han is also here with Elder Gu, and they can't be pinched by her. But Xia Yanyan stated that her weak voice will never compare with her. Besides this, Xia Yanyan's friend heard yesterday that Elder Gu made a post yesterday in which he tried to find the person who played the piano, and if he finds out that Xia Yanyan can also play, he will be pleasantly impressed. After that, the girl began to give everyone autographs. Think that in this world no one can compare with a mermaid like her. Suddenly the phones of all the people who were at that event began to receive notifications. Deciding to look because of what notification came, Xia Yanyan's friend was in complete shock. As it turned out, Junjin began to make posts in which he wrote that mermaid maiden is always called babe, and he wants to find a lawyer in order to send a letter to those who spread rumors about this mermaid. At that moment, all the reporters who were in the hall pointed their cameras and phones towards the girls, and they all began to get nervous. In addition, Chang raised his hand and asked the girl what she thought of Junjin's actions after reading his Weibo post. Xia Yanyan, worried, answered that everyone gathered here not to discuss this topic but for the music festival, and it would be better for him if she answered questions related to this festival. After that, the guy looked at the main character and said that he had already helped her take revenge on Xia Yanyan, and Xinguang is just worth looking at her face. Besides, you can help her by writing those posts. Suddenly, one of the workers told all the reporters that the music festival was about to begin and asked all the people to sit in their seats in the media area. At that moment, Chang added that after a while, the main characters would not have to take notes of Mr. Gu's speech, and the name has yet to be interviewed. While the main character was enjoying the festival and taking notes, Xia Yanyan was angry and consoled herself that this is still a political marriage, and in fact, Junjin doesn't care about the main character. A man with a microphone from the stage told everyone that he would now invite Mr. Gu to give the opening speech. "Come on stage." A man with a microphone asked Gu if he made a post yesterday that he wrote that he was looking for someone. The man agreed and added that yesterday he accidentally heard a song that he considers a rare masterpiece. But unfortunately, when he already wanted to find the person who played this song, he disappeared from that moment. He just can't forget it. And to be honest, he wants to again hear it at least once in your life. Xia Yanyan, and realized that if she said that the person who played the piano was she hid, she would be able to divert attention media. At that moment, her friend stood up and said that the person was Xia Yanyan. All the people in the hall were simply shocked and could not believe in the talent of Xia Yanyan. At that moment, the girl began to pretend that she allegedly didn't want everyone to know about it. But now it's too late, since she already said. Xinguang ate popcorn and enjoyed watching this theater. She also said that if they don't win the Golden Broom Award, she won't watch it. At the same time, Xia Yanyan was talking to her friend who tried to convince her to go on the stage and play this song to fulfill Mr. Gu. Also, it will be a very good opening of this music festival. After that, the guy with the microphone asked Xia Yanyan to go to the piano and play the masterpiece that she played then. Looking into the eyes of Mr. Gu, Xia Yanyan still got drunk and prepared to start the song. At that moment, the main character realized that Xia Yanyan should now show her acting skills. Xia Yanyan began to play the piano, which greatly surprised everyone present at this music festival. Mr. Gu was smiling and listening to the song, and he even started to like it, while the guy with the microphone was trying to tell him something. After Xia Yanyan finished, she pretended to cry and said that she could never imagine in her life that Mr. Gu would like her song so much, and now she is sincerely very happy. The guy with the microphone said that music critics on social media say that Xia Yanyan dominates the music charts just because she has a natural mermaid voice. The girl was happy and said that initially she wanted to improve this song before releasing it. But since the man liked this song so much, she already wants to release it but doesn't know what to call it. So she asked if name Lifetime is good. At the same time, Xinguang listened to what Xia Yanyan was talking about, and she was very unhappy about it. In addition, there was one girl next to her who did not like that Xia Yanyan thinks better of herself just because she is a mermaid. After that, in a whisper, she asked the main character if she was her anti-fan, which surprised Xinguang a little, and she stated that she had never harassed a celebrity in her life. Suddenly, Mr. Gu laughingly told Xia Yanyan not to name this song in any way, which greatly surprised the girl, and she blushed all over because she did not want some old man to dishonor her. After that, the man said that although her song is good, unfortunately this is not what he wanted, and the girl had better change the name of this song. After that, he told all the people that it turns out this music is not the one he heard then. Then he asked the rest of the people and the media to help him find the person who played that song then, since he still cannot forget it. Xia Yanyan, worried, told the man that she has a bunch of different interesting songs in the album, and at any moment she can write a song for him. But Mr. Gu did not listen to the girl and turned around and left her, saying that she seems rather boring. That's why she needs to go to rest. At that moment, Xia Yanyan finally lost her face and dignity. At that moment, Xinguang began to sing the melody that Mr. Gu is looking for. To hear in this, he was in complete shock and wanted to quickly find the person who does it. Suddenly, a ray of light fell on the main character so that everyone knew something she sings. Mr. Gu asked the main character to sing again because he didn't hear well last time. Meanwhile, Xia Yanyan just burned with anger and didn't understand why Xinguang was bothering her again. Xinguang decided to fulfill the request of the man, and she began to sing again. Her voice and melody were so pleasant that everyone just fell silent and listened to it with pleasure. At that moment, Mr. Gu finally realized that she was the one who played the piano last night. But the main character replied that it was actually not her, but her friend, whose name is Yueji, who is a little shy and did not come with her today. Xia Yanyan looked at Xinguang with anger. And I don't understand why this poisonous snake is constantly appearing everywhere. Mr. Gu noticed Xia Yanyan's anger but decided not to do anything. Asked the main character if she can play the piano. If so, she must definitely play because he wants to listen to her song a little more. After hearing this, Xia Yanyan was completely shocked and realized that this old man wants to prank her right in front of the whole crowd, and she definitely needs to come up with something quickly in order not to embarrass herself even more. At the same time, Xinguang almost touched the piano with her small fingers to show her hidden talent. Last night she played according to her feelings because she was very upset, and now she will play in a good mood. She started playing, and her talent captivated all the people and they liked this song very much. In addition, music critics have noticed that the quality of this song is much better than that of Xia Yanyan. In addition, they feel that this song is full of real feelings. Xia Yanyan still didn't leave the stage. She was contemplating some plan to save her reputation. Suddenly, Xinguang noticed that Xia Yanyan lost consciousness. One of the presenters of this festival started shouting into the microphone for someone to call the rescuers. All the journalists who were at this event immediately picked up their cameras and started taking pictures of it all, as it would be viral news, while the guards tried to stop them, but they didn't succeed. Xinguang began to worry about Xia Yanyan's health, but Mr. Gu told her not to worry as she was just pretending. Noticing this, the main character immediately apologized and bowed to the man. At the same time, he was very interested in the name of this talented girl. Xinguang gave her name. At that moment, Mr. Gu said with a smile that he did not know a single person whose name would be Yueji. The main character was just in shock. I don't understand how the man knows about this, but he explained this by saying that he not only saw through her lies, but also found out that Xinguang was in love with someone. She immediately began to deny it, saying that she did not love anyone, but the man immediately stopped her, saying that Xinguang admired one man for a long time. So her song that she sang yesterday carried a sad tone, but today this song is full of love and sweetness. At that moment, the main character immediately began to remember Junjin, who wiped her head with towels, and she blushed all over. At the same time, a black luxury car raced at the speed of a flush through the city. In this car was Junjin, who was very interested in why Xia Yanyan came to the restaurant yesterday at the same time as him. Fu Zuo stated that according to his last analysis, his boss is clearly dating someone, so he assumed that he has feelings for Miss Xia, so he specifically asked the girl to come along with his boss. At that moment, Junjin was just furious and ordered the guy to stop the car right now and get out of it. Fu Zuo became very nervous and tried to explain something to him and apologize, saying that he would not do it again. But the boss did not listen to him. So after a couple of seconds, the guy was already on his knees in some forest. Junjin left him here and just drove on. Looking out the window, he didn't understand why so many people think he really likes Xia Yanyan when he doesn't. His friend said that today because he likes mermaids, and his whole life is full of different pictures of mermaids. Besides, in this world, Jia Yanyan is the only one, so all people think so. The guy stated that he believes that he doesn't like Xia Yanyan at all, and just likes mermaids, and that's it. Then, grinning, he asked his boss if he has known Xinguang for a long time. He also stated that he most likely likes her. Junjin blushed and firmly said that he did not know how long they had known each other, and he did not like her at all. But the driver understood that his boss was just pretending. After a while, they still stopped and Junjin got out of the car, not noticing how Fuzuo was shorting some bike and rushing at great speed to his boss in order to tell something very important. Not having time to stop properly, he immediately said that Xinguang had just been taken away, which greatly shocked Junjin, and he asked what happened and why she was taken away. Fuzuo said that the National Treasure Committee had just contacted him and said that Miss Ye has been taken to tea. Junjin was simply shocked and realized that if the National Treasure Committee took Xinguang away, it could mean that she insulted Xia Yanyan. Junjin's friend took out his phone and said that the news was spreading on social media that the maid of Jia family did not accept her dismissal, so she tied up Miss Xia for blackmail and revenge. Because of this, Xia Yanyan got very angry and was hospitalized. At that moment, Junjin turned around and asked if this had anything to do with his lover, and if the National Treasure Protection Bureau knew that Xinguang was a mermaid. The guy said that this organization was created specifically for Xia Yanyan, and they must always protect it, since it is a sacred and inviolable treasure. As a result, until they see that someone insulted Xia Yanyan, they will immediately go to the person who is Didi. Junjin angrily said that this is a waste of taxpayers' money and the state should disband this organization because it is useless. After that, he ordered Fuzuo to cancel all upcoming appointments as they were on their way to the National Protection Bureau. At the same time, the main character was in some kind of corridor where the guards were in front of her, and they wanted to let her go. She stated that she is an ordinary reporter and never intended to encroach on the national treasure. In addition, the main character was invited to the stage to play a song, and she did nothing wrong, Xia Yanyan. Therefore, she is not guilty. The guard, holding his glasses, said that the situation was very absurd and mystical, so there is no need to say more. In addition, Miss Xia is the only mermaid in the whole country, and Xinguang cannot shoulder this responsibility. Pointing the finger at the heroine, the guard said that since the girl is a citizen, she must love and protect the national treasure. If Xia Yanyan is harmed, the national treasure will completely die out, which is a huge loss for the whole country. At that moment, Xinguang could no longer contain her anger in herself and shouted that if they were afraid that the national treasure might die out, then they should marry her to someone. And after that, it is worth starting to give birth to a lot of children in order for the population to increase. And after that, even donate some mermaids to other countries. The guy calmed down and asked the main character to be serious. He also said that the main character is here only because Miss Jia was benevolent, and accordingly she should apologize to the mermaid for what she did. Otherwise, Xinguang will have to go to jail for several months. Hearing this, the main character was simply shocked and did not understand what she should apologize for since nothing happened and she did nothing. Looking into the room, she noticed Jia Yanyan, who was talking to her parents, who were very worried about her daughter's health. Although in fact, she was not even sick and was just pretending. Xinguang remembered how one day in her childhood, her mother told her that her sister is now sick and they should take care of her. Xinguang just wanted to play with her parents, but they didn't even pay attention to her, and it hurt him a lot. One day she also got sick, and she had a fever. She couldn't even do anything about it, and just begged her parents for help, with the hope that they would help her. But her mom was just yelling at her saying she shouldn't get sick, and asking her daughter to stop drawing attention to herself as it irritates her so much. At that moment, the brother of the protagonist approached her and hugged her and asked his mother why they don't take care of her anymore. But the mother answered with indifference if she does, then she won't have enough time to take care of Xia Yanyan, whom she loves more. In addition, Xinguang looks very ugly, and a child like her will never understand. She also said that she wants to rise above the class and become upper class, and in order to achieve this goal, she can only rely on Xia Yanyan. Meanwhile, the main character, trying to calm down, nevertheless decided to go into the room where her evil sister was. She noticed her real mother, who was unhappy to see the man who hurt her daughter. She immediately told Xinguang to wait here since Xia Yanyan is sleeping now, so she needs to wait until she wakes up, and after that go to her and apologize. Smiling, the main character realized that her mother could not even recognize her. Grinning, Xinguang stated that she did not come here to apologize in order to collect debt. After that, she immediately ran to her sister's bed. Her mother tried to stop her, but he couldn't do it. Besides, the father just sat and read the newspaper and, raising his head, was simply shocked. He screaming asked who gave Xinguang permission to come here, call her an uneducated person. At that moment, the main character took a chair and sat on it, saying that her education does not allow her to respect them. Her parents were just furious and did not understand how this child could be so rude towards them, and said that if she continues to be rude to them, then she will go to jail. Xinguang was not afraid of prison, and with a smirk asked her parents if they knew how many years they would have to spend in prison for murdering a national treasure. You will hear that the parents were completely at a loss and said that they would never kill their own daughter. After that, the main character said that she did not come here to play with them in order to advise them not to touch her in the future, and it would be better for everyone if they keep their distance. Suddenly, Xia Yanyan, who had been pretending to sleep all this time, suddenly woke up, and pointing her finger at her sister, she did not understand what nonsense Xinguang was talking about, saying that if she did not apologize, she would ask the investigator to take her away. Clapping her hands, the main character said that she didn't care, and she could call anyone. Besides, she would be happy to see the investigators here to hear how two parents threw their 6-year-old daughter into the sea, leaving her alone to fight for her life. Besides, the National Conservation Departments will also be very interested in this. Parents and their beloved daughter will be simply shocked by what they heard and did not understand what the main character was talking about. At that moment, Xia Yanyan said that her parents gave birth to only one mermaid, and that was her. The main character pretended to be very surprised by this and said that when she was little, she saw how her parents threw one mermaid into the ocean, and she filmed it on camera, although in fact it was a mermaid, but she decided not to tell Xia Yanyan about it. She then asked her parents if she should send such valuable material to the National Treasure Protection Bureau. When parents heard this, they were simply shocked and began to get very worried, because for this crime, they could be imprisoned for many years. Xia Yanyan started screaming, saying that the main character is just lying and she really had a little sister who was very sick at birth and no one could heal her. So her parents decided to throw her into the sea. Xinguang's mother stated that she loved the child she threw into the sea very much, but unfortunately, this child was sick with a serious illness. At that moment, the main character calmly said that all this was a lie, since in fact they did it in order to save their beloved daughter. In addition to this, Miss Jia suffered from chronic leukemia since childhood, and because of this, her parents sacrificed their second daughter in order to save the life of Xia Yanyan. Looking at Xia Yanyan, Xinguang asked if she likes to live on the deaths of others. At that moment, the girl was completely at a loss and did not understand how the main character knew all this. Mom Xia Yanyan was worried and asked the main character, how did she know all this? To which the main character replied that then she decided to save that little mermaid, and she told her a lot of interesting stories about which she can also tell. After that, Xinguang left without saying that your little mermaid whom she then was she, and no one recognized the main character, even her own parents. Xia Yanyan told her in the back that if she continues to be rude to them, it will not do anything for her. She also said that Junjin loved her all this time, and even if Xinguang manages to get his body, she will never get his heart. At that moment, the main character got very angry, and wanting to open the door said that if this is true, then Junjin does not deserve it. Suddenly, the guy decided to go to the room where he immediately met his beloved woman, which surprised the main character a little. He immediately hugged her with the words that he is worthy of her, and he wants her to love him. Looking at each other's eyes, they were already ready to kiss. Suddenly, the father addressed them, calling Junjin his son-in-law, and asked if he had come here to meet Xia Yanyan. At that moment, the main character immediately pushed her husband away, saying that if he came here to meet Xia Yanyan, then he should not even touch her. But the guy grabbed the main character by the hand and ran somewhere and explained to her that Xia Yanyan is not his people. After that, he sat on the table and put the main character on his feet. Xinguang felt very uncomfortable, and she did not understand what Junjin wants to do now. The parents looked at it. They didn't understand what the guy was doing as they thought he was dating Xia Yanyan. At that moment, he took Xinguang in his hair. The guy admitted that he really likes both of their daughters, which made Xia Yanyan very happy. After that, he added that although he likes both daughters, he does not like Xia Yanyan. Hearing this, Ms. Wang was very angry and did not understand what the guy wanted to say. She also said that if he does not love Xia Yanyan, then he will have to pay for all the pictures and images that he has with the girl, as this violates copyright. Also, Ms. Wang was very interested in who he might like since she has only one daughter. At that moment, Junjin said that this is not true and in his heart, there is another daughter of hers that they know about. At that moment, Ms. Wang remembered the words of Xinguang when she spoke about the fact that she noticed how they threw the mermaid into the sea, and immediately realized that the main character is her second daughter, who still managed to survive. But Ms. Wang continued to deny everything and said that she has only one daughter. The main character looked at it and did not understand why her mother is so cruel. Suddenly, her husband abruptly hugged her, which surprised her a little, and with loving eyes, she looked at his face. At that moment, he asked Ms. Wang if she was afraid that God would punish him for what she had done. When she heard this, the woman simply fell to the ground, being in a stupor, and did not know how to react to this and what to do. After that, the guy approached the mermaid, stating that they would never get married, at the same time hugging the main character. Then, they left Xia Yanyan alone together and left the room, saying that Xinguang is the only woman he truly loves, and Xia Yanyan better never get involved in their relationship as she will regret it. Meanwhile, the girl was just in shock and could not close her mouth in surprise. She did not understand why the guy did not tell her that he was dating her little sister. She also added that Xinguang could never compare to her, calling her an ugly fish. After that, the heroes calmly went about their business. After a while, the couple was already in their car. The main character was sitting on her phone. But in fact, she wanted to talk to Junjin, who was very busy and had been talking to someone on the phone for an hour about the World Economic Congress. But in fact, the guy called himself crazy because he published the news that he likes the youngest daughter of the Xia family. Also, looking at the face of his wife, he was very interested in what she thought of him, and what she thought when he said those words to her mother. Looking at Xinguang's phone with one eye, he noticed that she was chatting with some man. As it turned out, the main character talked with Han Cheng-bei, who asked the girl if she could go with him to the island where her home is, since he and his friends are looking for an island where they could relax. And since Xinguang already knows this island, she can tell them about it. She was very glad that she could finally return home, as she had missed him for a long time. Also, Han Cheng-bei wrote that Xinguang is his big sister and the hope of his life. Junjin got a little angry because he didn't like some man talking to his woman. The guy said indignantly that he should go back to the city tonight, since he will have an economic conference tomorrow morning that he can't miss in any way, so Xinguang will go with him. The main character was at a loss, and the fact that she would go with her husband to such an important conference, so she didn't understand why she should follow him since she hadn't even prepared her stuff. And besides, she had small plans for tomorrow. The guy touching his forehead with his hand said that she should not worry about it. Today he was on the road all day and was very tired, so he asked one person to prepare all the clothes for them and they do not need to worry about it. Looking at her husband, Xinguang wanted to tell him that tomorrow she should meet with Han Cheng-bei in order to go to the island, but if she does, then Junjin will strangle her to death. Touching his hands to Junjin's face, who was all red and looking directly into his eyes, the main character asked why he wants her to go with him. The guy said that since she is a reporter, she would most likely like to interview someone. Xinguang did not understand why she did this because the TV station did not assign her to be at that event. Therefore, she is not responsible for this interview. At that moment, the guy said that she could figure everything out herself, since a soldier who does not want to become a general is not good soldier. In addition, he promised that tomorrow he would prepare an interview for her with the biggest figures in the economy. No one will have this interview, since it will be exclusive. Hearing this, Xingguang was overjoyed and agreed. After that, she took her phone in hand and decided to write to Han Cheng-bei that tomorrow she would not be able to go to the island with him due to the fact that she had an urgent job. Meanwhile, Han Cheng-bei was very upset by the fact that he won't be able to meet the main character tomorrow. Throwing away his phone, he told his friend that he is an elite man and many women are chasing him, but right now he has canceled a date with another woman. He told his friend, whose name is Lu, that his big sister won't be able to meet them and go to the island as she will be working overtime. Also, Han Cheng-bei was very curious why that island interested Lu so much. The guy holding a mug of tea in his hand said that recently now he wants to find a quiet place to rest by the waste, and if the main character does not have free time, then let Han Cheng-bei make another appointment. One of the servants approached Lu, noticing that he looks very tired now, so he suggested that he find another island to rest. But the guy threw some book on the table, which this servant immediately took. Opening the book, he was simply shocked because it was written about some woman who was somehow connected with that island. In this book, it was written that Xingguang was able to touch the heart of Ye Junjin, and the guy did not understand how an ordinary girl could make Junjin fall in love with her. Lu, looking out the window, said what exactly he wants to find out, and for this he needs to fly to her home island. Also, the guy did not understand how the pairing system could choose her and one of the top 10 richest single people in this country. But he assumed it was just luck. But Lu stated that relying on luck is not enough, and Xingguang's personality is very strange. Lu wants to find out everything about Xia Yanyan and Ye Junjin, but Xingguang is a mystery, so she should be investigated first. Meanwhile, the heroes were on a plane that had already taken off. On this plane were a bunch of important personalities from the world of the economy, and they all slept peacefully in their places. Suddenly, Junjin felt something strange and immediately realized that his illness is occurring right now. The guy's friend immediately noticed how his old illness was coming back again, and they had to quickly come up with something. At that moment, Junjin got fangs and asked his friend to tell the pilot to find the nearest place to land because there are a lot of people on this plane. He is afraid that he will not be able to control himself. After that, the guy got up and went to some room. At the same time, his friend called someone and asked Junjin to be patient for a while, since they will solve this problem now. The guy went into the room of the main character where she slept peacefully. Looking at her, he realized that he should do everything possible so that Xingguang would not see him like that. So he immediately closed the door and ran to another room. Shutting himself off from all the people, he began to sweat a lot, and his heart ached a lot. He also asked his guys to guard this place for him, and no matter what he does, they should not let him out under any circumstances. This is his order, and they should not disobey. Besides, they should try not to wake up Xingguang. Then the guards agreed and said that they would follow all orders. Suddenly, Xingguang came out of her room, who was very sleepy and did not understand what was happening at all. The guard immediately stopped her, saying that she needed to go back to her room in order to rest, and he would wake her up. When the plane landed, suddenly, knocks on the door were heard from the toilet, which scared the girl a little, and she asked the guys what was going on there. The guard said that Junjin drank too much of it. He got drunk, and now he's a little crazy. At that moment, the main character immediately remembered the case when her husband also felt very bad, and she yelled at the guards saying that he was not really drunk. It had something to do with his old illness. The guards were just shocked, as they didn't know that the main character was aware of Junjin's illness. The guy said that Junjin's disease recurs without any patterns, and it is very difficult to predict when it will appear again. That is why he needs so many guards. They are needed not to protect him, but to protect others from him. At that moment, the main character is why everything this time he needed so many cars, as she thought he just likes to show off. The blows on the door got harder and harder, and the door was so damaged that it almost broke. Xingguang asked the guard at the door to open the door and let him go. As he must be in great pain right now, he should be helped as soon as possible. Xiao Yun, looking at all this, remembered one incident from his childhood when he played with Junjin, and the guy accidentally attacked the dog and drank all his blood. Then Junjin began to ask Xiao Yun to help him somehow, and even to tie him up so that he would not do this again. Meanwhile, the main character's husband tied his hands with a tie so that he would not accidentally break the door completely and injure her. Junjin understood that if he put Xingguang in his heart, you should be very careful with her. He also asked himself if she was ready to live with a monster like him. Suddenly he lost control of himself again, and by force tore the tie that tied his hands. After that, he hit the door behind which the main character was with all his might. Making a hole in the door there, he saw his wife, who looked at him with interest and was very worried about him. At that moment, the guy immediately turned around so that she would not see him. He also ordered Xiao Yun to remove the main character from here, as it was not safe for him. Then, Xiao Yun stood in front of the girl like a wall to prevent her from going inside that room, and once again asked him to go back to his bedroom. Xing Guang began to explain that it was not good to lock him in the toilet, and all he needed now was to stand still and take a pillow. All the guards, including Xiao Yun, were at a loss and did not understand why the boss needed a pillow, since they had never heard before that a pillow could alleviate his illness. The main character, screaming and blushing, declared that the last time his illness recurred, he hugged her like a pillow, and after that, everything returned back to normal. After that, she pushed the guard aside, saying that he needs to stay away and let him go because there are a lot of different bacteria in that toilet, and as a result, he can get even more different diseases. One of the guards, worried, did not understand how his boss hugged Xing Guang all the time and never bit her. Since this is simply impossible, during his illness, his desire to drink blood takes over the mind. At the same time as the guard was saying this, Junjin started yelling, ordering him to shut up and not tell all this to her. Xing Guang was worried, and the whole loss did not understand what kind of strange disease it was, and why it caused a sharp desire to drink blood. After that, she immediately ran to her room, closing the door. And all this was watched by her husband, who was a little glad that she did it anyway, because in this way he could not harm her. After coming out of the restroom, he asked Xiao Yun to find something solid to hold him back, since he can't afford to turn into a blood-sucking monster again. After a couple of minutes, the guy was already tied with iron chains to his chair. Xiao Yun suddenly approached him holding a glass of water and offered it to his boss, saying that the water could calm him down. He also stated that Xing Guang is an ordinary girl who recently graduated from college, and she had never seen such things, so she might be a little scared now. Suddenly, Xing Guang came out of the room, who for some reason was very happy, and in her hands was a small bowl with some contents. One of the guards looked at what was in this mug and saw that it was something red, and he suggested something might be real blood, which scared him a lot. Hearing this, Junjin was simply shocked and did not understand what his wife was doing, and why she dared to take her blood in order to give him. The main character immediately stopped him and said that now he is delusional, and in fact it is not blood, but it can help him calm down if he drinks all this. Junjin was at a loss, did not understand what it could be. He also always thought that the main character hates him, and instead of staying away from him as far as possible, she decided to take her blood in order to give him. When the bowl was already next to his face, he immediately started yelling and ordering Xiao Yun to get the main character out of here. Seeing how her husband does not want to drink this liquid, the main character grabbed his cheeks, preparing to do something with him. Suddenly, she decided to drink this liquid herself. After that, she passionately kissed her husband, and in this way she was able to give him a drink of the liquid that could calm him down and help him. They kissed for a very long time, and the guy looked at the girl and could not take his eyes off her. At the same time, the guards looked at all this and were simply shocked and did not know how to react to all this. After the hero finished kissing, Junjin asked his wife if she felt ashamed. But Xing Guang stated that she doesn't feel back since they are a legal couple. And why is he spouting such nonsense? Junjin stammeringly said that it's just a contract. At that moment, the main character, clapping him on the shoulder, said that she knows that he does not love her, since in the hospital the guy did not say that he loves the youngest daughter of the Xia family. And naturally, this is Xia Qiongqiong. Sighing deeply, the guy asked himself when Xing Guang would finally understand that he was talking about her then. After that, he ordered his guards to take the main character away as quickly as possible, which they began to do. Left alone, Junjin was at a loss and did not understand why Xing Guang decided to take her blood and even feed him with it. Then he slowly began to understand that the girl might have already changed and did not hate him anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Yun approached his boss and said that this liquid does not seem to be blood, and most likely they misunderstood Xing Guang. so he will now ask him. But Junjin was already very tired and just fell asleep. Asked his guys not to wake him up before they landed. Waking up in the middle of the flight, he noticed that his illness began to heal very quickly, which he was very surprised, and immediately realized that this was somehow connected with the liquid that he drank. After that, he decided to go to Xingguang's room, and when he saw her sleeping very sweetly, he just couldn't take his eyes off her. He also remembered the moment when she kissed him so that he would drink that liquid, and remember that he felt very embarrassed and blushed all over. Junjin wanted to fix his wife's blanket so it wasn't cold but accidentally fell on her. He was right in front of the main character's face, and I even think about kissing her, but immediately changed his mind because he doesn't want to wake her up. Suddenly, Xingguang smelled some familiar smell. At the same time, the main character had wonderful dreams that she is in the form of a mermaid and lives somewhere underwater, and she is also the queen about this dream. Her throne is a huge pearl, and she even has her own servants. They are not servants who were also a mermaid and came to their queen saying that there are humans claiming to be marriage subjects who wants to meet her. Xingguang was a little surprised by this and said that he never had any objects, and people most likely simply deceived them. After that, she ordered her services to catch the person who deceived them as quickly as possible, since she wants to look at the one who behaves so arrogantly. After a while, the servants came with some man who had a black mask on his face. The main character told him that she was the queen of all mermaids. All those who dared to deceive her must die. But the guy did not listen to her and immediately kissed her hand on one knee. He called Xingguang his beloved and stated that he would never cheat on her. He also added what is the object of her first kiss. Xingguang was at a loss and did not understand anything. Suddenly turning around, she saw another guy who was unhappy with the fact that the main character kissed some unknown guy. Xingguang started explaining that this is not true and she doesn't even know who it is, but the guy did not listen to her and immediately grabbed her hand along with the guy with the mask, who apparently was Junjin. Suddenly, the main character woke up in her bed and realized that it was just some kind of terrible dream in which she had a dream that toxic guy. Also, she did not understand who the guy with the black mask was and why he was talking about some kind of first kiss. Xingguang lost her first kiss when she was thrown into the sea. At that moment, one boy on a piece of board quickly swam up to her in order to save her. This boy's name was Qin Junye, and he is an unhappy child who has never had fun in his life. At that moment, he took and kissed the main character who was still unconscious. After that, they tried to swim to land together, going through a huge number of different trials, one of which was that did not allow them to swim. But Qin Junye strongly supported Xingguang, telling her not to be afraid, because he would protect her. And without his help, she would not be able to be here today, however. After he saved her a huge wave of the wing of heroes, and the guy went underwater. In his last words, he asked the main character to swim away from here as quickly as possible, and not worry about him, as he will be able to get out. But unfortunately, he still couldn't get out and died. Being in front of the mirror, Xingguang remembered that his death anniversary is coming soon, and it's worth burning all the votive paper for him. Suddenly looking in the mirror, she noticed something strange, namely that her lips turned pink, which she was very surprised but did not pay due attention to. After dressing, she left her room and noticed that the plane had almost landed. Besides that, she did not understand why the atmosphere in the plane was so strange. At that moment, Junjin came out of his room and covered his face with his hand. Xiao Yun told the main character that he would soon take her to the hotel because Junjin needed to go somewhere urgently. After some time, the main character, along with Xiao Yun, arrived at the hotel, where they met two girls, one of whom asked what Xingguang was doing here. She explained this topic that he should have a meeting with big figures today in order to interview them, so the leader sent her here. As it turned out, one of these girls was Ying Ying, who was very unhappy to see the main character here, and her friend said that according to the traditions of their company, this interview should be the most beautiful reporter. Xiao Yun was about to leave and said that Junjin is already at a meeting with celebrities from the financial world, so Xingguang can rest and eat for a while, and then interview them after hearing this from Ying Ying, since she has long wanted to see the husband of the main character. But the guy said that Junjin only invited Miss Ye. After hearing this, Ying Ying was unhappy, and since she is also a reporter, and also wants to interview those celebrities. The same time, the main character said that her husband has already contacted young Master Ye, so she will go first. However, Ying Ying suddenly grabbed Xingguang's hand, saying that she was the reporter who should interview those famous people, and the girl was unhappy that the main character came here. Ying Ying suggested that the main character feels angry because she stole her boyfriend, namely Shi Yin-chun. Xingguang angrily said that she stopped paying attention to Shi Yin-chun a long time ago because she is no longer interested in him. If they both want to get married, then she wishes them great happiness. Secondly, if Ying Ying also wants to interview those personalities, then she will ask her husband to arrange this. After that, she started laughing, saying that she remembered that her husband couldn't do it. Ying Ying was just furious and wanted to see the main character's husband as soon as possible, as she was very interested in whether he was so powerful. First, Xingguang, some supercar, picked Xingguang up. Now she has an interview booked with big figures from the financial world, and she was very unhappy that the main character is very happy since she should be in her place. At the same time, the main character, along with her driver, is in front of the entrance to the office where her husband communicates with all the big figures of the financial world. But Junjin has not arrived yet, and Xiao Yun asked the main character to enter and sit next to Junjin's position. Taking a deep breath, Xingguang still decided to go. She introduced herself as reporters from Kyoko TV station, and her husband Mr. Ye arranged for her to have a private interview with everyone. She nevertheless found a place where she could sit down. I was next to some man who immediately began to pour wine into her glass, saying that Xingguang is very beautiful, and if she drinks the whole glass of wine, they will immediately start the interview. Xingguang immediately refused wine, stating that she was allergic to wine and the only thing she could drink was green tea. The man got a little pissed, saying that if she didn't drink, then she didn't respect him. Besides, they wouldn't let them interview if she didn't drink this glass of wine. Xingguang was in a desperate situation, so she had to take this glass and say that she would drink it. Suddenly, a man grabbed a glass from the hands of the main character, saying that cheer drink with her wine glass doesn't suit Suou. This man turned out to be Junjin, who arrived at the meeting on time, holding glasses of wine in his hands. He said that if Suou wants to drink, then let him drink with him. At that moment, Xia Zhaoye was very surprised that Junjin cares so much about his employees, and accordingly, he is a very good boss. Suddenly, the guy took out his phone, an application with which guys can see if they were chosen as husbands, and it was written that Xia Zhaoye could become Xingguang's husband, but then she chose a different number. This surprised the girl a little, and she said that it was true, since she saw this number in the civil department. Xia Zhaoye did not understand why Xingguang did not choose him since his number was very beautiful, and only consisted of 8s. The main character laughingly replied that at that moment she really would like to take this number, but the system gave her a very short time, and he didn't even have time to think which number to choose, and the system automatically chose the number instead of her. Junjin, blushing all over, was unhappy that his wife said that she would not choose him, since the strong should win and the weak should lose, and she should not sympathize with them. At that moment, Suou said that Junjin would not be able to protect his wife. Thus, since he just wanted to have a drink with her, he does not understand why he is embarrassing him. Then the guy angrily said that if Suou feels uncomfortable, then he can go out. This surprised all the other guys a little who didn't understand what it could mean. And then they immediately realized that Junjin and Xingguang were not just ordinary work colleagues, but could even be a couple. Then Tu Hao stood up and asked Junjin to introduce them all to the female protagonist as they are looking forward to it. At that moment, Xingguang felt very embarrassed as her true identity was revealed, and now everyone knows that she is Xingguang's wife. When Tu Hao extended his hand to Xingguang to shake hands, Junjin immediately stopped him, a little surprised the guy as he just wanted to get to know the main character better. Also, Suou was now very ashamed of everything he had done and said what she was before, so he would punish himself and drink. Already 3 glasses of wine alone. He then added that he wanted to be interviewed first. Tu Hao said with a smile that he also wants to be interviewed first, otherwise they will fight for her. All this time, the main character felt very embarrassed because when everyone found out her real personality, they began to treat her strangely. After a while, she already came home and took a deep breath. She was finally able to relax normally, as she was very tired today. In addition, she did not even have time to take a normal interview all day. Since when she was already interviewing someone, instead of hearing a normal answer, Xinguang received questions about her personal life in response. After that, the main character asked Fu Zhuo if there are any agreements planned for today, and if not, then she wants to take a little walk today. The guy replied that today was free all day but did not understand where she wanted to go already, and thought that he already needed to prepare a car for him. Xinguang stated that her husband's birthday would be soon, so she wanted to go to the gift shop and buy gifts for him. Hearing this, Fu Zhuo was intrigued, as this is his only chance to redeem himself. Besides, the main character is a recent college graduate, so she must have money problems, and it would be difficult to buy an expensive gift for her. So, taking out his black card, the guy said that Xinguang can use this card to buy a gift. The main character was, "Why should she use some card to buy a gift, Junjin?" Showing thumbs up, Fu Zhuo asked Xinguang to believe him because the gift is important for the heart, and Junjin will not understand who paid for it. After that, the guy added that the car is ready and the girls should hurry up. Besides, he will keep it all a secret. Xinguang took the card and was a little surprised at the speed of the car arriving. She left, leaving the guy alone in the house, but he had something on his mind. Taking out his phone, Fu Zhuo called Junjin, and with a smile asked the boss to guess where his wife should go. Junjin was not in a good mood anyway, and said that if he wants to say something, let him say it quickly. Otherwise, he will hang up. At that moment, Fu Zhuo replied that she had left to buy him a birthday present. Hearing this, Junjin was very surprised that the main character took the initiative to buy him a present. Also, Fu Zhuo added that the main character asked him not to say anything because she wants it to be a surprise. Junjin decided that if she wanted to, he would pretend that he didn't know anything. Hung up. He smiled and did not understand why Xinguang suddenly became so cute. Previously, she would never even remember his birthday. Now she slips away to buy him a gift. Since the girl is preparing a gift for him, he should also prepare a surprise for her even more. So he called Fu Zhuo again, ordering him to make arrangements quickly. Meanwhile, the main character was already in the city and was thinking what gift to buy for her. Suddenly, a notification came to her phone. Looking at who I wrote, she saw that these were messages from Fu Zhuo, who advised her to congratulate her husband as early as possible in the morning, and she would be the first to congratulate him. But unfortunately, she will not be able to congratulate him in the morning, so she said that she would congratulate him at 12 o'clock in the evening. But Fu Zhuo wrote something. It will be too late since Junjin will already be asleep. Thinking, Xinguang remembered that in addition to the fact that tomorrow is her husband's birthday, tomorrow is also Qin Junye's death anniversary. So the girl decided that first she would celebrate Qin Junye's death anniversary, and after that, her husband's birthday. At night of the same day, Xinguang was in the courtyard of her house and carried some bags on her back. She thinks that Junjin is already sleeping, so now it's time to burn some votive paper. Burning paper, she said that Qin Junye, who came from a remote countryside and his whole family were farmers, he did not even finish primary school, but had to go to work already. So it was very easy for such a young person. But after all this, he became shark food in order to save Xinguang. Now the girl understands that then she would be able to save herself, even if she was very small. Suddenly the girl felt that someone began to approach her from behind, and immediately realized who it could be. That person turned out to be Junjin, who spent the whole night trying to find her. After that, he took out his phone and asked Fu Zhuo not to look for her anymore, since he already found her. Xinguang was very surprised that her husband was still awake. Junjin touched his forehead with his hand, and a little upset said that the maid noticed that Xinguang was missing, so they spent the whole night trying to find her. Also, he did not understand why she ran away here in the middle of the night to burn some papers. Xinguang apologized for not telling him what she wanted to do. She also said that she was burning papers not for him, but for her friend. The guy angrily asked why she was doing all this, and he thought what should be done specifically in order to curse him. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, the main character told him that he was wrong, misunderstood everything. But the guy did not listen and just left with the thought that he was wrong, and Xinguang has not changed yet. She yelled at him and asked him to stop. How could she explain everything? She also did not understand why he immediately began to think badly about her. But the guy did not listen and said that he had better separate. He also realized that he better not be delirious thinking about her. Xingguang is left alone, and look at how her husband leaves. She understands that it will be very difficult for her to explain to him why she did all this. So she decided that tomorrow she would go to him and explain everything. In addition, she hopes that he will not forbid her to attend his birth, since she has not even given him a gift yet. Having collected all her things, the main character is already about to leave, but behind her was Xiao Yun, who had an order to take Xingguang to the hotel. She also asked the guy to help her with a gift. If her husband does not calm down until tomorrow, then he will have to give him her gift. And this gift is on the nightstand in her room. But the guy said that it would be better if she herself gives him that gift. Being next to the car, the main character looked at the house in which her husband is. After that, she got into the car. Meanwhile, Junjin was looking out the window for all this, and he did not understand what to do with Xingguang. The next day, the main thing was talking to Xiao Yun on the phone, and she asked him not to send a car to her as she had already called a taxi, and she would be able to get to her work on her own. Sitting in a taxi next to her, she saw another guy, which was very surprised. The driver excitedly said that it's just carpooling. He also asked her if she was okay with it, as business is not easy at all today, and he hopes she will understand. Xingguang said that she wants to get to the TV station. The driver said that this station is just on his way, and they can quickly get there. When she looked at her location, Xingguang got scared because the driver was driving the wrong way. She immediately started yelling at him, saying that he was going somewhere wrong and asking where he wants to go. After that, she tried to open the door and ordered the taxi driver to stop it so that she could get out. Suddenly, the guy who was next to the girl grabbed her by the mouth so that she would not scream and not attract too much attention. At that moment, the girl realized that they wanted to kidnap her. She quickly reacted and grabbed the guy by the throat and began to attack him in the face with her fists, hitting him. Xingguang said that when she was little, she herself dealt with sharks with her bare hands, and it would not be difficult for her to deal with one guy. After that, she asked the driver if he thinks he is stopping, since now she can go to him. But the driver did not even think of stopping and, on the contrary, pressed the gas pedal even harder. Seeing this, the main character took some kind of towel, and with the help of it, they tried to strangle this taxi driver, ordering him to stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would deal with him. The man, fearing for his life, said that he was just hired to do it, and the person who hired him is at the construction site not far from here. He asked him to take Xingguang there, and he will give him the money. At that moment, the girl ordered him to get to the one who hired him, how she wants to see him and figure it out. When he heard this, the guy was perplexed, did not understand why she wants from this, since there will be many men who can easily catch her. After a while, they nevertheless reached the construction site where the guy, without even getting out of the car, began to scream so that they called their brothers, since this girl is very strong, and she was able to deal even with San. All the bandits were too stumps and did not understand what this idiot was talking about. At that moment, the main character hit the driver and he just flew out of the car. The blow was so strong that even the car door broke. Xingguang got out of the car and clenched her fists, and asked if the bandits were ready to fight one at a time or all at once. At that moment, all the men immediately took out their bits and attacked the main character in a crowd, who calmly stood and prepared to fight. At the same time, Junjin was in his house where his birthday was held. Everyone had already gathered to visit, but for some reason he was sad. He was very worried about his wife, whom he couldn't even get through, and even Fuzhuo couldn't find her. Then the guy suggested that Xingguang ran away after what happened yesterday. Suddenly, Jia Zhaoye approached him, holding a glass of wine in his hands. He did not understand why Junjin was so sad. He was also very interested where his wife was. At that moment, Junjin stood up abruptly and just left without answering the guy's questions. Suddenly, one of the girls in tears said that they were doing very well, since Miss Ye is about to be beaten to death. Xia Zhaoye would be at a loss and did not understand what this woman was talking about. She stated that Xingguang was evicted from her house by Master Jin. She was very furious and ran to Xia Zhaoye's house to make mess. Miss Ye was crazy. Apparently because the Yi family's maid was talking nonsense, she come to Miss Ye to vent her anger. Now Xia Zhaoye's house is almost destroyed, and it seems that house is about to collapse. All the people who were at this event began to whisper among themselves, saying that this is a very strange situation. An allegation on the internet is true, because Ye Junjin and Xia Yanyan are really in love. Junjin also wanted to check it out since his wife was lost, and he hasn't been able to contact her for a couple of days. So he ordered Xiao Yun to send people there. Besides that, he didn't understand why she would run to the Xia family to make a mess. And rather, something happened to her. Meanwhile, Xingguang got out of the car and she was heading to some house holding a bat in one hand, using her hand to carry the body of one of the bandits. Loudly opened the door with her foot. She immediately threw this bandit towards the guards, who immediately met the girl at the entrance. Entering the house, she immediately began to destroy everything with a bat. While Xia Yanyan, her parents, watched all this and did not understand why she was doing this. And they said that they would call the police now because the main character entered their house illegally. At that moment, the main character decided to take a break and laughingly declared that they could call the police, since she would just tell them about how they specifically wanted to kidnap her. Xia Yanyan approached her sister and said that she really is a gangster woman. Her father also added that she hit people, ruin everything, so they won't do it anymore and she can safely leave here. Even if the main character has some video evidence, she will not be able to intimidate them in any way. Since Xia Yanyan is a national treasure, and if Xingguang creates many problems, she will suffer from them for a long time. Suddenly, Jia Zhaoye came into the house, who was very interested in what was happening here. At that moment, Xia Yanyan immediately hugged her brother. They say that the main character is a very aggressive woman. Then, Xingguang blushed, as her brother often appeared in her dreams at the moment when her parents threw her into the sea. Then, he appeared and tried to stop the evil parents. The guy started yelling at the main character, ordering her to stop. He also asked her to give you at least one reason why she is doing all this. Suddenly, Junjin came into the house and said that if Xingguang had any problems, he would help her. After that, he approached Xingguang and hugged her and asked her not to worry since he is here, and everything will be fine. At that moment, Ms. Wang began to say that the main character broke into their house and started destroying everything. But the guy did not listen to this and said that if they did not tell the truth, then he would ask his guys to ask how everything was with these bandits. Then this bandit, who felt very bad and could not even speak normally, said that he had nothing to do with it, but he could tell everything as it was. He stated that someone hired him to kidnap Xingguang. After that, they had to take one video from her. Then they had to kill her instantly. Xia Zhaoye did not understand what video the guy was talking about and why he came to his house. Suddenly, Xia Yanyan, screaming, asked her brother not to believe a single word of Xingguang as she is simply jealous. At that moment, Junjin realized that no one wants to tell the truth, so it's time to tell it. He said that his wife, 16 years ago, filmed a video about how Xia Zhaoye's parents filmed how they threw his sister into the sea. Hearing this, the guy was just shocked and did not know how to react to it. Junjin also said that his parents lied to him, and in fact his sister would never run away from home because she was sick. The guy was just in shock despite his parents asking if this is true. Not able to believe you heard the guy said that his sister was only 6 years old then. And when he came home, his parents told him that she had gone somewhere. Besides, that her health was then very poor. Then Jia Zhaoye wanted to know where his sister was, and if she was even alive. But Junjin stated that he does not want to reveal her identity. Crying, the main character realized that her brother really loved her, and he just lied about the fact that she ran away from home. At the same time, Junjin said that she will give them 3 days to sort out their family affairs. After that, they must notify him of this. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. After that, the heroes went to their home. But Xingguang did not stop thinking about her brother, whom she had not seen for a long time. Going out into the street, the girl wanted to go home on foot, as she was angry with her husband. But the guy immediately grabbed the girl and forcibly put her in the car, asking her to calm down because they had to get home. The girl tried to throw herself out of his arms and said that if he didn't let her go, she would hit him. Junjin kissed his wife's forehead and said that after they get in the car, she can hit him as many times as she wants. On the way home, the characters didn't even talk about anything, and the girl just sat looking out the window. When Junjin wanted to touch her, she immediately moved away from him, ordering her not to touch her because she did not like it. Then the guy quickly hugged his wife and apologized for the words that he said yesterday. Besides, today is his birthday, and there is a party at home, so everyone is waiting for them. After that, the guy, looking into the girl's eyes, who was already blushing, said that he was still waiting for a gift from her. At that moment, the main character explained that yesterday when she lit the paper, she did it for her friend who died 10 years ago, saving her. And if he does not believe her, then let him ask Fuzuo to investigate this. Then Fuzuo immediately turned around holding a tablet in his hands, saying that he would definitely investigate everything now and say if this is true. But Junjin, hugging his wife, said something doesn't matter since she agreed to open her heart to explain to him. At that moment, Fuzuo gave the tablet to the guy, saying that the main character really did not lie. And 10 years ago, there was actually a teenager named Chin Jun Ye, who died in an accident at sea. Looking at the time. When this incident happened, Junjin realized that the time and place are very similar. In the summer of 10 years ago, she was actually assassinated at sea. After that, he hugged his beloved woman even tighter and apologized for misunderstanding her. In addition, a large number of different delicious food awaits them at that party, so they need to hurry there. After a while, the main character was already wearing her beautiful dress, and she was enjoying the food. Suddenly, when she was carrying some kind of pie in her hands, some girl ran up behind her and immediately grabbed her. This girl turned out to be a friend of Xinguang named Xiaomi Hu, and they enjoyed the evening together. Suddenly, some women started approaching in their direction, who were unhappy that Xiaomi Hu ran away from them when they asked her to show her how to dance properly. When these women approached the girls, then one of them asked if they knew how to dance. If so, they should go to the center of the lobby to show everyone. Xiaomi Hu told the main character that she only went to school for 2 months, and her legs are still not stable. But that man is not at all thin, and pay attention only to herself while dancing, not caring about person next to him. At that moment, the main character extended her friend's hand and invited her to dance. Winking, Xinguang asked Xiaomi Hu to trust her, as she would do her best to make them stand out in this room. At the same time, all the guys were talking to each other, and one noticed 2 girls who danced very well. These girls turned out to be Xinguang and Xiaomi Hu, whose dance charmed all the visitors, and they couldn't take their eyes off the girls. Suddenly, when Xiaomi Hu opened her eyes, instead of seeing the main character, she saw her boyfriend. At the same time, Xinguang also noticed that she was now dancing with her husband, but she even started to like it, and they looked lovingly into each other's eyes. The guy dancing with the girl said that he did not even know that she could dance so well, and he was wondering how many more surprises she has left waiting for him to exploit. All the people stepped aside and just watched the dance of the heroes. In addition to this, they did not understand the same is the girl who dances with Junjin. Besides, when the guy looks at the girl, his eyes immediately become infatuated. After the hero finished the dance, a crowd of people surrounded them. They all wanted Junjin introduced to everyone who is Xinguang. At the same time, the main character was able to quickly escape from there in order to eat a little, as she has to take care of her stomach. And after that, she will be able to speak normally. At the same time, her husband, touching her fingers to the piano, said that today he wants to introduce everyone to his beloved woman. Xinguang was simply at a loss and did not understand what was happening and what her husband intended to do. Suddenly, the guy began to play a very familiar melody, as it turned out. At that moment, Junjin started to sing. His words were so beautiful that they even touched the main character. Xiao Yun, who was behind Xinguang, smirked and asked him to approach her husband. The main character began to approach, but due to the fact that it was very dark, she saw almost nothing. However, suddenly she stepped on some stars with her foot, which began to glow very beautifully. It looked like magic. All the visitors looked at all this and were shocked by this beauty. Taking his wife by the hand, the guy gently invited her to go together and cut the cake. After that, he offered the girl to eat the first piece of cake. Suddenly, some girl wanted to know the name of this song because it was very beautiful. But Junjin said that this is the most popular song on the internet that has recently appeared, but he just took and added lyrics to it. Name is You Are My Shining Star. He wrote it based on her name, the 3 words in the song's title, it's Xinguang's name. At that moment, one of the girls who was shocked by the beauty of this song asked if she could post a video of them to Weibo. But the guy grabbed his wife that little Shakira was the main character, and she did not understand what Junjin intended to do. After that, They decided to leave this party together. Junjin also stated that he wants to relax a bit and spend time with the girl the country assigned to him, and everyone else can continue to have fun. Entering her room, Xinguang already began to understand what the guy wanted to do. She tried to somehow stop him, but the guy did not listen. The guy put the girl on the armchair. They already wanted to kiss her, and the main character was not against it. However, she suddenly pushed him away with the words that he drank too much alcohol. She also added that she was not a casual woman. Therefore, he should not touch her. Hugging the girl, Junjin said that she knows this, but he wants her to be his gift on his birthday. In addition, everyone has already congratulated him, but not it. At that moment, the girl remembered that her gifts were in this room and immediately ran to get him. Suddenly, Junjin began to feel bad again and realized that his illness was returning again. When he left the room, he understood that now there are too many people in the house. He can't interfere with them in any way, so he should go as far as possible from his house. At that moment, the main character found her gift, but she was very surprised that her husband was already about to leave somewhere. He wanted to leave the house quickly, so he intended to jump off the balcony, but Xinguang was able to stop him in time. I don't understand why he wants to do this right now when she wants to give him a gift. Junjin did not want to tell the girl that his illness was returning, so he lied to her that he had to meet someone urgently, and she should not tell anyone about it. The main character immediately realized that her husband was feeling bad again and for that illness, but she knows how to suppress it, and he should trust her. She took some kind of glass of water and some kind of bracelet with some kind of red sphere. This is a medicine bead. It may not be useful for others, but will be enough to restrain his urge to drink blood. While this bead turned ordinary water into a red liquid, the main character asked her husband where he got this disease for a long time, to which the guy replied that he himself did not know where he got this disease from, and it appeared 10 years ago. After hearing this, Xinguang was shocked and realized that for 10 years her husband had never drunk blood, and now it is clear why he behaves so aggressively when he gets this disease again. Suddenly Junjin smelled blood, but the girl said that in fact it was not blood, but ordinary algae that smelled like blood. That bead is raised in the middle of this kind of seaweed, so it has this fishy smell. After that, she took a glass of this liquid and asked his husband to drink it, since she would never deceive him, and would not let him drink blood against his will. But the guy took this glass in his hand and said that he would not drink until she feed him herself. Then the main character took and got her husband drunk with the words that even children can drink this medicine, and if he don't take it, then he will be spanked. After that, Xinguang is already going to go and give my gift to my husband. However, the guy quickly stopped her, saying that her gift is too simple, he wants it more. After that, he began to kiss the main character on the neck. At the same time, she felt very uncomfortable and blushed all over. Suddenly her phone started ringing. As it turned out, it was the father of Xinguang, who wanted to know how his daughter's circumstances. The guy quickly took her phone and answered her father's call, which greatly shocked the girl because she did not want her father to know about her husband. After that, the main character was already on her husband's lap and talked with her parents, who were very surprised to see her husband. At first, the father was perplexed and did not understand who this man was who was next to his daughter, and asked if this was the guy that the state had chosen for her. Then Xinguang felt very embarrassed and asked her parents if Junjin looked really handsome. At that moment, Mom was happy to see her son-in-law and asked him to leave the girl to cook food and he could go to work. She also asked him to be very careful with her because she could not cry. Then Junjin immediately remembered the moment when the main character cooked him a steak and it was not tasty at all. Besides that, the father stated that his daughter's strength is very weak and fragile. She can't even step on an ant, so Junjin definitely shouldn't bully her and take good care of her. Grin the guy replied that their daughter is in safe hands, although in fact she is not weak, as she was able to deal with the bandits who wanted to kidnap her alone. After that, Junjin looked at the time and realized that it was too late and promised that he would definitely take care of their daughter. But for now, they both need to rest, so they ended the conversation and said goodbye to their parents. Rejoicing and patting her husband on the shoulder, the girl was very glad that he was finally able to meet her parents, and her medicine that she gave him really works. After that, she took out her gift and finally congratulated her husband on his birthday, asked him to open the box. Inside this box is a very nice watch that Junjin liked a lot. At that moment, the guy was feeling very embarrassed and his whole face was red. All this is due to the fact that his bird began to rise, and with the help of his leg, he tried to prevent this and hide it. Then he suggested that there might be something related to medicine and asked if it had any side effects. Suddenly, he grabbed a small pillow to hide his bird, asking if it happened or something similar with others who took this medicine, to which Xingguang thoughtfully said that he was the first who drank it. At that moment, the main character realized that the fire of love in a person awakens from this medicine, but she immediately declared that they would not have problems with this, since they married only on paper. After that, she asked in surprise where Junjin feels uncomfortable, and what effects he is now feeling, that she left the guy a little like he didn't know how to explain it to her. Sighing, Junjin asked if she even understood what the fire of love means in her opinion, to which the girl replied that she could not know this, since she had never used her medicine in her life. Blushing, Junjin said that he still does not understand what kind of side effect it is, and he just wants to hear words of love, hug, and just does not want Xingguang to leave him alone. He also added that only she is in his head, and he even wants her to constantly call his name and say that she loves him. So he suggested that the main character simply cast a love talisman in his body. In shock, Xingguang said that she really forgot about this side effect, although she heard other people tell her about it when she was still small, but she does not remember it at all, and she really did not cast a love charm. Junjin said in agony that in order for him to feel comfortable and need to say his name and the words that she loves him, which shocked the main character because she did not know how to say love words. She tried to say Junjin, however she did it without emotion, and because of this, the guy did not feel comfortable, and he asked her to say it sincerely. Realizing this, Xingguang gently squinted her husband's face and began to say his name. Then he was simply shocked by her gentle voice. He abruptly stood up and said that he needed to go to the bathroom, and for now she could rest, as he did not know how long this side effect would last. Leaving the main character alone, she did not understand why she felt heat in her hands, as if she had touched the fire with her own hands. Entering the room and turning around, Junjin suggested that this side effect could last from 3 to 5 days, and Xingguang should prepare even more love words for tomorrow and gently call his name, which left the main character a bit shocked, as she didn't understand how the side effect can last from 3 to 5 days, since they usually last a couple of hours. While in the shower, Junjin still felt very strange, and wanted Xingguang to affectionately call him and say love words to him. Being completely at a loss, he thought that the main character was actually doing this all on purpose. Besides, he noticed that cold water does not help him at all, and he needs to think of something. Meanwhile, Xingguang is already asleep, and most likely she is dreaming with her husband as she calls his name. The next morning, all the heroes were already in the kitchen where they had a quiet breakfast. Xingguang decided to sleep a little longer and was almost late for breakfast. At that moment, Junjin immediately started sneezing, which surprised his friend a little, and he asked if Junjin didn't happen to get sick. However, Junjin wiped his mouth and said that he was fine, but in fact he washed himself with cold water 30 times yesterday, which is very annoying. Suddenly, Junjin's friend noticed a new watch on Junjin's hands, which surprised him a little, since he thought that it was very cheap and cost only a couple of yuan. So the guy advised Junjin not to wear it, because they are not worth it. At that moment, Fu Zuo worriedly explained that in fact, this watch is a gift from Xingguang for Junjin's birthday. Hearing this, the guy was in complete shock and felt very embarrassed. Fixing her tie, Junjin stated that Xingguang spent her entire first paycheck to buy him this gift. He really likes it. At that moment, Junjin's friend said in bewilderment that Xingguang only earns a couple of thousand wen a month. Besides, during the internship, she received even 20% less, so he doubts that these watches are actually real. Suddenly, the main character screamed, saying that they are real, since Fu Zuo lent her his card, and he used his money to buy this gift, because otherwise, if she used the money from her salary, she would not be able to afford such present. At that moment, Fuzuo began to get very worried because he did not want the girl to tell everyone where she got the money from. But it was already too late, and everyone found out. Junjin was very curious why his wife didn't use her salary to buy him a gift. Also, the guy was devastated that Xingguang once said that she would use her salary to buy gifts for a very important person, which means that he is important in her heart. Grinning, the main character replied that her salary had not yet been distributed. Besides, even if her salary was increased, she still could not afford to buy such a gift. Hearing this, Junjin was simply furious because he did not understand how Xingguang could entrust only a couple of thousand yuan, moreover, with a reduced salary of 20%, and this is already completely unfair. Fuzuo abruptly took out his phone and started texting his friend for a raise in Xingguang's salary. Seeing this, the owner of that company quickly took out his phone and immediately understood what to do. With a thumbs up, he stated that even if her salary is very low, he will order his subordinates to increase it. In addition, she will receive bonuses for the 5th activity, a bonus in the middle of the year, and this month, the girl can receive up to 50,000 yuan, which surprised the girls a little since she has only been working for 1 month, and she will already receive so many bonuses. Also, the guy with a serious face said that all his staff have recently reformed, just in time for her to catch up to the half-year bonus period. Moreover, Xingguang has already interviewed many big figures, and her productivity is very good. The heroine was just in shock, and according to her calculations, after the salary increase and all these bonuses, he will just have a lot of money. And that means she can finally buy herself the shirt she saw today, since she doesn't like using Fuzuo's card anyway, as she feels a little embarrassed buying things with his money. Rejoicing, she asked Xingguang which shirts he liked best. After that, the owner of the company said that her salary would come today, and she would get 1 day of rest since she had been working very hard lately, and she needed time to rest. Xingguang was overjoyed and called the guy the best boss she had ever worked with. Suddenly, Junjin got up and was about to leave, reminded the girl to write to him every hour. I know she herself should send him. The guys who were also at the table, hearing this, began to giggle. Xingguang was completely at a loss and did not understand why the side effect had not disappeared yet, and his love for her is very strong. An hour later, Junjin was already at some meeting where there were a lot of influential figures from the business world. Suddenly, they all froze at once. I feel very embarrassed. As it turned out, this was due to the fact that Junjin received a bunch of different notifications from Xingguang, which they pestered him to write by sending various interesting messages. Also, the main character apologized, as she did not know that the side effects would be so strong. But her husband asked her to write something that he would like more. For the whole 2 hours, the characters continuously communicated through messages, and she was already starting to get tired of this side effect. Also, the heroine realized that she could not say love words in any way, since Junjin usually does these things. In addition, she noticed that after being infected with side effects, Junjin's appearance became cuter than usual, which she really likes. Turning around, the girl noticed a mannequin on which there was a black shirt. After a little hunting, the main character realized that this shirt would suit Junjin so well. After that, Xingguang heard some familiar voices. As it turned out, it was her sister, along with her brother, who were walking talking to the younger sister of Xia Yanyan. Turning around, the main character did not understand why she was so lucky to meet her sister. Xia Yanyan was very surprised to see her sister and asked if she also came here to buy a shirt for Ye Junjin. She also smirkingly stated that she didn't want to offend Xingguang, but the things that are on this floor are very cheap, and most likely they will not be worn by Junjin. To which the main character replied that everything was fine, since she had already told this to her husband, and he replied that at least he had a high position in society. He could bend down. Xia Zhaoye broke into their conversation with a smile and said that gifts are light and affection is heavy, so there is no difference between high and low gifts. He thinks that as long as this gift was given by Xingguang, Junjin will like it. Apologizing for what happened yesterday, the guy asked if the main character is free, since he wants to invite her to dinner as an apology. Also, Xia Zhaoye does not understand why, when he looks into Xingguang's eyes, he sees his little sister. At that moment, immediately stated that in fact it was not his fault, and he should not apologize. Also, the girl was very happy that she could eat with her brother again, but she did not understand why Xia Yanyan was still here because it annoyed her. After a while, the heroes were already in some place where they had dinner. Xia Zhaoye was very interested to know about the little sister of Xingguang. She said that Qiang wasn't feeling well at the time, so her parents worked hard to take care of them. And it's a pity that within 2 years, she still left. However, in the last 2 years, she burned a lot of melodies, which greatly shocked Xia Yanyan since she did not know that Qiang could compose. At the same time, the main character said that the lastest free cartoonist restaurant played the piece she composed him, and was even taken by Mr. Zhou. At that time, it was inconvenient to tell the truth, so Xingguang gave the alias Yueshi to her sister. Xingguang also remembered how Qiang said when she was little that her sister had strong self-esteem and wanted to be the first in everything. And in order not to offend her sister, Qiang hid her musical talent from her, and leaving it to Xingguang's sister, Xia Yanyan was completely at a loss. Did not understand what nonsense the main character was talking about. In fact, the main character lay it specifically to piss off her sister, and she was very good at it. After that, she showed her phone to Xia Zhaoye, asked him if he didn't mind if she called him Brother Xia. Also on the phone was part of the melody that was composed by Qiang, and the lyrics are filled in Bi Ye Junjin. She said that Junjin wrote the lyrics for Qiang's song, so that his love would not be in vain. Besides, Ye Junjin told that he liked Qiang, so the main character can use it as a slap in the face, Xia Yanyan. Hearing this, Xia Zhaoye was a little surprised to know that his little sister was able to compose such a popular song. At the same time, Xia Yanyan was very angry because she did not understand how Junjin could write the lyrics, because it was composed by Qiang, and this is strong for her humiliates. After that, smiling, she said that her sister can become a white moonlight in Junjin's heart, and she is very happy for her. However, she hopes that Xingguang will not mind her little sister's position in Junjin's heart. But the main character immediately realized that Xia Yanyan wants to use this one to scare her, but he fails, and she scares herself. Smiling, get better at her hair, and holding a drink in her hands, she said that of course she doesn't mind, since Qiang is her best friend, and when someone loves her that much, of course she will be happy for her. Touching his phone, Xia Zhaoye thanked the main character for helping to promote his little sister's music, and was able to save her life. He also added that yesterday they had a very unpleasant experience for which he is now very ashamed. The crying guy said he didn't know what compensation Xingguang wanted, but he would do his best to fix it. At that moment, the main character said that all she needed was for them not to interfere with each other and not endanger her life. She also thought that she just wanted a good brother who would protect her. Xia Zhaoye promised that this would never happen again, thinking that if such similar situations happen again, then the spirit and his little sister in paradise will not be able to rest in peace. He also did not understand why he had such a strong conversation with the main character feeling close to her. Suddenly, Junjin called his wife asking why she had not come home yet because he was waiting for a gift from him. However, the main character said that she had already bought everything, but someone told her that the gift she bought would drop his grade, and he thinks it will be a good gift for him. Xia Yanyan watched all this and was very pleased that they speak so badly. Hearing this, Junjin was just shocked. He didn't understand who could afford to say such a thing. He also added that as long as this gift is sent by her, it is priceless tomorrow. He also ordered the girl to come home right now, as he misses her a lot. Xingguang, looking at her phone, said that she understood everything and would try to get home as soon as possible. Besides, she really liked that Junjin expressed their emotions right now, because now is the right time, which helps her a lot to save her face. And most likely Xia Yanyan is so mad now. After that, the girl got up apologizing, and said that she had to leave because her husband could not even live a second without her. She also said that they could meet again the next time Xia Zhaoye was free. Looking into the eyes of her brother, the main character asked him not to explain anything to Junjin about what happened yesterday, since she herself will tell him everything and everything will be fine. After that, Xingguang left, leaving her brother with a bunch of questions that he wants to know the answers to. And Xia Yanyan who was just from this whole meeting. She was completely at a loss and did not understand why Junjin called the main character, because he said that he liked Cheong. But the guy in a calm voice asked his sister to calm down, since he told her a long time ago that Junjin has no feelings towards her, and it's time for her to look at the truth with her own eyes. Unable to calm down, Xia Yanyan recalled that the president told her that she had the privilege of choosing men, and if she chose Junjin, the official relationship between him and Xinguang would cease immediately. When he heard this, the guy was shocked by his sister's thoughts and declared that he would not allow her to do this. It's kind of just not normal, and Junjin still won't love her. She immediately grabbed her brother and hysterically asked him why she couldn't do that, since she had a privilege she wanted to use. At the same time, Xia Zhaoye asked her to calm down. Meanwhile, Junjin was in his room where he calmly read the newspaper with the latest news. Also, his whole face was red, due to the fever he contracted due to the Cold War. In addition, he felt so bad that he was forced to use an IV to heal. Suddenly, Xiao Yun went up to his boss and said that something happened. He stated that there was a big explosion at the largest gas station in the city, which caused a fire. But that's not all. Grandpa Ting's motorcade happened to be refueling at the gas station at the time, and its current situation is unknown. Junjin was shocked by this information, and Xiao Yun added that the fire had spread to nearby houses, and the death toll had already exceeded 100. Fire department has already gone to the rescue. Xiao Yun called the guard captain next to Ting, but he couldn't get through. After that, the guy let his boss look at the photo of what happened. When he saw the photo, Junjin was in complete shock because he saw how the gas station was completely burned down and everything was destroyed nearby. There are also a couple of cars next to the gas station that were also badly damaged. In addition, there were still people who were also very injured, and they need urgent help. He also noticed one very familiar car, and as it turned out, it was his car, in which were Xinguang and Fu Zhuo. He immediately gave the phone away and started calling his wife. He also asked his security guard to do it too. Calling one person who was at the scene, he immediately asked what happened there and what happened to Xinguang. She heard that she ran into the flames in order to save someone. In addition, they were also affected by the explosion. At that moment, the main character immediately got out of the car to conduct an on-site interview. However, he heard Junjin's motorcade was refueling at the gas station, and after that, she ran into the flames. Hearing this, Junjin was in complete turmoil of feelings and almost lost consciousness. He immediately came to his senses and ordered to prepare a helicopter. After a couple of minutes, he was already at the place where the explosion occurred, where some man was waiting for him. When Junjin left the whole helicopter, this man said that he unfortunately could not stop Xinguang. Besides, the main character heard that the Ting family was at the explosion site, so she immediately rushed there without saying a word. After hearing this, Junjin was in complete shock, did not want to let his brother suffer in addition to his beloved woman, so he can't just stand and watch. He immediately ran to one rescuer and grabbing him by the arm and asked him to give him all the necessary equipment. The rescuer was completely at a loss and did not understand why some guy was bothering him. At the same time, Xiao Yun, who was nearby, asked his boss to calm down because he is sick now, and there are a lot of professionals who can save everyone. Suddenly, there was a second explosion that threw the heroes back. Xinguang came out of this explosion carrying on her back the eldest young master who was injured. Junjin started screaming for someone to call an ambulance, however. The main character asked him not to worry because she found his brother in the bathroom, and most likely the cat had an explosion. He went to this room and was able to escape. Also, the main character said that she didn't have a scratch on her, so she didn't need any help. Fortunately, she was able to find the men's bathroom, and thus was able to save the life of Junjin's brother. Suddenly, the guy immediately started yelling at the girl, asking why she immediately rushed there, which surprised the girl a little because if she hadn't done this, his brother would have died. And now he should not scream, but thank her. After that, Junjin hugged his wife, asking her not to think that she is some kind of Superman, and you should think about the consequences. He also did not understand why the main character did not think about him, because he was very worried about her. At the same time, Xinguang noticed that her husband is now very nervous, so she asked him not to have you, It's like she just went to save people, and she was confident in herself. Otherwise, he thinks she is stupid. Even if her husband was poisonous and hurt her too much, he will always be where she needs to be. Hugging my wife and carrying her in my arms, Junjin was very happy that she was able to return from the fire safe and sound. At the same time, the main character reflected on how wonderful it would be if her husband cared for her like that, when he was not under the influence love poison. On the evening of that day, the heroes were already in the hospital where Junjin asked the main character to do a thorough examination, but she assured that this should not be done since she was not injured at all. She also understood that her physical indicators were very different from ordinary people, and if this doctor now checks her health condition, then her true identity as a mermaid will be revealed. So she asked her husband to check the condition of her brother, since he most likely feels much worse than her. However, Junjin said with a smile that he had already informed his sister-in-law about this, and there is no shortage of someone like him. After that, they went to the check room. Looking at his wife's inspection data, Junjin was a little surprised. Besides that, Xiao Yun stated that the doctors said that Xing Guang's indicators are completely abnormal and a more comprehensive examination is needed. Then Junjin asked Xiao Yun to go and clear all the inspection data and tell the doctor that he will ask more authoritative experts to show her. He also understood that she is a mermaid, and therefore her indicators may differ from ordinary people. But due to the fact that he already knows her normal indicators, he realized that fortunately, everything is fine with her, and she is safe and sound. Meanwhile, the main character was talking to her sister-in-law, who was very surprised and admired Xing Guang, who had the courage to throw herself into the fire in order to save Shi Ting, and she will remember this kindness for the rest of her life. After that, the main character thanked the girl. Even though she was together with Junjin for only 1 year, she is still touched by the words of her sister-in-law and was even recognized by her. Approaching his wife, Junjin was still very worried about her health and asked how she was feeling, but the girl felt very good. Suddenly, his sister-in-law asked him to hurry up and take his wife home so that she can rest. And she will stay here for now, and if something happens, she will immediately call him. After that, Junjin took his main character in his arms, who was completely at a loss. Did not understand why he was doing this since she could walk, but he asked her to shut up because she was tired now. Walking along the corridor, Xing Guang felt very uncomfortable and did not stop saying that she could walk by herself. Besides, she didn't really like that all the people looked at them like that, so she asked him to put her down, but Junjin still said that she was tired, she shouldn't move anymore. He also explained because it's just a side effect of love poison and he still wants to cuddle her. Hearing this, the main character, looking into her husband's eyes, said that he could hug her all the way home. Meanwhile, a photo was already circulating on social networks where the main character carries her husband's brother on her back, and everyone called her the Goddess of Fire. Suddenly, next to the guy, the main character passed, who did not understand what he was up to now. Suddenly, Junjin asked Xing Guang to use his mermaid account to upload a selfie with her there, and since he wants everyone to know the one who threw himself into the fire in order to save his brother, she gently touched her husband's face and said that she wouldn't post any selfie because that way the whole world would know she was a mermaid. So she said that he was probably delirious because of the side effects. At that moment, Junjin said that he actually did not have any side effects associated with love poison, which surprised the girl a little, and she did not understand why. Then he asked her to send those love messages. Junjin added that he actually lied to her all this time, and the real side effect is a strong aphrodisiac effect, so he took 30 cold showers last night and after that all the side effects immediately disappeared. He also said that in fact, this dropper just helps him get rid of the fever, and she herself can see what is written there and make sure about it. Deciding to look at the dropper and it really was written that it helps to get rid of fever, at that moment, Xing Guang finally realized that Junjin's body is hot, not because of side effects, but because of fever. She was in complete shock. She didn't understand why Junjin was deceiving her all this time, to which the guys replied that she actually gave him aphrodisiacs when he was sick, which made him burn all over. Having heard this, the main heroine said that if she knew what side effect her husband would get, she would never give him this medicine. At that moment, the main character immediately began to deny all this, saying that in fact she did not know the side effects that he could get. Approaching the guy, the main character asked him not to think that she liked him, which surprised the girl a little because he saw that she was all blushing, and all the messages that she sent him today, she did it sincerely. Besides, he understood that she felt good when she called him Jin. Having heard this, the main character was in complete shock and did not know how to react to herself, and even more. After that, she immediately ran, saying that she would not tell him anything else and would just go to sleep. However, Xingguang quickly grabbed her hand and told her that she could only go to bed after posting on Weibo. Suddenly, Xiao Yun came into the room with a bag in his hands. He said that she dropped this bag when she threw herself into the fire today. Well, when he saw that the heroes were talking to each other, he immediately left the room. The main character was immediately delighted because in this bag there was a gift that she bought for her husband from her first salary, and this is the most expensive suit that she bought in her life. After that, she took out a shirt that she liked then, and stated that she bought this shirt according to his height, but she does not know if this size will suit him. Then Junjin pulled the needle out of her hand while preparing to put on this shirt, but when the main character saw this, she immediately said that she would run for the band-aid since there was a small wound on his arm. Junjin immediately undressed and put on a shirt, which surprised Xingguang a little as she didn't expect him to undress right in front of her. After that, approaching his wife, he softly asked her to help him fasten the button. At that moment, Xingguang did not understand how he could try on clothes when he had a wound on his arm. She was buttoning up her husband's shirt while listening to you tell him that he really likes this shirt, and it fits his body perfectly. Suddenly, Xingguang immediately turned around and left, saying that she is Junjin anyway, and she needs to rest. At that moment, her husband thanked her for what she, if we had in her life, in order to save his brother. He also asked her not to be so brave in the future and not to risk her life so much. In addition, he asked her not to forget to tweet Weibo. While in her room, the main character rested and corresponded with her husband. But she did not understand why he uses so many different emoji if he didn't fall into the poison of love. The next day, Xingguang was very tired, but she still managed to come to work. Suddenly, all her colleagues surrounded her at once, and one of them said that Xingguang is now hot, and she will have a lot of fans, which left the main character a little bewildered, and she did not understand what was happening. At that moment, one girl showed the news in which it was written that Coco TV intern reporter "You are all interviews with quite famous big figures." Seeing this, the main character tensed a little because she thought that it was very close to her mermaid identity being revealed. Ying Ying was furious and did not understand why Xingguang is always shining. There is no news that can suppress her. Suddenly, one of the employees went to Weibo and saw the news that Xia Yanyan wants to get married. It was also written there that she wants to start a family, and for this you plan to use your privileges to personally choose a man she likes. At that moment, the female protagonist was a little surprised by this news and immediately had a bad feeling as she understood that the person Xia Yanyan wants to choose is Junjin. Boss Xingguang immediately remembered that the country gave Xia Yanyan special privileges by which she can choose her own husband, even if he is already married. After that, if her husband refuses her proposal, he can go to jail for 3 years. Moreover, who refuses will forever be banned from being a politician. After hearing this, the main character was just furious and did not understand why Xia Yanyan is such a terrible person who always wants to interfere with her, saying that this privilege is perverted. She was in thought hoping that Junjun will refuse Junjin. Moreover, now is a critical moment for his brother as he is running for president, since their family will not be able to participate if they are not in politics. In addition, Junjin was forced to marry Xingguang because of his older brother who was running for president, and now he is forced to marry Xia Yanyan because of the same situation. In the evening of the same day, Shirting is still in the hospital where he is being treated. In addition to this, next to him is his wife and Xia Yanyan, who is unclear what she is doing here. Suddenly, the main character came into the room, who was very interested in what state Shirting is in. Shirting replied that everything is fine with him, and he would like to thank the main character for saving his life. In addition, he advised him to do such dangerous things in the future, since in a sports case he will not be able to return her to Junjin unharmed. Xing waved her hands and said that everything was fine because she was sure that she could save him. Suddenly, a man whose name is Yan Bei came into the room, and they are surprised by the current president of this country and an old friend of Ting. He immediately approached his friend and, touching his face with his hand, asked how he felt. He also stated that his life was long since even such a big explosion could not kill him. When the guy turned around, he saw the main character and asked his brother if she was the fire deity who saved him. At that moment, Xing felt very embarrassed, since this is the first time she sees the president in real life. She told him that she could not afford to be called a deity of fire. However, smiling said that she deserved this name. After that, the president said that he organized a special investigation team in order to investigate this case. If it was not really an accident, then he would explain everything to them. Suddenly, Xia Yanyan appeared behind him and thanked the president for coming and was able to take some of his time to visit her cousin. Also added that this time everything was very dangerous. She asked people nearby, "I didn't say that there were big losses." Yan Bei asked if Xia Yanyan really wants to marry someone since he recently saw it on the news, but that the girl calmly answered yes, and she wants to sign a marriage application for her 25th birthday. She also hopes that the party can hold a grand wedding for her. The president said that her marriage is the equivalent of a national affair, and he would definitely pay attention to it anyway, but the girl was very interested in what would happen to those who refused to marry her. To which Yan Bei replied with a smile that while he is not married, there is no need to discuss it. He also does not understand who will refuse to marry Xia Yanyan, since she is the only mermaid in the whole country. Smiling, the girl replied that she was just joking, and the guy she would marry would of course be a little nervous at the beginning, but she hoped that he would not refuse her. Meanwhile, Xing was listening to all this and realized that Xia Yanyan was clearly next in line to use her privilege to get married in the blink of an eye. Her choice most likely fell on Junjin. After that, the main character returned back to her mansion, where she noticed that Tang Zhou abruptly began to run away somewhere. She was a little surprised, so she asked Fu Zuo somewhere he is in such a hurry, to which the guys replied, "The person dialing is his mortal enemy. He hopes that Tang Zhou does not do anything stupid." Junjin, calmly sipping tea, said that if the country can allocate in this way, it means that there are no problems. He also stated that a lot of pairs of objects allocated by the country have finally become, and he must try, since this is the best option for him. Suddenly, the main character asked if he was not afraid that he might accidentally influence his brother's presidential election, since if Tang Zhou refuses, the influence on Ting will be minimal. However, Junjin stated that not all things are as simple as they seem on the surface. The main character even started to cry, because if this is true, then while it affects his brother, the happiness of other people can be ignored. Besides, he is ready to accept all these conditions if they help his brother. Xing was crying, realizing that she had already begun to lose control of herself again, so she was about to leave. However, her husband abruptly grabbed her arm as usual and pulled her towards him, gently touching her face and looking straight into her eyes. He asked her who offended her and why she was acting so strange. He stated that he would constantly take care of her. The main character was unhappy because she did not expect her husband to be the kind of man who would ignore personal happiness for the sake of the goal. She was very interested if Junjin would marry Xia Yanyan, if she would use her privilege. Junjin told his wife that she can punish him, and he will do everything so that she will not be angry anymore. She realized that her husband was ready to marry Xia Yanyan for political purposes, and offended by him, asked to get out because she wants to leave, to which the guy hugs his wife even tighter, and asked to forgive her for sacrificing his own happiness for political purposes. After that, he tried to kiss Xing, but she was able to return a type of kiss, which the guy did not like a little, and he asked if she likes to keep it with her eyes closed, because she is afraid of him that he will look through her mind, gently whispering in her ear. He asked him to open those eyes because he wants to kiss her, or she will not look away with her eyes closed. This girl was immediately indignant and not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking about, since she did not expect this from him at all. But Junjin pressed even harder to the girl and asked her not to lie, as he feels that her heartbeat has accelerated, which means that she likes him, Xinguang immediately turned around and said something wrong, and she doesn't love him with everything. She also didn't understand how she could fall in love with such a ruthless person who is ready to sacrifice their happiness for political purposes. But her husband, hugging her from behind, once again asked her not to lie, because if she didn't like him, she wouldn't take care of him. Wouldn't take care of him every time he had a relapse. He also said that she was doing this because it hurt her looking at how he was suffering. He also looked at the girls straight in the eyes and saw that she was now very excited, and said that she was trying to turn a whole year of marriage into a whole life. At that moment, Xinguang wanted to say something and was already taking a breath. Junjin quickly restored her and said that he did not want to hear lies from her mouth, but the truth from her heart. He also added that he heard from someone that she really wants a relationship with him, and saying this, he kissed his wife passionately, who was simply shocked and did not expect it from him. However, she did not resist, and at first she even liked it. So she closed her eyes and just enjoyed this moment. However, after a couple of seconds, she realized what she was doing, and immediately opening her eyes, threw him back and ran away from him in the sense that no one wants to be with him. After that, being in her room, Xinguang felt very embarrassed and did not understand why she then decided to kiss him. She remembered the moment when he said that she wanted to date him, and she asked herself if she really fell in love with him. After that, waving worriedly, she said that she needed to go see Tang Zhou and console him. When she went outside, she noticed Tang Zhou, who was sitting on a bench and was very sad. Meanwhile, his friends tried to console him, but they did not succeed. He said that he would never get married again, and asked everyone not to think that he would get married. His friend took him to calm him down, saying that he would cool down since he is already being dialed by others. He just needs a concept of this. He dialed and hit his deadly enemy. That dog man wants to marry this young mater now while he is poor and stupid, and Tang Zhou didn't know what he was hoping for. Suddenly Fu Zuo said that since Tang Zhou is a girl, it's okay to be shaken by a man. But with Brother Jin's learned, Fu Zuo doesn't understand why Tang Zhou won't pay a single tax, to which she replied that she's already paid everything. But she's afraid of being dialed by others, so she cut single tax for 20 years ahead. Meanwhile, the main character was just in shock and did not know that Tang Zhou was this girl. In addition, she does not look like a girl at all, but looks like some kind of boy. At that moment, a friend of Tang Zhou said that it was stipulated that one payment cannot exceed 10 years, and if he pays for 20 years in advance, then the system should treat him as against the policy and not give him a dial. The main character asked her friends if Tang Zhou is really a girl, to which the guys answered positively, which did not shock Xinguang much, but did not understand why she was the last to know about it. Tang Zhou sadly asked her friends to leave as she wants to be alone. Fu Zuo said that he and Tang Zhou used to make pies together when they were kids, and sometimes they all just forget that she's actually a girl. Xinguang had already begun to have a headache from such an influx of information, and she said that she had enough for today, and she just needed to leave and rest. Being in her room, she was finally able to calmly exhale, as today was a very difficult day. Looking at her phone, she saw a message from Junjin who asked him to listen to his heart, and if she wants her to fall in love with him, then she just needs to post a selfie on Weibo, and he is waiting for her answer. The main character did not understand who would want to be with Junjin at all. She also could not understand how he could change so suddenly. Xinguang again remembered the moment when she kissed her husband, but this time she realized that she really liked it. Then she suggested that her husband was really seriously poisoned and she needed to do something, for example, divert attention. After that, she immediately called Han Cheng-bei, who was very happy to talk to the girl. The main character asked him if anyone who wants to buy regret medicine, to which the guy said that he has a friend whose sister died when he was still very young, and he just found out the truth about her death. So he wants to buy regret medicine from Xinguang. Also, the price is negotiable. Xinguang asked the name of a friend, and she was also very interested in how his sister died. Han Cheng-bei said that the main character may have heard about him somewhere. Namely, he is talking about the older brother of the national treasure Xia Yanyan, and her older brother is called Jia Zhao Ye, who is the CEO of the Mermaid Group. He had a little sister who is died a long time ago, and he would like to save her life. Xinguang was in complete shock and could not believe that her brother wanted to buy regret medicine from her in order to go back and save her life. But she did not understand why she suddenly had such intentions. After that, Han Cheng-bei asked if she could sell him this medicine, to which the girl apologized and said that Xia Zhao Ye, unfortunately, did not meet the criteria of clients, and she would not sell him anything. Sitting on her bed, she realized that although her brother had good intentions, she did not want to completely change her life. Suddenly, she remembered that a customer consulted before, and she wants to see if he is online now. It's been a day, and Xinguang was about to leave her job, so she said goodbye to her colleague and left. She still couldn't stop thinking about Xia Yanyan and her evil plans. She couldn't understand why she couldn't just take a picture or wait until Xia Yanyan submit an application to the president and snatch Junjin from her. As long as Xinguang thinks of Xia Yanyan's proud face, she will be angry. Also, she said that in this life she can lose to anyone, but she can't afford to lose to Xia Yanyan. Suddenly, a car started approaching from behind Xinguang, who was quietly sitting on her phone. Some man in a business suit got out of this car and immediately called the girl by name. He asked her to get into the car, which surprised the girl a little, so she did not understand who he was and what he intended to do with her. Then the man showed his ID, where it was written that he works in the President Palace. Also, his name is Qin Yao, and most likely Xinguang saw him a couple of days ago, who was guarding VIP ward Shi Ting's. He also added that the president wants to meet her immediately. When she heard this, the girl was a little at a loss and did not understand why the president so suddenly wanted to meet her. And then she assumed that Xia Yanyan had already signed everything. While in the car, Qin Yao asked the girl to give him the phone, which surprised the main character a little, and she did not understand why all this. But Qin Yao replied that she shouldn't ask such questions, since he was just following orders. And after that, he immediately snatched her phone out of his hand. After that, Qin Yao suddenly handcuffed Xinguang, who was in complete shock and did not understand why he was doing this, since she did not break any law. But the man replied that only she in her heart knows what she did for real, and now he advised her to think about what she had done. Besides that, the president is very busy right now and doesn't have time to meet her, so she has time to think now. Xinguang kept calm, but still didn't understand what she did. After a while, they nevertheless came to one palace where some girl in a pink dress was already waiting for them. This girl turned out to be Xia Yanyan, who, grinning, did not understand why Xinguang's hands were handcuffed and asked if she had broken some law. Passing next to Qin Yao replied that she did it. Being inside the main character could no longer restrain calmness, and screaming asked what she did. And first they need to explain and what happened because she doesn't understand at all. It's completely inexplicable. Qin Yao accompanied her to here and allowed Xia Yanyan to look at all this as a joke. After that, while in the room, the man said that the girl actually stole the information of other people who are registered on Weibo and cheated on Weibo. Xinguang asked whose information she stole, and she won't plead guilty until they show her some evidence. Slamming his hand on the table loudly, Qin Yao asked if the main character knew Zhuo Yuxiu, from whom she stole information. Hearing this, the girl tensed up a little as she assumed that the president had found out about her purchase of regret medicine. At that moment, she replied that this man was her grandfather. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao called the girl very face-saving, and once again asked if she really knew who Mr. Zhuo was, to which the main character again answered that he was her grandfather. She also did not understand which law stipulates that grandpa cannot be recognized. The man realized that the main character had no intention to repent, and he decided to tell her what she did. Namely, she cheated and sold regret medicine on Weibo, and he did not understand why she cheat. Xinguang didn't understand why he thinks she is lying to someone since she is a serious businessman, and the candy she sells is called regret medicine. Pointing a finger at the girl, Qin Yao said that she lied to the president himself, and thus she is too interchangeable, which left the main character a little bewildered, and she asked herself if the president wanted to buy regret medicine from her. She asked the man not to talk nonsense because the president never bought anything from her. At that moment, Qin Yao said that Xinguang not only tried to deceive the president, but also managed to steal personal information about his grandfather by using her to register on Weibo in order to deceive the president. The main character was perplexed, and she realized that Grandpa Zhuo is actually the president's grandfather. I actually used the president's grandfather's account to sell regret medicine. Then she asked if Grandfather Zhuo is the president's grandfather, which Qin Yao strongly disliked. He did not understand how she dared to call him her grandfather, and most likely she did not know who her relatives were. Xing Guang understood that every day a lot of people sent her private messages in order to buy regret medicine, and who knows what kind of identity Mr. President is. Suddenly she remembered something. Maybe those clients who blocked her for not responding to her message. Yanbei suddenly entered the room. At that moment, Qin Yao told the president that this particular girl was pretending that Elder Zhou was her godfather. At that moment, the main character was unhappy and said that in fact, Elder Zhou was originally her grandfather, and if they do not believe, then let them call him and clarify the situation. However, due to the fact that her phone was taken away, she can't even do it, and she asked Qin Yao to return the phone to her so that she would call her grandfather and say that his grandson let his dog legs bully her. At that moment, Yanbei still allowed Xing Guang to call. However, grandfather answered the call for a very long time, which Qin Yao did not like, and he ordered her not to pretend anymore. However, the main character said that he was most likely busy now and did not hear the call. Most likely he went fishing, and she would now try to call him again. At that moment, the main character decided to call Uncle Li, who immediately answered, and he was very surprised that Xing Guang remembered him. The girl immediately asked him if Grandpa Zhuo is next to him because she urgently needs to talk to him. Hearing this, Uncle Li turned the camera to the grandfather who was sitting quietly and fishing. Seeing him, Xing Guang immediately started screaming, begging him for help. Zhuo was in complete shock and did not understand what happened to his granddaughter. He also asked her not to cry, as he would definitely help her. The main character, wiping her tears, said that some people say that she is ignorant and allow themselves to say that she pretends to be his god-granddaughter and lock her up. After that, she immediately pointed her phone camera at the handcuffs to show that she could not even move her hands normally. Seeing this, grandfather was in complete shock and did not understand why they were doing this to his beloved granddaughter. He also asked who dared to do this. Xing Guang immediately turned her phone camera to Yanbei, who was sitting quietly drinking tea. Taking the phone, the worried guy asked how Zhuo's grandfather was feeling. However, the man could not calm down and did not understand why he handcuffed his granddaughter. The president said that there was a misunderstanding, and Xing Guang stole his ID card and registered on Weibo with her help. So he decided to talk to her to find out the situation. When Grandpa heard this, he was very angry and immediately understood what they were saying. And on the account of Grandpa specialized in regret medicine, he was also unhappy with the fact that because of this incident they put tracks on his granddaughter. He told her that Yanbei was behaving only for the fact that he had the strength of the president, and he can mock his granddaughter. The president, smiling, said that in fact it was not he who handcuffed her, but the people who work for him and behave very aggressively. He also promised that you should definitely talk to your employees who behaved this way. Qin Yao, and holding the phone, immediately began to apologize. They say that in fact it is his mistake, and he will unfasten the handcuffs as soon as possible so he can calm down. But the grandfather said that Qin Yao should not change in front of him in front of another person. And approaching Xing Guang, Qin Yao said that there was a misunderstanding, and he is very ashamed of what happened. He also hopes that the girl will not care about what he said before. Meanwhile, the grandfather, in a rage, said that if they dare and mock his granddaughter again, then Yanbei will no longer recognize him as a grandfather in the future. After that, Grandfather Zhuo calmly told his granddaughter that he taught them a lesson, and in the future they would not interfere with her. He also asked if it hurt her to wear these handcuffs. Crying, the main character thanked her grandfather, said that everything was fine with her, and it was also very interesting how many fish he could catch, since she really wants to eat the fish cooked by him. Meanwhile, Qin Yao asked the president if that old gentleman really was his grandson, which the president didn't like, because hearing this makes no difference that people suspect that he is the grandson. Xing Guang said goodbye to her grandfather and uncle, wishing them good fishing. But before finishing the call, Grandpa Zhuo once again reminded Yan Bei not to bully his granddaughter in any way, but rather not take good care of her, and if someone dares to bully her in the imperial capital, he will be the first to settle accounts with him. After the call, Yan Bei immediately bowed to the girl and said that it was all his fault since his eyes were blind. After that, Xingguang asked the guy to kneel down, which shocked him a little. She didn't do it. Then she said that she always knew that the king of Hades loves little ghosts, and she didn't have the same knowledge as him. So he stepped back, because she had more important things to discuss with the president. When Qin Yao left the room and the heroes were left alone, the president asked if regret medicine really existed. But the main character, coughing, said that she was now dry and she would like him to pour her a cup of tea in order to moisten her throat first, and after that, they can talk. Having done this, the guy did not ask if she could now tell him about regret medicine. Xingguang, after drinking some tea, began to tell that since he is the grandson of Grandpa Zhuo, she will not beat around the bush. She said that there really is regret medicine that can restore things beyond regret and get a turning point. When Yan Bei heard this, he was shocked and did not understand if this was true, to which the main character replied that why not, since meeting with her is a turning point in his life. After that, she looked the guy straight in the eyes and asked him to tell about his desire and what exactly he wants to save. Yan Bei said that 3 years ago Ting Nan was on a business trip, but then she was kidnapped by foreign extremists. He personally led a team to find these extremists and save Ting Nan, but all this time they were hiding in a water prison where they held the girl hostage. However, when he did manage to find her, Ting Nan had a miscarriage because she had been in cold water in these prisons for too long. And it is because of this that Yan Bei and Ting Nan never had children. Although Ting Nan doesn't say a single word, she always cries in her dreams, calling out the word baby. However, the one who did wrong then was just out. Since he could not protect his wife and his child, he tried to pretend that nothing really happened, but this did not help him at all. Therefore, if possible, he wants to go back to that day, and even if they are destined to part, he does not want Ting Nan to suffer anymore. At that moment, Xingguang realized that she could also benefit from this situation, and asked the guy not to say anything else, but just give her a privilege. And in return, she would give him regret medicine that could save their marriage and his child. This time she doesn't want any money, but just privileges, as she has to suppress Jia Yanyan with this privilege, otherwise she really feel uneasy. Yan Bei was very interested in what privilege the girl wants, to which the main character replied that she wants him to give Junjin with the help of which no one can take him away from her, to which the guy stated that in fact there is a law that protects her rights. However, Xingguang objected that there are cases where these laws do not protect her at all, such as when some people with privileges want to shamelessly snatch the man they like, and the main character just wants the privilege with which, when some woman wants to get her husband's attention, their privilege is void. At that moment, the president began to understand what he was talking about and the main character, and asked if she was afraid that Xia Yanyan would want to snatch Junjin from her with her privilege. This made the girl a little embarrassed, and she said that they could use this analogy so that he would understand better. And what privileges, she says. Yan Bei said that he unfortunately does not have the right to give privileges. In addition, all the privileges of Xia Yanyan are provided to her by the state itself, and even if he is the president, he cannot interfere in any way. So the president told the girl that if she wants to expand her happiness instead of counting on privileges, she should get married to that man as soon as possible while they are married. Even if Xia Yanyan falls in love with Junjin, she will not be able to snatch him. At that moment, Xingguang realized that if we could get married, then she would not even need privileges. Besides, Junjin already wants to marry her. She remembered how first day they met, they got marriage certificates, but they were unofficial, so they are still not considered married, which means that Xia Yanyan can start getting along with Junjin anytime. Standing up, Xingguang asked the president to think about his marriage, about his child. Since in this insole, he loses practically nothing, and all he needs to do is just give the privilege, and then she will make sure that he can have a child. But the president, loudly hitting the table with his fist, declared that he could not use the power of the president for his own purposes, and would not do it out of principle. Suddenly, Ting Han entered the room and was wearing a beautiful black dress that didn't fit at all. Approaching the main character, she said that she should not count on the president, as he is the kind of person who will not compromise even if his wife's life is in danger. The girl also said that she is doing everything possible to save the life of her child so that it does not cost, and if regret medicine exists immediately, then she wants to buy it as soon as possible. President approached his wife begging her to calm down, however Ting Nan tried to break free and ordered him to leave her alone. Also, she said that in fact he cannot give a privilege, but even if he could do it, he would not do it, since he is the person whose interests of the country are greater than the sky. At the same time, the protagonist feels very embarrassed to herself and offered to change the conditions for Grandpa Zhuo's sake. No need to take privileges seriously, and she just wants to be recognized as a god sister. And despite the difficulties she has to face in the future, they should protect her like a real sister. Then Ting Nan said that if Xingguang can save her son, then the main thing from this day on, she will be her real sister. This main character heard some kind of box with regret medicine and handed it to the president. Opening the box in it was some kind of sphere in which there were a lot of flowers. Yanbei was simply fascinated by the beauty of this sphere and could not believe that this is actually regret medicine, as it looks like pearl. Xingguang smilingly asked the heroes to believe that she is God. She also asked her big sister to hurry up and prepare a cup of warm water for her husband, and after that, let him take this medicine. The main character said that after he takes regret medicine, he must concentrate strongly and return back at the moment he wants, but he needs to remember that he has only 1 hour to change his fate, so his fate is still in his hands. Yanbei looked at the time and said that he could not accept it now, as he would have a state banquet in an hour, and he was afraid that he would be late. However, Xingguang smilingly asked him not to constantly worry about his presidential work. Anyway, he have got too much social responsibility. She also explained to him that no matter how much time he goes into the past, the present does not change, and he cannot worry. In addition, all the memories of those who interfere with this are preserved, and they will remember everything. Therefore, great pain and the loss of a child will remain and will not disappear anywhere. Looking his wife straight in the eyes, the president asked if they were still getting a divorce if he could save the child. However, Ting Nan asked him to save the child first, and after that they would talk about it. After that, the girls decided to go for a little rest and not disturb Yanbei. Suddenly they stopped because they did something strange. Ting Nan said that it was as if she heard a child crying. Meanwhile, the president went back to the past where he was still able to save his wife from those extremists and quickly dealt with them. Then they had a beautiful daughter with green eyes, whom they had been waiting for so long. Returning back to the present, Yanbei was already holding his daughter in her arms, who was very happy to see her mother and wanted to hug her. Ting Nan started crying with happiness as she was finally able to give birth to her child she had been waiting for so long. She couldn't even hold back her tears. Suddenly, their child noticed that their mother was crying and asked why she was doing this, to which Ting Nan said that she would not cry anymore. After that, Xingguang decided to leave the happy family alone to enjoy this beautiful moment. After that, the main character met with a man who was looking for her. This is due to the fact that the memory of all people has been updated, and now she was invited by the president to attend the state banquet, not escorted by Qin Yao. He said that the president asked him to arrange a seat for her, so she needs to follow him. After that, they entered a huge hall where there were a lot of people from high strata of society. At the same time, Xingguang was sitting at the table where she calmly sipped wine. She was glad that she was able to help the president. Looking towards Ting Nan, who was playing with her child, she realized that a lot of people who took the medicine of regret were finally able to live normally and get rid of regrets. At that moment, she thought and asked herself why she could not save Qin Junye too, using this medicine. After that, the main character made a post on Weibo in which she wrote that she wanted to help people all her life, but her husband wrote that the rest of her life was already predetermined. Seeing this, the main character was a little shocked and did not recognize how he knows such cheesy words, and decided to answer that the rest of his life is booked. Suddenly, Junjin wrote to her in a private message, and he asked her for screenshots as proof, which surprised the girl a little, and she did not understand what kind of screenshots he was talking about. To which the guy replied that he wanted screenshots of evidence that the rest of his life was booked, which slightly cheered up the girl, and she blushed. Suddenly, some girl in a green dress and pink hair who was behind Xinguang said that if the national treasure is the highest level of singing in the country, but as it turned out, it was nothing special. At that moment, the main character said, "All the girls who are in the country are actually very talented and are treasures." Also, she asked if the girl is ready to sing a song for her. After hearing this, the girl in the green dress said that in fact her voice is much more powerful than the voice of the national treasure of this country. And from now on, her country will not hold the signboard of the world's #1 singing voice. Also, the girl said that their national treasure can only be compared with the sound of a dolphin. At that moment, Xinguang realized that this girl may be a bit capacity, and it is impossible for someone from another country to smash the scene without a few talents. Then the main character said that no one said that the national treasure of their side should be compared with her, and it is enough to send someone to compare with her. So point the finger at yourself. She offered herself as an example. Hearing this, the girl was at a loss and asked the name of the main character. Xinguang introduced herself and asked the name of this girl. At that moment, a friend next to them appeared another girl who said that the girl in the green dress is the noble Princess Jue Chun of their country K. Hearing this, the main character was a little surprised, and then she understood why the voice is so popular. After that, Ju Chen began to whisper something in her maid's ear. Meanwhile, Jia Yanyan had already finished singing. The host informed all the attendees that the following program is brought by the delegation of Country K. She also introduced Princess Ju Chen to everyone who was already on stage, and holding a microphone was preparing to start singing with her beautiful voice. Shi Ting's wife told Jia Yanyan that Chi Jue Chun now wants to compete with her and see which girl has the most beautiful voice, which greatly surprised Xia Yanyan. Turning around, she saw how the princess began to sing, and she did it very well. Angry, she sat down at the table and said that if she knew that someone wanted to compete with her, she would have prepared in advance. Besides, when she just finished singing this, Princess allowed herself to appear on stage. And it is very ugly. She also realized that it was actually her mistake. Since she was careless, the Minister of Culture greeted her before. And this time, when Country K is here, she definitely wants to compare. In addition, the girl herself did not expect that someone then dare and challenge, and she did not know what to do now. Her friends said that she didn't need to worry because her brother and her sister would be able to deal with Ju Chen now that Shakira was a little girl, and she didn't understand how they could do it. Meanwhile, the main character was backstage where she watched the princess sing. The guy asked her what song she wants to sing, and you just need to say the name of the song and he will ask the backstage to prepare it. He also asked the girl if she was sure what she wants to do now, and offered to sing better on the next show. However, Xinguang said that she wants to sing on today's show, and asked the guy to prepare a piano for her, as she will sing her own repertoire which no one else has heard. She also said that he can reserve a couple of shows for her while she goes and changes her clothes. The guy said that he will reserve time for 6 shows for her, and asked if that's enough for her to do her makeup. And if that's not enough, then he can reserve time for 10 shows in case she's late. But the main character said that she can sing, and through 4 shows, by the way, what she is going to sing is "You Are My First Sunshine." And this song was written for Junjin a long time ago, and now it's time to use it. Meanwhile, Chi Jue Chen had already finished singing her song and looked around the hall. She asked the other visitors if that unknown person had already run away. Xia Yanyan, being behind Chi Jue Chen, realized that this girl is very domineering and she does not like to be modest at all. However, Yi Wujian once again asked your friend to calm down, since now they can only hope for Xinguang. However, Xia Yanyan did not understand why her friend is so hopeful for the main character, since according to her, Xia Yanyan does not have any skills, and most likely she now just run away in fear. Yi Wujian was outraged by what she heard, and said that the main character is not really such a person. However, Xia Yanyan did not stop all sorts of discrediting her. They say that she has known her for a long time, because when she came to her house for Junjin, she realized that Xinguang is brainless. At that moment, the girl assumed that although Xinguang did not have any talents and she did not run away from here, it means that she wants to use Chi Jue Chun in order to prevent Xia Yanyan from entering the stage. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the stage, preparing to play the piano. Yi Wujian smiled and told Xia Yanyan that she didn't have to worry because she knew that Xingguang hadn't run away. After that, the main character, with her small fingers gently touching the piano, began to play a song called "You Are My First Sunshine." Xingguang then finished playing her song and slowly bowed to the audience. At the same time, Xia Yanyan, holding a glass of wine, approached Qi Chen, trying to convince her that the #1 singing voice is from Country A, to which the girl admitted this fact, that in fact it was not her voice, since her voice is so much worse than that of an unknown girl, besides that even she can't match her voice. Qi Chen doesn't understand how Xia Yanyan can call himself the #1 singer in the world. Smirking, Qi Chen added that even Xia Yanyan could lose his title because of that unknown girl with a beautiful voice called Xingguang. Hearing this, Xia Yanyan turned around with a sinister look and realized that she needed to come up with something in order to get rid of the main character. Meanwhile, the main character was on the balcony where, looking at the night sky, I don't understand why. Every time she sings this song, she does not feel relieved. Suddenly, Shi Yin Chun appeared behind the girl, which surprised Xingguang a little, so she didn't understand what he could do here. The guy was very surprised by the girl's talent. She didn't even know that she could sing so well. Approaching his ex-girlfriend, he did not understand why she was crying. But Xingguang did not like it at all, and she asked him not to touch her. She was also the reason why he was here. Shi Yin-chun replied that he was allowed into the office of the presidential palace, and he was also very interested in whether Xingguang still hates him. When he saw that the girl was leaving, he abruptly grabbed her hand and declared that he and Ying Ying were getting a divorce, and asked if they could start over. However, the main character was able to break out of his lesson and angrily asked him why he always despised her for being weak, since he said that Ying Ying is not like her. And now he speaks as if she and Ying Ying are equal. Suddenly, Shi Yin-chun abruptly hugged Xingguang. Feeling embarrassed, he admitted that it was his mistake. And if she wants to, she can hate him and even hit him. In addition, he allows her to take out her anger on him, since he can no longer lie himself yourself. The last time he was at the gate of the TV station, and when he saw the main character leave her job and get into the car, he realized that he could not let her leave. He also admitted that he was very young then and made a lot of different mistakes. So he asked Xingguang for a second chance. Upon hearing this, the main character was in complete shock and immediately gave him a strong slap in the face, yelling at him to get out of here as quickly as possible. After that, the girl said that now she owes him nothing, so he should not try to harass her. Then Xingguang quietly left the guy to think about his actions. Meanwhile, Junjin was calmly in his mansion where he had just got out of the shower. Suddenly, Fu Zuo abruptly entered the room, saying that Junjin is worth seeing. He gave the guy a phone with a photo of Xingguang hugging Shi Yin-chun. Junjin was very surprised by this photo, and he asked where he got this from. Why Fu Zuo this photo was taken by the backstage staff of Xingguang. It was also posted on Weibo. The staff immediately recognized the main character and decided to take a picture of her. Looking at the number of views on this photo, Junjin was a little surprised and said that it really went viral, and the VIP big character is pushing, and this is who is going to plot against her. Junjin asked Fuzuo to look into this photo and make sure that the marriage department doesn't see it. Suddenly, Xiao Yun came into the room and immediately gave his boss the phone, deciding to show one video that was filmed by his former associate, who now works as a security guard at the presidential palace. After watching the video, Junjin was very surprised, because there he heard his wife singing a beautiful song about love, and he suggested this song might be the one she wrote for him. Looking at Xiao Yun and blushing, Junjin asked the name of this song. She said that the guy answered that the name of this song is "You Are My First Sunshine." Hearing this, Junjin began to smile, and covering his mouth with his hand, he asked Xiao Yun to leave and send him this video. Smiling and looking at how his wife sings a song about him, he felt very pleased because he recently wrote a song for her, and now she decided to answer him with another song. He immediately decided to dial Xingguang in order to talk to her with the idea that she will always have a place in her heart for him. In addition, it turns out that Junjin is her first sunshine. but instead of hearing the pleasant voice of his wife, he heard that the user he is currently calling is busy. 5 minutes later, he decided to call Xinguang again, but heard the same thing. And even after 10 minutes, Xinguang still didn't answer him, which made him very angry. They don't understand why she doesn't answer him. Meanwhile, the main character was talking to someone on the phone, and with bewilderment, told her interlocutor that she did not understand who managed to take those photos with her. As it turned out, she was talking to Han Cheng-bei, and because of this, she missed 7 calls from Junjin. In addition to this, the girl was very worried about those photos and asked the guy to help her get rid of them. Han Cheng-bei asked the main character not to worry Xinguang, as he would do his best to find out who took these photos. Suddenly looked. In the corner of the room, she saw a camera that pointed directly in her direction. She immediately got up and ran in some direction, hearing Han Cheng-bei say something really could be done by the security cameras that are in the presidential palace, and she should check it. Being in a room with security guards who were watching the security cameras, she decided that they would first prove their innocence and then call Junjin back. In addition to this, Ting Nan was in this room with her, who, approaching one of the guards, asked what was happening, to which the guy, very worried and sweating, said that the monitor could be broken. However, Xinguang grinningly said that she was not blind, and most likely they simply deleted all the video files with her. Suddenly, Ting Nan, loudly hitting the table with her hands, said that in this case, she would interrogate everyone, and if she did not find out the reason, she would fire everyone, which greatly frightened all the guards. At that moment, one of the guys said that Miss Jia came to their room to find Su Da, but the girl was completely at a loss and did not understand who Su Da was at all. After that, the guard pointed with his head at his colleague with yellow hair and glasses who was busy with something. Xinguang, approaching him, asked which Miss Jia was looking for him and why she needed him so much, to which the guy, adjusting his glasses, replied that Miss Jia had lost her earrings and could not find them, so she asked him to check the monitoring for her. Looking at Ting Nan, Xinguang said that she finally understood who took her picture then, and as she assumed it was Xia Yanyan. She explained that they used to not get along and she can't think of anyone else who wanted to hurt her so much. She also asked her friend to stay here and interrogate this guard while she goes and finds Xia Yanyan. Going downstairs, and the main character immediately began to look in all directions in order to find Xia Yanyan. Suddenly, Yi Wujian came up behind her, who was at a loss, and did not understand why Xinguang was behaving so strangely and trying to find someone. The main character, turning around and smiling, asked if Yi Wujian had not accidentally seen Xia Yanyan, to which the girl replied that Xia Yanyan had just left here saying that she had urgent business. Pointing her finger at the main character, Ting Nan said her phone won't stop ringing. As it turned out, all this time I called her Junjin, who couldn't calm down and wanted to know why his little mermaid didn't answer his calls for so long. Holding her head and exhaling, Xinguang understood that after so many phone calls, Junjin would have a lot of questions, so she decided that she would not answer his calls, and that he should wait a little while she decided all her affairs. Meanwhile, Junjin was still in his room wearing a robe, holding the holder in his hand. He did not understand why his little mermaid, after so much time, still. No. She answered not a single call, so he suggested that she might be in trouble. At the same time, Xinguang walked towards Xia Yanyan's house, but she was immediately met by guards who tried to stop her, but they couldn't do it. One of the guards realized that they couldn't stop the main character in any way, so they need to hurry up to find the master and bring rescuers as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Xia Yanyan was in her huge pool, where she calmly swam in the form of a mermaid, holding a glass of cocktail in her hands. She tried to learn to sing even better. Suddenly, Xinguang appeared next to the pool, who began to look at the girl with an ominous look, which greatly frightened the mermaid and she flinched. Xia Yanyan didn't understand why Xinguang was right at her house, to which the main character with a serious face asked why Xia Yanyan always provokes her, and if she can live at least one day without somehow discrediting her. Xia Yanyan, turning around and straightening her hair, stated that she did not understand what Xinguang was talking about, to which the main character was furious. Why did she decide to take a picture of her and her ex-boyfriend and spread this photo around? She also added that even if Xia Yanyan is a national treasure, it doesn't mean that she can't beat her and chop her into fish sauce. Suddenly, her father began to approach from behind Xinguang, who was unhappy that the main character invaded their territory without permission. In addition, she says that she can turn his daughter into fish sauce. Even though Xinguang seems fragile and a little girl, she was already ready to fight. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Xia Zhaoye, who immediately ran out to them and did not understand what was happening here at all. Upon seeing her brother, the protagonist couldn't hold back her tears. She immediately started pointing her finger at Xia Yanyan, asking her brother to ask her what's going on. Xia Yanyan grinningly said that she had nothing to do with it at all, and in fact it was all Xinguang who violently broke into her house and started talking nonsense. In addition, Xia Yanyan remembers how her brother last time told her that the main character is the savior of his little sister, so they must have been very grateful to her. However, Xinguang abruptly took out her phone and showed a photo of her hugging her ex-boyfriend. She stated that her family is so grateful to her that they deliberately took a photo with her while she was hugging her ex-boyfriend and sent these photos to all major media. In addition, the main character asked if Xia Yanyan would continue to slander her for the fact that Junjin loves her. Moreover, even if all the recordings from the security camera were deleted, Xinguang easily understood that all this was Xia Yanyan's tricks. Xia Yanyan pretended that she still did not understand what was being said and asked not to slander her. However, the main character said that she would send a video of how her family are torturing her blood relatives if Xia Yanyan tried to harm her in every way again. Suddenly, someone started calling her phone again, as expected. It was her husband who did not stop calling her. She nevertheless decided to answer him, and screaming asked him not to call her anymore, since she will explain everything to him as soon as everything is sorted out, so he needs to give her some time. Looking into her brother's eyes, Xinguang realized that he no longer recognizes her, but she still doesn't bother hoping that he will protect her like he did when she was a child. Suddenly, Xia Zhaoye asked the main character not to panic, as he would now ask Xia Yanyan about everything that happened. Approaching his sister, he asked with a displeased face if she really took those photographs, to which the girl confidently replied that she did not. In addition, the mermaid does not understand how her brother can trust outsiders, rather than in his sister. At that moment, Xia Zhaoye decided to ask Xia Yanyan again if it had something to do with her. If she says, and no, he will immediately apologize to Xinguang instead of her. But if she admits her mistakes, he will not forgive her so easily. The mermaid, feeling very nervous, began to wag her fin, saying that she had done nothing. After seeing this, Xia Zhaoye said that there may have been a slight misunderstanding. He also added that even if she is slightly arrogant, she is not a sinister person. Xinguang, pointing her finger at Xia Yanyan, was sure that she actually did it, because she checked all the security cameras and noticed that the footage was deleted. Besides, only she was to the monitoring room, and most likely she asked someone to delete these videos. At the same time, Xia Yanyan was crying to her brother not to believe Xinguang because she had lost her earring, and so she asked the staff to help her find the lost item. And if Xia Zhaoye did not believe her, he could ask the staff in the monitoring room. Xia Zhaoye, turning away from the main character, said that he could not help because she had no evidence. At that moment, the girl realized that even her own brother thinks that she tried to slander Xia Yanyan. Suddenly, Xinguang's father interrupted their conversation by touching his son's shoulder. He asked him not to believe a single word of this girl, as she thinks that his sister is narrow-minded. He also added that even though his daughter may not be the nicest person like her alone on Million. After that, he looked at his daughter and asked her to calm down, as he would do everything possible so that no one would slander her. At that moment, Xinguang remembered that Xia Yanyan is the eldest brother's younger sister, and her older brother can't believe her without proof. Crying, the main character thought that she should never rely on anyone, and only on herself. After that, she abruptly began to run in some direction. Turning around, she said that if no one believes her, then tomorrow morning, they should expect the police at home to investigate the case of the murder of Xia Chongqiong by her blood relatives. Hearing this, The father was simply and ordered all his guards to stop her and not let her escape. At that moment, all the guards instantly headed towards the girl, surrounding her. They did not even know what to do with her. But Xinguang took away that even if they caught her, she was prepared for such an outcome of events. As it turned out, she already arranged everything, and if she does not leave Zia's house within half an hour, then someone will send that video to the police, so they need to let go. Since time is already running out, being in complete shock and fear at the same time, the father approached the girl and asked what she wanted, to which the main character made a demand that she needs all the original photos and find out who they were sent to. Besides, if Xia Yanyan does not tell the truth today, they will die together. The father started yelling at his daughter, ordering her to hand over all the photos she took. However, Xia Yanyan said that she had nothing. Leaving the pool, she showed the gallery of her phone to her father so that he would be convinced of her words. Having looked at all the photos, the father found nothing suspicious. However, Xinguang grinningly said something obviously, since the mermaid most likely deleted all the evidence. Besides, why did she then go to the monitoring room, and there was no monitoring during that time? But at that moment, Xia Yanyan hugged her brother and sneezed, and said that they were just trying to pour dirty water on her. Also, Xia Zhao Ye, hugging his sister, asked her to go and change her clothes as it was getting cold. He also promised her that he would not let anyone her slander. However, the main character immediately stopped her by standing in front of her, and stating that she would not go anywhere until she heard an explanation. Xia Zhao Ye was already starting to get a little angry, and said that his sister's body is getting weaker, and if she doesn't change then she may catch cold. So he explained that he understands Xinguang's feelings, but she should also understand the others. At that moment, the main character was dissatisfied with the fact that Xia Zhao Ye cares more about his sister not getting cold than the rumors that spread around the world because of those photos. However, the guy said that he would definitely investigate this case. Besides this, he understands her mood, but she should be much more rational. In addition, he will tolerate her behavior right now just because she once saved the life of his little sister. After that, he thanked Xinguang for saving his little sister, but she can't use it to harm his family. Leaving, he said that while he was here, he would not allow anyone to offend his little sister. At that moment, Xinguang was unable to hold back her tears due to the fact that she is also his little sister, who is now being bullied, and inadvertently said out loud, "Elder brother." After hearing these words, Xia Zhao Ye was in complete shock and decided to ask what she was about, but the main character ran away in tears. Xia Yanyan smirkingly asked her brother to leave the main character alone and take her to her room, since it is still very cold. Suddenly, Mermaid started pretending that she was very ill, and as if she was losing consciousness, which greatly frightened Xia Zhao Ye. He, carrying her in his arms, shouted to the butler to call the doctor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the main character was behind the fence all this time and watched with sadness with all this. She still could not calm down from all today's events. At the same time, Junjin is at home where he still can't stop thinking about his wife, waiting for her call. Suddenly, Xiao Yun approached him, who said that they were finally able to find out the whereabouts of Xinguang, and she is at Xia's house. Junjin was very curious about how she even got there, to which Xiao Yun replied that the driver said that she suspected that those ambiguous photos were taken in secret by Xia Yanyan. So Xinguang went to her house to settle accounts with her. He did not understand why she decided to go there alone, since most likely she could be offended there. Then he ordered to immediately prepare a round-trip flight. While changing clothes, he called Mo Fei, telling him to bring more people to Xia's house. In order to protect the main character, he also said that he should follow her no matter how crazy she is in the Xia family. If someone offends her, then Mo Fei don't have to be polite to them. After that, Junjin immediately called Tang Zhou, saying that there are so many photos in the media with his wife and her ex-boyfriend, he needs to go and clear all these photos. Dressed in a black, elegant suit, Junjin was already in his luxury car where he talked to Mo Fei, who said that they were late. According to the guard of Xia's house, the girl ran away from that house crying. Tightly clenching his fist, Junjin asked where she could be now, to which Mo Fei replied that he contacted his sister-in-law, and according to her, Xinguang fled to the presidential palace. Mo Fei asked her if she needed any help, to which the girl replied no, as the president would help her, which greatly surprised the guy, as he realized that Yan Bei was again interfering in his affairs. Suddenly, he got a call from Tang Zhou, who said that he did everything he could, even if he did nothing. Those photos would still be deleted by Han Cheng-bei. The guy also added that after that, he went to Ye Li to see if there was anything missing, and it turned out that Ye Li had been taken away by someone who belonged to the president, which annoyed Junjin even more, who knows that as before, if something does not go according to plan, go meet Yan Bei. He also remembered how the president recommended Junjin to go and get a divorce like this. How will it be better for both? Meanwhile, Xing Guang was in front of the presidential palace along with Han Cheng-bei, who was completely at a loss to understand what they were doing here last night. He also doubted that they would be able to enter this palace right now, to which the girl replied that he should not worry, which surprised the guy a little, and he suggested that she sold regret medicine to the president. However, Xing Guang replied that she is related to the president since he is her cousin, and of course she will be able to go inside. After hearing this, Han Cheng-bei was completely shocked and did not even know that Xing Guang had such relatives. Suddenly, one Ting Nan's guard came out of the palace, to which the main character immediately went asking what Suda said. However, the man replied that Suda was very direct and did not say anything. However, the technical team will soon be able to recover all the lost videos. Suddenly, some guy with glasses screamed, saying that he was finally able to restore everything. Hearing this, Xing Guang immediately ran to the side, eager to see what he could recover. They started looking at the footage where Xing Guang was talking to her ex-boyfriend on the street. Just at that moment, Xing Guang slapped Shi Yin-chun hard. Seeing this, Han Cheng-bei was very proud of the main character, as this slap was beautiful, and put the ex-boyfriend in his place. Suddenly, the main character noticed something strange and asked the guard to zoom in on the video. In that fragment of the video, she saw Xia Yanyan, who, oddly enough, had been hiding behind a piece all this time and discreetly photographed Xing Guang. At that moment, she screamed loudly, stating that she knew it was her, while Han Cheng-bei was yawning heavily, telling her to copy this video and show it to her husband as he was very sleepy. Leaving the guy remembered that he doesn't even know who Xing Guang's husband is, as she is very nervous when he calls. But the girl replied that she was nervous, but just was anxious to get the truth out. In addition, look at the time. She noticed that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and most likely Junjin was already sleeping at that time. Leaning against his sports bike, Han Cheng-bei wanted to help the girl and asked where to take her. Also, if she tells him where her house is, then he will quickly and help. Suddenly, some black car approached the heroes, and because of the strong headlights of view, Han Cheng-bei went blind. Pointing a finger at the car, he said that he had not yet avenged the last time. The guy was already going to go deal with the husband of the main character. But Xing Guang tried her best to stop him, asking him to get on a motorcycle and leave. However, Han Cheng-bei didn't like it, as he is not afraid of Junjin. Besides, the last time he slapped Han Cheng-bei, he was not ready at all. Meanwhile, Junjin got out of the car and was very surprised to see his wife holding Han Cheng-bei, with whom he does not have the most pleasant relationship. At that moment, Han Cheng-bei immediately lashed out at Junjin, saying that he also wants to do something with him because Junjin attacked his beautiful face last time. However, Han Cheng-bei noticed that Junjin was not looking at him at all, which surprised him a little, and Han Cheng-bei asked if he was looking at his woman. Junjin was a little surprised by what he heard and asked if this is really his woman. He also asked him to ask her and see if she agrees with his words. At that moment, Han Cheng-bei pointed the finger and asked Junjin to do the same and find out if it was his woman. Junjin also looked with a stern look at his wife, who seemed to be hiding behind Han Cheng-bei. But she could no longer endure that look and went to her husband, which surprised Han Cheng-bei a little, who did not understand why she was going to him, and this embarrassed him. However, Xing Guang turned around and stated that she was indeed Junjin's woman. After hearing this, Han Cheng-bei was in complete shock and did not understand why the girl had been hiding this information from him all this time, and he asked if she had just been hiding behind the mean Junjin all this time, which surprised the girl a little, and she calmly stated that Junjin did not mean, and her official husband, While in the car, the girl said goodbye to her friend. They say that she is a mermaid girl on social media. Smiling, she thanked him for being so good to her and always ready to help her. Leaving, Han Chung-bae was left alone in the night city where he was completely at a loss and did not understand how he could not guess that Jun-jin is the husband of Xing-guang. While in the car, the main character apologized for the fact that she did not answer his calls, as she did not do it intentionally. At first, she just wanted to deal with all things, and after that call him and tell him everything. However, Jun-jin with a thoughtful face did not want to believe her words so easily. Looking his wife straight in the eyes, he asked if she thinks that if he calls her all the time, that means he doesn't trust her. And he asked if Xing-guang really thinks that in her heart he is a fool who is easy to provoke. Hearing this, Xing-guang was a little surprised and asked why he was so angry now. But the guy decided to remain silent and simply asked his driver to drive towards Jia's house. Xing-guang was a little at a loss and did not understand why they need to go there, since she assumes that they are all already asleep. But Jun-jin, with a gloomy face, understood why they should sleep now because he didn't sleep all night, and even she didn't sleep. So according to him, criminals shouldn't sleep either. While at the house, the father of this family was in complete shock, did not understand why Jun-jin came here with his guys in the middle of the night to make a fuss. Putting a cup of tea on the table, Jun-jin asked Jia Zhaoye with a smirk what he did with Xing-guang that she ran away from this house crying. Also, the guy understood that the only one who can make his little mermaid cry is Xia Zhaoye. At that moment, Xia Zhaoye worriedly recalled all the moments when he talked with Xing-guang, and then he finally understood why when he first saw that he felt familiar, and most likely she must be Qiang. Then the guy asked why only he was here, not understanding where Xing-guang, to which Jun-jin asked with a smirk if they want her to come here to make her cry again. Xia Zhaoye started to make excuses, saying that he didn't really do anything wrong. Explained that at that moment, Miss Ye thought that the person who quietly photographed her was Xia Yanyan. However, his sister was just finishing swimming at that moment. So he asked Xing-guang not interfere with him as his sister might freeze. Hearing this, Jun-jin stated that Xing-guang was bullied by Xia Yanyan, and Xia Zhaoye not only defended his sister, but also asked the main character to calm down. At that moment, Xia Yanyan loudly stated that Xing-guang should be calm and not blame others for what they did not. Mermaid also added that the main character did something shameless and came to their house to make a fuss without proof. However, her brother, who listened all this, asked his sister to speak less. Pretending to cry, Xia Yanyan looked at her brother and asked why she couldn't be offended by being slandered. At the same time, Jun-jin snapped his fingers and asked Xiao Yun to show them evidence. At that moment, the guy showed the mermaid a phone about which there was a video recording of how Xia Yanyan quietly photographed the main character, which greatly surprised the girl, and she did not understand where they came from. After seeing this video, Xia Zhaoye did not understand why his sister needed this, to which the mermaid replied that she just wanted to get rid of Xing-guang, since she interferes with her a lot, and even wants to step on her and show her talent. Xia Zhaoye is worried, stated that Xia Yanyan is really very spoiled, and her parents probably spoiled her a lot as a child. He also said that right now she will go with him to apologize to Miss Ye. However, Jun-jin said in a calm voice that there is no need for an apology, since his woman does not need it. And if they want to sincerely apologize, then let them give her 10% of the shares of the Xia group as compensation for moral damage. Upon hearing this, the father called the guy a robber, since 10% of the shares is an incredible amount. In addition, Xia Yanyan called the guy insane, since even she only has 20% of Xia's shares, and she doesn't understand why give Xing-guang 10% for such a trivial matter. At that moment, Jun-jin stood up and looked at the mermaid with a straight face and asked if slandering his woman was really a trivial matter for her. After that, Jun-jin switched to a father from whom he has not yet heard an explanation for hiring someone to kill his wife. In addition, he constantly mocks her without incurring any consequences. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun put some document on the table saying that if they don't sign this share transfer agreement, their families will be enemies from now on. In addition, the Ye group will use all its resources to seek justice for the president's wife. Even if they fight to the death and the net breaks, both sides will suffer greatly. And if they don't bring the Xia family to bankruptcy, Master Jin won't stop either. Suddenly, Xia Zhao Ye asked Jun Jin if he could meet Miss Ye, to which the guy replied that it was impossible since he would not give them another chance to do no harm. He also asked the guy if he would sign it or not. All of a sudden, the father said that if his son signed all relations with him, however, Xia Zhao Ye said that they cannot be enemies with the Ye family. In addition, Xing Guang saved the life of his little sister, and he is going to give his 10% of his share to her. However, Jun Jin said that he is wrong because he does not want to share it. What he wants is half of 20% in Xia Yanyan's hand. So he needs to be very careful before signing this agreement, since Jun Jin does not want to deceive him. Suddenly, Xia Yanyan wrested the agreement from her brother's hands. Yes, I want to see if they really take her 10% of shares. She also stated that her grandfather left her, that's the share, and she does not agree with this agreement at all. However, her brother abruptly approached her and took the agreement, meaning that the grandfather also said that if his little sister was going to donate bone marrow to Yan Yan, he would give the little sister 10% of shares as compensation. However, after his little sister passed away, Xia Yanyan kept all the shares, and now Junjin insists on transferring all the shares belonging to Qiong to Miss Ye. And this means that Xing Guang is Qiong. After that, Xia Zhao Ye asked Junjin if he would let him meet the main character after he signed this contract, while his little sister tried her best to prevent his brother from signing this contract. However, the guards were quickly able to grab the girl and prevent her from interfering with this, Xia Yanyan. I was in complete shock and trying to escape, crying. I didn't understand why they were doing this to her now, and on what basis they treat the main character like that. To which Junjin replied that on the basis of the fact that she is his wife, and she was treated very meanly. Meanwhile, the main character is in the back seat of the car, waiting for her husband on the street. When Junjin nevertheless got into the car, she asked him where he disappeared, and why he didn't return for so long. In addition, she clearly hears Xia Yanyan, why she screams like that. After that, Xing Guang asked if he was not offended by the fact that she communicates with Han Cheng-bei, since he just helps her and nothing more. However, the guy gently touching her face passionately kissed her, which greatly shocked the girl. After the kiss, hugging her, he asked how many times he called her, and she did not answer. However, the main character was in a state of shock, and all reddened covered her mouth with her hands. She was about to say something, however. Her husband interrupted her, asking her to forget about it, as there was no need to say it. He understood that she would now clearly tell him something that you would express, and after that say that he did not believe her. Hugging my husband, the main character said that she was afraid to talk to him because he would be angry, so she first wanted to find evidence of her innocence. However, Junjin did not understand why he would be angry, and at that moment, he immediately took out an agreement saying that it was for her. Seeing that 10% of Xia's shares, now her Xing Guang was in total shock. Besides, her husband added that her mental damage fee will be given to her by Xia Zhao Ye. She was very surprised that her husband ran to Xia's and asked them to cut off their own thighs in order to compensate her. To which the guy replied that it originally belonged to Xia Chongqiang's shares, however. It fell into the hands of Xia Yanyan's. Due to the fact that she allowed herself to offend the main character, she was obliged to compensate for moral damage. At that moment, the main character raised that this is her share, which her grandfather always said that when she does bone marrow to Xia Yanyan, 10% of the share. Looking at her husband, she did not even know that her share was in the hands of her sinister sister. However, fortunately, Junjin helped her snatch her share back. She couldn't take her eyes off her husband as they were really very handsome and she admired his beauty. Gently touching his hand, Xing Guang did not even know that her husband was ready to do so much for her. At that moment, Junjin coughingly asked her to stay as far away from Yanbei and his wife as possible, which surprised the main character a little, and she suggested that Junjin's brother is not in the most pleasant relationship with the president, to which her husband said that if she has nothing to talk about with the president, then let her not speak, and speak only on business as she will the best. Besides that, he advised her in the future, if she notices something she can't handle, she needs to call him as soon as possible, which surprised Xing Guang a little, and she didn't understand why he was so jealous of the president and his wife. After hearing this, Junjin was surprised a lot, and asked what she was mumbling about. To which the main character already said that she could not get through to him because he is always very busy, and most likely he will not have much time for her. Junjin explained that he's not really busy, however, despite being busy, and need to call him as soon as possible if she runs into something, and she needs to keep it. You are her heart. Also, he advised his wife to go and write this sentence 100 times. After a while, when they were already in the mansion, Junjin gave his wife a notebook. Ask her to really write this 100 times, because the doctors, otherwise the family will serve her. Leaving the girl alone in the room, he left. She also did not understand why she needed to write this, and I think that this is all nonsense. Looking at the notebook, she realized that her husband turned her into an elementary school student who was forced to write and was fined. After a while, the main character was in her bed where she corresponded with her husband, who was very interested if she finished her work. Suddenly, Junjin noticed that Xinguang wrote that she wants to try his fried steak, so she is very hungry. Meanwhile, the main character was very worried. She realized that she could no longer control herself, and she just wants to see how her husband spoils her. She noticed that he wrote that if she is hungry and wants to eat, then first she needs to want her job, and then he will cook a steak for him. Xinguang, of course, understood that this was the real Junjin who was not ready to pamper her so easily, and she began to finish her work. Going down to the first floor, she will notice as her husband takes out a frozen steak from the refrigerator, and she immediately realized that he was preparing food for her. Sitting on the floor, she could not look at it because she really liked it, and she blushed all over. Nevertheless, she took it in her hand and decided to go out in order to eat a steak cooked by her husband, who asked if she had finished her work. After the girl answered positively, he immediately gave her a small gift and turned around so that she would not see his reddened face. Looking at his wife, Xinguang understood that no matter what gift he gave me, she always throw it aside. If he does not want to be sad, he better find a reason to leave. Without hesitation, he told Xinguang that he was going to run on the treadmill, leaving her alone in the kitchen to eat and have a delicious steak. Opening the gift, the main character saw beautiful purple earrings in the shape of a flower. Her happiness knew no bounds, and she did not even know that Junjin loves her so much and knows that she likes earrings. Suddenly, she had some idea, and she immediately ran to her wardrobe. From there, she found a beautiful purple dress, and wearing it along with earrings, she decided to take a selfie, as it is a beautiful combination of colors. Then she immediately posted this photo on Weibo, with comments that she really likes it. Looking at her phone, she realized that Junjin always wanted Xinguang to post on social networks, and now this is the perfect moment for this. In addition, she does not know how he can react to this selfie. Suddenly, Xinguang received a notification saying that she was violating Weibo rules, and because of this, she could not post her selfie. The main character was furious and did not understand how one selfie could violate the rules of this platform. Meanwhile, Junjin was already in the hospital along with his friends. He asked Tang Zhou and was able to lie and blocked all photos with his wife, to which the guy replied that he did not even know how hard his employees work. Hearing this, Junjin was a little upset, because he realized that Tang Zhou seemed to be specifically blocking his path to love, since the main character has not posted any selfies on social networks for over a year, and it was very difficult for him to convince her to do this. After that, he asked his friend when she managed to post a new photo, to which he replied that it was this morning, but fortunately they managed to quickly find everything and ask Weibo to deal with it in a timely manner. Tang Zhou explained that from the first day Xinguang came to their house, Junjin asked him to follow her on social media. In addition, he would do so in order not to reveal her identity, and he simply followed his instructions. After that, Junjin looked at Mo Fei and smiled, told him that Junjin should praise him for this. At that moment stated that Tang Zhou liked to gossip the most, so he told him that he had a little secret, namely that he likes Xinguang by asking what he thinks about it. Hearing this, the guys were in complete shock and did not even know how to react to it. Tang Zhou asked in surprise if Junjin was sure about this, since Xia Yanyan liked him. Shi Ting was also very surprised by this, and asked if he wasn't really sure of his decision, since they didn't know each other that well. To which Junjin replied that there are people who cannot get along with each other all their lives, while there are other people who can fall in love with each other with just one look, and this is not measured by time. Tang Zhou asked with a surprised face, what would happen to Xia Yanyan then? Since Junjin is involved in mermaid peripherals and even builds a mermaid amusement park, to which Junjin, leaving, replied that he really did not like Xia Yanyan at all. As he left, he said that if he does something mermaid-related, it's not because of Xia Yanyan, so they need to do some wild guessing, since his only woman is Xing Guang. He understood that the little mermaid was going to take and not shine him and send photos, which is an acknowledgement of their relationship. Running through the corridors of the hospital, he understood that he should treat his wife very well and do everything possible to make her feel comfortable, since the picture in case she would think that he did not want her to publish her selfies. Going into his mansion, he expected to see his wife, but instead he saw a guy who said that when the main character ordered the call, she kept all her things in a panic and left, which surprised Junjin a little. He didn't understand what happened to her. Suddenly looking at the phone, he realized that Tanabata Festival would be coming soon. He asked the guy when this festival will be, to which he replied that something will happen in 2 days. If Junjin remembers correctly, then her foster father passed away on the day of Tanabata Festival this year. At that moment, together with Tang Zhou, he wanted to make a surprise for the main character, namely to confess his love. Tang Zhou was very surprised by his boss's decision and asked why he was doing all this, to which he replied that it was all because he wanted to take the initiative and she would separate their relationship. However, Tang Zhou still couldn't believe his boss and didn't understand why he wanted to marry someone the whole family didn't like, and most likely she just gave him some kind of hallucinogenic substance. Junjin thought she wanted to reveal her identity and mermaids. However, he did not even know that his real parents are so shameless that they are just kidnapping her morally. Tang Zhou advised his boss to listen to his parents, but he just listened silently and didn't say anything. Suddenly, someone started calling him, and as it turned out, it was Xiao Yun who said that his wife had disappeared somewhere. At that moment, Tang Zhou told his boss that he should divorce her because most likely she did not love him at all. However, Junjin turned around and said that he could not this lake because he loves her. Leaving, he left Tang Zhou alone, who breathed in and declared that even if he loves her, she cannot help but love him. After a while, the guy was already running through the corridors in the hospital, in the sense that he did not even know that his son-in-law was sick. Suddenly, in front of the doors to some ward, he noticed Xing Guang, who was sitting on her knees. Approaching, he saw that she was crying because of the condition of her father, since she could not help him in any way. At that moment, the guy realized that when she needed him the most, he was actually preparing some kind of surprise for her. This time, he will not force her to marry him, as their fates have changed. And even the fate of his son-in-law has also likely changed. Meanwhile, next to the entrance to one of the offices, the foster mother of the main character was sitting on a bench, who was also crying. Xing Guang immediately noticed her and hugged her and asked what condition her father was in. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl did not understand why the doctor gave you a notice of critical illness. She told her mom that she would go to Dr. Bao as she got so many sponsors for his research institute. However, her mother stopped her by recommending that she first go and visit her father, as he would be very happy to see them. Going inside the ward, they saw a sick father who was even hard to lie down. When he saw his daughter, the father asked her not to cry since she was already an adult, and he had not yet died. However, Xing Guang, touching his father, said that she did not cry and promised that he would not die and live a long life. Suddenly, the father asked where that guy from Ye family was. He didn't understand how her husband would leave her to come here in the middle of the night alone. He also asked his daughter to call him and say that he wanted to meet him. The main character didn't say that she was in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to say anything to him. However, he once again asked her to call him right now, but in fact, he wanted to look at this man in order to make sure if his daughter would be in good hands before when he leaves this world. Wiping her tears, Xing Guang understood that even when her father is critically ill, the first thing he thinks of is her. Calling her husband, she was afraid that he might not answer because he was very busy, in which case she needs to come up with something in order to deceive her father. However, Junjin still answered and first of all asked if Xing Guang was in the hospital, which surprised the girl a little, and she does not know how he knows this. With sadness and tears, she asked him if he could come to the hospital as her father wanted to meet him. She also added that she even misses him a little now. Suddenly, Junjin suddenly opened the door to the ward, which made the girl very happy. Hugging my wife, he said that he brought with him several nephrology experts from Imperial Capital, and now they will conduct an interview in which they will discuss treatment methods, so there is no need to worry. Touching her cheek, he asked her not to thank her, as it was his duty. Meanwhile, the father, looking at all this, understood that he did not have any worry about his daughter, and he could leave this world with peace of mind. After some time, the experts said that unfortunately, in this situation, they are powerless, and the father can live only 2-3 days. Hearing this, Xinguang was completely shocked and nearly fainted. However, her husband was able to catch her. He also asked if they really can't do anything since they are the best doctors in the world. However, the experts apologized and said that at the moment there is no such cure. Xinguang's father has raised her for many years, and she haven't been filial to him yet. After parting from Qin Junye, she passed out at sea, but luckily her adoptive parents found her. Even if she was not their own child for them, they still took care of her and tried to help her in every possible way. They gave her parental love that she never experienced, and gave her an understanding of what warmth of home is. Her parents discovered her talent and helped her discover it. So they bought her a huge piano, which she learned to play from childhood. They said they don't need to be thanked because as long as she's happy, they can do anything. Screaming at her husband in tears, she asked him to somehow save her father, as she could not just let him go. Junjin couldn't look at his little mermaid crying because it breaks his heart, and he asked her not to cry because her father would be sad when he saw it. Smiling and wiping her tears, the main character said that she is a mermaid. Usually mermaids have luck, and maybe this time she will be lucky too. After the main character left, Xiao Yun asked his boss if they should start preparing for the funeral. But Junjin said that he had an idea how to cure his father. But this is not a good idea, and you can say something will be the beginning of another torture. After that, he asked Xiao Yun if he wants to live or wants to leave, to which Xiao Yun they replied that he wants to survive, since he still has parents. And even if this is the beginning of another torture, he will choose to live instead of dying. When everyone left his father's room, Junjin decided to quietly go inside in order to talk to him. Approaching him, Junjin said that he could save him, but the price for saving him was torture, which surprised his father a little, and he asked what the price was. Turning away, the guy replied that he would need to suck blood. When he heard this, father was in complete shock and did not even know how to react to it. Junjin explained that he will have an unstoppable desire to suck blood just like a vampire, and it is very difficult to contain, and if he sucks blood, then it can be painful for him. It can save his life there. He also told the father that his daughter does not want to lose him or see how he suffers. However, Junjin stated that he would not force him to become a vampire, and would only help him if he asked. Suddenly, the father asked if the guy is actually not a human but a vampire, but Junjin answered that he is a human. When he was still a child, he was so wounded that he was on the verge of death, and in order to survive, he chose this path, although since then, he cannot restrain his desire to suck blood. Suddenly, the main character called her husband. She said that her mother lost consciousness and now she is in the emergency room, so he should visit them. Looking at how his son-in-law is talking on the phone, his father was convinced that there are vampires in this world, and those who were shown in the films were real. However, if his son-in-law, according to him, is not a vampire, then what kind of magical animal is he? He didn't even know if he would be missed after he left this world. Besides, he hadn't lived a long life with his wife Lan Wu yet. They haven't held the hand of Xinguangge yet and take her to the wedding hall. He has not yet had grandchildren, and he really wants to see them. Crying, the man understood that he could not just leave this world. Suddenly, Junjin came into the room, and the man asked why he had not returned for so long. In addition, he noticed that even his wife and daughter had not returned either. He assumed that something had happened to them. At that moment, he remembered how he was in another office where the mother of the main character lost consciousness. At that moment, he didn't even know what he was doing because the tractors wanted them to take Dad home, but he didn't want to give up so easily. He told father that his wife was too worried. She just passed out because of it, but he has no physical problems. At that moment, the father asked Junjin about how he was able to escape when he was little. The guy replied that at that time the situation was critical. In fact, half of his leg was already at the gates of hell. Hearing this, father extended his hand saying that he, Song Chuan, is not afraid of anything in his life. However, in the end, he is still greedy for life and afraid of death. Seeing this, Junjin was a little surprised and asked the man if he was not really confident in his choice, to which Song Chuan confidently said that there was nothing to think about, since he wants to live a long life. After that, he asked Junjin to bite him right now. Then the guy immediately bit Song Chuan and awkwardly asked him not to think that he was a vampire. However, the man instantly began to feel very good, and all the pain disappeared. He asked Junjin how long it would take for him to fully recover, and if he could even live forever, to which the guy replied that it was impossible. The man shook hands, and Song Chuan burned out the guy again for saving his life. Meanwhile, the main character was walking along the corridors of the hospital with her mother. Lan Wu asked her daughter to help and collect all her things and go home. She also asked her in the last days to at least spend everything together. Suddenly, one doctor with green hair, whose name is Bo Jing Yu, was finally able to find the characters, and said that he was just looking for them in order to say that his father's condition. Xing Guang was completely at a loss, and at first did not believe it. Thanks if Bo Jing Yu is lying now, however, the doctor said that he would never lie about such a thing. In addition, all the indicators say that everything is fine with him. Upon hearing this, the main character was overwhelmed with happiness, and she told her mother that they needed to visit their father as soon as possible. Hugging him, they listened to how Bo Jing Yu says that this is some kind of medical miracle, since all the indicators are close to normal. Meanwhile, Junjin was somewhere near some lighthouse where he was locked in a car. He felt just terrible, and tried to suppress his desire to suck blood. For him, the hardest moment is the first hug ceremony, in which he turns another person into a vampire. After a while, he began to feel normal, and the desire to suck blood also disappeared. Suddenly, his wife called him with good news, saying that some miracle happened and her father was cured. She also really wants Junjin to be next to her now because she wants to hug him, and after hearing this, Junjin already imagined it. However, he said that he was now very sleepy and advised her to find a hotel where she could spend the night. Wishing good night, he ended the conversation and all blushed began to listen to her song, "You Are My First Sunshine." The next day, Junjin went to the hospital where he saw his wife fall asleep right on her father's bed. He told her parents that you will take her to the hotel so that she can rest properly. Lan Wu was happy about this and advised him to make sure that she sleeps well, since black circles are already appearing such eyes. Carrying his wife in his arms, he began to leave this room, at the same time as his mother's gaze followed them. Hugging my wife, he noticed that she was wearing clothes that he bought for her, and he realized that over time, everything changes since she had never worn anything from him before. At the hotel, he kissed his wife and wished her good night. Getting out of bed and looking out the window, he noticed one banner that said, "Love comes on Tanabata Festival." Seeing this, Junjin was surprised and immediately took out his phone, called Xiao Yun to ask him to buy a bouquet of beautiful roses and send it here. Meanwhile, all of Junjin's employees didn't stop working, even if it was night. Now they were cleaning the internet of false information about him and his brothers, and they had one more hour before the end of work. However, they were so tired that they even fell asleep with their heads on the laptop, and they began to ask the boss to take pity on them and release them at least for the day of the festival so that they could have a normal rest. After 1 hour, all the employees had already left their jobs, and only Tang Zhou remained in the office, who were very surprised that all his friends looked like zombies. But after the working day was over, they turned into the Flash. Suddenly, Xing Day sent her a notification saying that today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and he was very curious why Tang Zhou hasn't returned home yet. So he assumed that Tang Zhou was cheating on him. Tang Zhou was furious and didn't understand why Xing Day was so skeptical about everything. At the same time, the boss sent a message in which he asks to put him on Weibo as a hot search. As it turned out, Junjin posted a photo with his wife who is sleeping peacefully, and next to her is a beautiful bouquet of roses. However, Tang Zhou wasn't happy about it at all, as he was already tired from the whole day. Besides, he was working overtime. All of a sudden, some guy gently approached Tang Zhou from behind who praised him, saying that he is very efficient if he works overtime. This greatly scared Tang Zhou, who immediately pushed him away and asked him to stop scaring him every time. Xing Lengde pinned Tang Zhou against the wall and told her not to hide from him. Tang Zhou all reddened that no one was really hiding from him and she just didn't see the blackout notice, so she didn't quit her job. Xing Lengde grabbed the girl by the hoodie and told her that she should go home. As it turns out, it was Tang Zhou's husband, with whom she didn't get along very well, and she considers him with the same nemesis for the first time in 20 years. Leng has always been Junjin's rivals, and that us her deadly enemy. Suddenly looking at his wife. Thank you why she looks at him like that. And if she is obsessed with him. 10 years ago, Tang Zhou approached Xing Lengde with some worms and prepared to scare him with them. However, Xing Lengde turned around and closed his book and asked if Tang Zhou had fallen in love with him, as she looked at him very strangely. Hearing this, the girl immediately ran away from that place. After a couple more years, she noticed Xing Lengde, who was calmly talking to some girl, and Tang Zhou was hiding behind a bush. I wanted to take it off and report it all to the teacher. However, the guy was able to quickly find her, and approaching her face asked if she was obsessed with him. The girl immediately fell to the ground, father fright. And that's why for the last 10 years this guy has been annoying her so much. After that, she called her husband shameless because he lives and eats in her house, and it turns out that she takes care of him. Therefore, he needs to treat her well. Arriving home, the girl immediately lay down on the bed as she was very tired. Blushing, she asked her husband to cook a steak for her, as she is now very hungry. However, Xing Lengde replied that she would not, which surprised Tang Zhou a little. She forcibly forced him to cook. They say that why does she need such a man who cannot even cook food? And after a couple of minutes, she was already looking at how the one who once held the greatest power in the Leng family is now preparing food for her. Eating Tang Zhou said that she heard that he was once the head of the Leng family, and she does not understand how he was kicked out of there. Ask if he is not going to return. She also asked him to tell him how much money he needs in order for him to drive those bastards out of Leng's house so that she can help him. However, Xing Lengde asked with a grin if she wanted to help him restore justice, or if she suddenly fell in love with him. Listening to this, the girl immediately returned from him saying that she just wants to help him. That's all. After that, he was still able to cook food for Tang Zhou, which surprised her a little, and she said that he really does have a little talent. Then the guy was about to go to the toilet, but the girl immediately stopped him. She took out her bank card saying that he should take it and spend it, and he may not save in the future. Otherwise, those who do not know will think that she cannot afford him. Xing Lengde started laughing when she saw this card. They said that she gave him a card, but without a password, to which the girl with a straight face said that the password was on the back of the card. At that moment, the guy finally made sure that he had the password, and he realized that in fact, this password is his birthday. And then he told Tang Zhou that she really fell in love with him. When Tang Zhou heard this, she began to wave her hands in rage, saying that he mocks her only because she wears men's clothes. But she is a woman, and she should not remind him of this every time. She also explained that she set a password that no one could guess, and she thought her enemy's birthday would be the safest password. Leaving and waving the card, Xing Lengde said that you would use the money carefully. Meanwhile, Tang Zhou, holding her head, didn't understand why this guy always likes to oppose her. At the same time, the main character, along with her husband, slept peacefully in the hotel. Around her eye, she immediately saw Junjin's chest muscles, which surprised her a lot. Suddenly, he woke up too and immediately passionately kissed his wife, which left Xingguang shocked. They kissed for so long that they didn't even have enough air, and the main character, in complete shock, understood that now she was trapped right in the morning, from which it would be very difficult to get out. But she even likes it, so she slowly closed her eyes, thinking about her husband. Suddenly, she abruptly pushed him away and ran away, the guy won on the bed. Washing her face, she realized that Junjin used the beauty trap right in the morning. She almost can't cope. Looking in the mirror, she understood that she too must have some price, and she should not succumb to his beauty so easily. After getting dressed, she told Junjin that she would go to the hospital to take care of her father. However, the guy said that his brother-in-law said that he wanted to celebrate his extraction with his wife and did not want anyone to interfere with her, which surprised the girl a little since she does not remember her father saying this. Xinguang then gave Junjin his phone, which contained a message from her father so that she could verify what he had said. Besides this, the guy said that they need to change their clothes and find a place where they can eat as soon as possible since he is very hungry. And the clothes he wore matched perfectly with the clothes he gave his wife. When you see this, the main character will be very surprised how it was. Couple outfits. I called my husband a flirting monster. Now they were in Tea City, which was famous for its excellent seafood. Also the main character. Why not go to different food stalls? However, stopping and smiling, she asked if he would feel comfortable there, as she believes that a noble boss like him only eats Michelin 3-star food. She also added that the taste of this food is not bad at all, but it can be very noisy there. At first, Junjin wanted to refuse, but immediately imagined how his wife would say that they are not a perfect couple, due to the fact that he only eats in restaurants. In addition, he remembered one case where he, along with Tang Zhou, were in some kind of food stall and ate crabs, but this food tasted very bad. Junjin didn't like him so much that he threw up in that middle of the street. Unable to refuse his wife, he smiled and said that he agreed to go with her. Entering one establishment there, and met a nice girl with bunny ears, who told Junjin that he had to scan the QR code in order to get these ears. In addition, he praised the main character, saying that these ears would suit her perfectly. However, Junjin's smile replied that this is not actually his girlfriend, which surprised the main character a little. I don't understand why all of a sudden he said that to Xinguang. Since they are wearing a couple outfit, they kissed this morning. Besides, they are legally married. I did not understand how he could be so ruthless, shameless, and unreasonable. However, at the same moment, Junjin, smiling and holding the main character by the hand, said that she was his fiancée. Sitting at the table, Junjin immediately took off these ears because he thought they didn't suit him. But Xinguang kept begging him to put on those ears because they look just fine on her, which means they should look cute on him too. The guy didn't even have time to say anything, but the ears were already on his head, which made him feel awkward. After that, they began to play nicely with each other and eat. Meanwhile, Jia Yanyan was at her house, where she was just furious that Junjin posted a photo with the main character. She was so angry that she even took apart her phone. Her friend anxiously asked Jia Yanyan to forget about it, and asked if Lu Zhanyuan's younger brother Lu Hansen haven't pursuing her recently. She also added that his brother Master and Jin's brother are now competing for the position of president, and their strength is equal. Shut your mouth. Angry. She said that no one had allowed themselves to rob her before, and the main character not only stole Junjin, her fame, but also 10% of her shares. After your girlfriend said that Junjin and Xinguang are now spouses, and if she tries to somehow interfere with them, she will entrust the title of a robber, which is not at all worth it. Thinking, Xia Yanyan realized that her friend Ye Li was right, and her perfect image must not be ruined by Xinguang. Then she decided that before using their privilege, they should find evidence that Xinguang is sorry for Junjin. Besides, she still has a silent romantic confession in her hands, with which she can prove that Junjin loves her. While it's announced, netizens will say that he and she are lovers, who should eventually get married. Trying to get out of her house, the girl was immediately met by 2 guards who stopped her. One of the guards said that the young master said that she should sit at home for a couple of days and reflect on herself. When Xia Yanyan heard this, she was shocked. I don't understand why I need all this. She also asked where her brother is. What did they say about the guards? That as soon as Xia Zhaoye heard that the father of the main character fell ill, he immediately went to the city to visit them. When Xia Yanyan heard this, she was shocked and passed out. Meanwhile, Xinguang is already in the ward with her big father and talking with her mother. As it turned out, the main character returned here because she forgot her phone. In addition, the girl felt very embarrassed because at first she thought that she would pay for the food, but at the end Junjin paid for it again. Lan Wu said that as long as Xinguang's phone was here, it would not stop ringing, so she advised her daughter to see if anyone was looking for her. Opening the phone, the girl saw hundreds of different messages, which greatly surprised her. So she did not use the phone for only 1 day, and there were already hundreds of different messages. Opened Weibo. She saw a lot of comments in which people were interested in where is Xinguang, which scared the girl a little, and she realized that her identity as a mermaid girl was picked up by the media. Deciding to look at the new posts, She was in complete shock because she saw her photos there where she slept in the hotel. There were a lot of positive comments under this photo. Smiling main character, I don't understand when Junjin managed to take a picture of her like that. In addition, published this photo on Weibo. Suddenly, Xia Zhaoye came into the room with some packages saying that he could not find Xinguang in the imperial capital, but he heard that her family members were sick and returned to T-City, and he came to look. Looking at the girl's parents, he immediately bowed before them and greeted them. Called uncle and aunt. Xinguang, looking at all this, was at a loss, did not understand what her brother was doing. After that, she introduced Xia Zhaoye to her parents. They say that he is the president of the Xia group, and she knows this person from the capital. Then the girl took the kettle and said that she would go and get some hot water. Xia Zhaoye said he would go with her to help her. Meanwhile, the girl's parents were left a little in shock from wide-eyed staring at each other. Walking through the corridors of the hospitals, Xinguang did not understand what it all meant, and she was very interested if her brother found out the truth, or just came to thank her family for saving Xia Qiangqiang's life. Suddenly, Xia Zhaoye grabbed the girl by the hand and stopped her and called her Qiangqiang, worried. And not looking into the eyes of her brother, the main character did not understand why he did not call her by her name. However, Xia Zhaoye approached his sister and said that he knew her real name was Qiangqiang. Xinguang tried to explain to him that he could be wrong, most likely confusing her with someone else. But the guy holding her hands apologized and said that he was 100% sure that she was Qiangqiang. Escaping from the hands of her brother and turning around, the main character could no longer hold back her tears. Said that he was confusing her with someone else. Hugging his sister, Xia Zhaoye apologized to her for not being able to protect her, saying that it was his fault. At that moment, the main character was finally able to rejoice because her brother was able to recognize her. Suddenly, a couch with a sick patient passed between them, and the characters had to part. At that moment, the doctor with glasses and purple hair told his assistant to call Dr. Bo, as she would wait for him in the operating room. The main character asked her brother if she knows that female doctor, to which the guy, don't worry, replied that he himself didn't know. At the same time, that girl with purple hair was talking to Bo Jingyu, who was told that her operation status was not right, and he was very interested in what happened today, to which the girl calmly replied that she performed the operation without any mistakes. Exhaling, she said that she saw Xia Zhaoye and realized that she still couldn't do it. She couldn't treat him as a stranger. Leaning against the wall and looking at the sun, she asked her colleague if he was surprised by this, and if she was even useless. At that moment, Bo Jingyu asked where she could see Xia Zhaoye, to which the girl replied that he was right in their department, and it seems to her that he now has a new girlfriend. Thinking, she thought that he was not passive, and that girl that he actively hugged in the hospital must be the only one in his heart. Bo Jingyu decided to help his friend, and asked her to relax and not think too much about it. It is also worth going and resting as she has been working all day today, and her current condition is not suitable for treating patients, to which the girl replied that she has professional ethics, and it will not affect her work. Also, Bo Jingyu said that he has a patient who is now recovering, so the girl should keep an eye on him when he returns back to the research institute, and she will help him keep ED on it, and tell in time if some situations happen there. To which the girl, lightly patting herself on the face in order not to fall asleep, agreed. After that, the doctors entered the room where the sick father of the main character was. When Xia Zhaoye saw the doctors, for some reason, he immediately began to get nervous. Bo Jingyu introduced his colleague whose name is Changdan Ran, who is also an expert doctor. In addition, the guy said that he would return back to the research institute for a while, so if Song Chuan feels any discomfort, he should contact Changdan Ran. When leaving, the doctor told her colleague that she should relax and not be distracted during working hours, since taking care of a sick patient is what she should do best. At that moment, Xia Zhaoye wanted to talk to Changdan Ran, but she simply ignored him, advising Song Chuan to have a good rest, and if he has any questions, he can find her right in her office. Xia Zhaoye was perplexed, did not understand why she was doing this to him, since after so many years she is still cruel and did not even look at him. At the same time, Lan Wu asked her daughter if she wanted to bring her loved one back, referring to her brother, to which Xinguang replied with a sad expression that she herself did not know. Meanwhile, her brother decided to go to Chang Danran's office to talk to her. Abruptly approaching the girl, she was even a little surprised. Xia Zhaoye, looking straight into her eyes, said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and asked him how she is now. However, the girl, touching her hair, said that it doesn't matter since she is at work now, and she only talks about things that are not related to her illness when she leaves work. After that, the guy wanted to know the condition of the patient in bed. 19. Chang Danran indignantly stated that she would not disclose the patient's private information to non-family members. However, Xia Zhaoye replied that he is a member of the family. Namely, he is a half-son, which means that it can find out the status, since Song Chuan is the adoptive father of his sister, which means that he is Xia Zhaoye's half-father. After hearing this, Chang Danran was a little perplexed and did not understand how this could be. However, she still opened her computer and asked her boyfriend to wait, as she would rearrange Song Chuan's medical records. Suddenly, one Mrs. Sister abruptly entered her office and shouted that the patient in the 56th bed is now in trouble, and Chang Danran should go and see right now. Leaving, she asked Xia Zhaoye to wait a little for her, but that the guy did not say that she could move forward. It's like he's not in a hurry to go anywhere. Xia Zhaoye felt excruciating pain due to the fact that he is no longer dating Chang Danran. Suddenly, he noticed that she forgot her phone and someone started calling her, so he was forced to answer the call. Answering, he immediately heard the interlocutor began to shout the word, "Mama." This greatly surprised Xia Zhaoye, and he asked the interlocutor in bewilderment who he was looking for, and what was his mother's name, to which a small child said that his mother's name was Chang Danran. He also did not understand who he was talking to now. Hearing this, Xia Zhaoye was depressed and hitting the wall with his fist. He did not understand when her child was born. He also asked the child who his father was. The boy replied that his father's name is Bo Jingyu, but did not stop asking Xia Zhaoye, who is he, and why did he steal his mother's phone? The child also said that he installed the location and viruses in his mother's phone, and if the guy does not return the phone right now, then it will explode. Unfortunate Xia Zhaoye asked the child to calm down, as his mother had gone to the hospital room, and she would be back soon. Looking at the table, the guy also found a photo of Chang Danran together with Bo Jingyu and their child smiling. Xia Zhaoye was in complete shock, did not understand when she managed to get married and give birth to a child. Meanwhile, Bo Jingyu was already near her office. However, she did not want to go in right away because Xia Zhaoye would understand that she was in a hurry to return here. Having rested, she nevertheless decided to enter her office where she did not see anyone. Smiling, she did not understand why she is looking forward, since Xia Zhaoye already has a girlfriend. After a while, it was time for lunch. Talking to my girlfriends, Chang Danran was very surprised when one of them asked her if the daughter of that patient's name is Xinguang. In addition, another girl said that the daughter of the 19th patient is called Mermaid Girl, and Fire Girl on social networks. However, Chang Danran was completely at a loss, did not understand what they were talking about. One nurse said that all the experts who were invited from the imperial capital were invited by Miss Ye's partner. Also, her partner confessed on Weibo. When the 19th patient was placed in a critical condition, Xinguang's super-rich partners hugged and comforted her all the time. In addition, when the nurse left work, she saw a rich prince who carried her back to rest, which is very cute. Upon hearing this, Chang Danran immediately got up and was about to leave, which surprised her friend a little, who noticed that the girl had not even eaten anything. However, the doctor leaving said that she was already full. Spying on Xia Zhaoye, she saw him talking to Xinguang on the street. When she saw them, she immediately remembered those wonderful moments when she was still dating Xia Zhaoye, and everything was fine in their relationship. So she understood the better some memories are, the more painful they are. Smiling and looking at them, it seemed to her that her ex-boyfriend really loves Xinguang. At that moment, she abruptly turned away and began to slap her face in order for her to focus on work. Meanwhile, Xia Zhaoye wanted his sister to jump on his back for him to carry her, which greatly surprises the girl, and she stated that she did not need it since she really is not Xia Qiang. However, Xia Zhao Ye said, smiling, that he knows perfectly well what is on her mind now, and if she does not jump on his back, he will take her shoes and throw her into the water. Xinguang realized that she didn't have a vibrator, like if she touches the water with her feet, she can turn into a mermaid. Helping her sister, Xia Zhao Ye asked her not to worry because he would not throw her into the rain, as he knows very well that her feet should never get wet. Xia Zhao Ye remembers how as a child he always carried the girl on his back like now, and at that time, she was very light. Every time he left school, he noticed his sister who was patiently waiting for him, and he still remembers it all. When the guy wanted to say something else, Xinguang abruptly interrupted him, saying that the stories he was now telling had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, Junjin called his wife. While driving a car, he rushed to his wife. In addition, he did not understand why she went out into the rain. However, the main character replied that everything was fine. At that moment, Xia Zhao Ye realized that she was now talking with Junjin, and loudly asked him not to worry because he was carrying her on his back and she would not get wet. The girl was in complete shock and did not understand why her brother suddenly interrupted her conversation with her husband. Heard in the voice of some man, Junjin were a little surprised and asked who it was, to which the main character was worried and sweaty, answered something nobody. They were just passers-by. But Junjin is not so easy to deceive, and he immediately realized that it was actually Xia Zhao Ye. In a rage, he asked the guy to leave his wife alone, but Xia Zhao Ye snatched the phone out of Xinguang's hands apologetically and ended the conversation. At that moment, the main character realized that this was it, and her husband would kill her. Besides, he obviously thought she had cuckolded him. Entering the building, she thanked her brother, saying that next time he might not help as she herself could do everything. Sitting on the floor, she immediately began to call her husband in order to explain the whole situation. However, he answered too dearly. Finally, when he answered in an instant, he began to explain to him that he understood everything wrong, and Xia Zhao Ye came to visit because her father saved the life and his sister's. In addition, he somehow found out that she was afraid of water, so he carried her on his back to the store so that she bought things. After the explanation, the girl heard the silence of her husband for about 3 seconds, which greatly strained her. Junjin exhaled and said that only this time, and the next time you should call him. He was also very interested in what his wife was going to buy, and he suggested that she would buy sanitary napkins, which greatly surprised the main character, and she did not understand how he knew all this. Also, she asked him to stay up late these days. Also, he should let the guards on duty at night and he better go back to the hotel to rest. Suddenly, Junjin shouted into the phone to let Xia Zhao Ye be on duty at night. He also asked her to be more submissive and listen to him, and now he will go call Xia Zhao Ye. At that moment, Xinguang was at a loss, did not understand he wants to ask her brother to be on duty at night. Besides, we do not know that Xia Zhao Ye is her brother. Isn't he afraid of wearing a cuckold? Meanwhile, Chang Danran was getting dressed and getting ready to go home from work, talking to her child who said that he felt a little uncomfortable. The girl was immediately afraid for the health of her son and asked what could be the matter. They also asked us if this was somehow connected with his old illness. Her child Xiaoman said that he no longer wants to take the medicine. She said that his mother said that she would immediately return home and everything would be fine with him. While coughing, Xiaoman asked his mother not to come home as he couldn't help biting her, so he asked her to leave him alone for now. Gathering her things, she did not understand why suddenly he fell ill again, and it was somehow fast this time. Suddenly, looking ahead, she saw Xia Zhao Ye, who was staring at the girl. She was surprised by his presence here and hoped that he did not hear too much. Xia Zhao Ye sadly asked how in 5 years of his absence she already had a child. To which the girl worriedly replied that it is normal to have children at her age. She also asked if he thinks that everything is like him, can afford a single tax of up to 10000 per month. After that, the guy did not ask if she really married Bo Jingyu, but Chang Danran decided to remain silent and just leave. She asked the guy to watch his tone, asking if he still misses her after 5 years. Smiling, she said that this is not like his young master Xia's style. Leaving, she clarified, something does not matter who she married, or whether she is married at all. However, Xia Zhao Ye abruptly grabbed her hand and asked if she really broke up with him just to marry Bo Jingyu. This greatly surprised the girl. She stated that it does not matter. If he wants to know the condition of the 19th patient, then he should ask those experts invited from the imperial capital, since they already know everything. Changdan ran that she is in a hurry now and he should say everything he needs. At that moment, Jia Zhaoye asked her to prescribe a box of painkillers. This surprises the girl a little, and she asked if Mr. Song hurts so much that he needs painkillers. Since he already has painkillers, you infusion him. The guy explained that this is not for him, but for Xingguang, since he will soon begin his period, and she is afraid that she will feel uncomfortable. So she wants to prepare a box of medicine first, before that she used the XX brand, which is not available in ordinary pharmacies, but he has only to be prescribed in hospitals. Turning away, Chang Danran replied that she couldn't just prescribe some medicine if she wasn't sick yet. However, Xia Zhaoye said something unpredictable, and if she felt uncomfortable alone in the hotel at night, and she could not buy medicine for herself. He also added that if he could buy it in pharmacies, he would not ask her to prescribe it. Thinking Chang Danran perfectly understood that if this medicine was not for Xingguang, then Xia Zhaoye would not look for it now. After that, she nevertheless agreed to fulfill his request. In addition to this, she did not like that he was too sentimental and humiliating himself, and she agreed only so that he would leave here as soon as possible. After some time, Chang Danran returned home and asked her mother if Xiaoman fell ill again. The woman said that he locked himself inside his room and did not want to take medicine. Besides, he does not allow her to enter, so she asked Chang Danran to quickly bring him the medicine, and after he drinks it, he will feel great. The girl tried to enter her son's room, telling him that she had come. However, Xiaoman tremblingly said that he did not want to drink the medicine. He did not want to be a monster. He recalled how in kindergarten his peers mocked him, calling him a monster who always walks with a blood bag. Holding his head, he tried to convince himself that he was not a monster, but an ordinary person. The girl's mother did not understand why her grandson no longer wants to take medicine, since he has always been very obedient, and now he is behaving very strangely. Yelling at her daughter, she didn't understand why she and Bo Jingyu couldn't heal him, since they are both doctors. Call them bad parents. Meanwhile, Xingguang was in her brother's arms, and she didn't understand why he was being so kind to her, so she almost didn't call him her brother. She deliberately started to lie to him, saying that she is not Xia Qiong, but she praised his charisma, and she was afraid that she might accidentally fall in love with him because of his concern. However, Jia Zhaoye actually felt guilty, because compared to the harm his family did to her, what else could they do? Worried, the main character said that you would no longer disturb him, and asked to take care of her father. If some situation happens, he should immediately contact her. Xia Zhaoye took out painkillers and gave them to his sister, asking her to go to bed. Since it is already late, it is also necessary to turn on the air conditioner too low. Xingguang was very happy about this, and did not understand why such an attentive man has not yet married. After that, Xingguang asked her brother if he really didn't know Chang Danran, to which the guy answered with surprise that he didn't. The girl thinks that she looks very good and is very educated. If she likes her, then they can start dating. After hearing this, Jia Zhaoye told her not to worry about it, since she is already married and has a 5-year-old child, which surprised the girl a little, as Jia Zhaoye said that he did not know anything about her, and now he says that she even has a child. After that, the guy added that her husband is a doctor who monitors the health of Xingguang's father, namely Bo Jingyu. Hear this, the main character was surprised because the doctor never mentioned that he had a wife. Smiling girl said that she is very happy for this couple as they are talented and like-minded. When his brother heard they were talented, he thought Xingguang was joking. Xingguang explained that both of them are like-minded doctors and are great for each other. In addition, Bo Jingyu is very famous in the medical field. Then the girl added that he is stable, and marriage with such a man will definitely lead to happiness. When he heard this, the guy abruptly turned away and began to leave again. Ask the main character to go to bed. Looking after his brother who was getting into the car, Xingguang realized with a smile that something was going on here. The main character knows that her husband and her older brother are good friends, and Junjin must know very well what happened between Xia Zhaoye and Chang Danran. Calling her husband, she asked him if her brother ever fell in love with Chang Danran, to which her husband replied positively that he aroused the girl, and she wanted to know more details. She told him that when her brother looked at Changdan Ran, he seemed to have lost his soul, and Xinguang was well aware that their relationship was not so simple. Junjin said that they dated 5 years ago, but Changdan Ran left Xia Zhaoye. After that, she married Bo Jingyu. When the main character heard this, she was very surprised and did not understand why they broke up, to which her husband replied that they are easy to understand even for outsiders. In addition, he only knows that Xia Taifu gave Changdan Ran a large amount of money, and after that she stayed with Xia Zhaoye. Xinguang was very surprised by this, and could not even imagine that such a gentle and beautiful woman like Changdan Ran could turn out to be a money digger. However, Junjin immediately reassured her by saying that there must be some hidden story about which they do not know anything, besides that he does not know who Xia Taifu is, to which the main character said that she knows perfectly well who her father is, and it seems that this is a mandarin duck being beaten with a stick. After that, Junjin asked if Xia Zhaoye had seen Xiao Man, which put the girl in a stupor since she did not know who he was. At that moment, Junjin realized that he told too much. However, his wife began to ask him even more. He was forced to say that Xiao Man is Changdan Ran's son, which greatly surprised the main character since she did not know that she had a son. And this means that this is the end of the game for her brother. Angry, she realized that it was all Xia Kaifu's fault, and why hadn't lightning struck him yet? Suddenly, her husband asked if she took a shower, to which the girl replied that she had not yet. She also promised that she would call him as soon as she got back to the hotel. After that, Junjin asked her to go take a shower and have a good rest, since she has to come back to the hospital tomorrow, and wished her a good night. They ended the conversation. Looking out the window, Junjin himself did not know what happened to Xiaoman now. After that, Junjin took regret medicine to return 4 years ago during the college entrance examination of Xinguang, although he was determined that there would be no way to contact her in this life. Let her go means also let go of himself. For 2 days he quietly watched and guarded her. However, he remembers how she missed the last part of the college entrance examination due to an accident, leaving regrets. He also decided that he didn't want her to make the same mistakes he did and end up like a stalker. He introduced himself as a taxi driver in order to let down the main character, and he did it perfectly. Taking off his mask and looking after her, he understood each other. He hopes that she will have fewer regrets in her life. Suddenly turning around, Junjin saw Changdan Ran, who ran in a panic holding a small child. Seeing the girl, Junjin was a little surprised and remembered how Xia Zhaoye mentioned that Changdan Ran gave birth to a child for him. However, he died in infancy, and if this is the child who died due to illness, he can help. Then he immediately went towards Changdan Ran to help her child. At the same time, Xinguang was taking a bath. While swimming, she remembered that huge pool in the Ye family manor, which was very comfortable for her. Then she took the remote to the TV and decided that she needed to watch the news. Turning on the TV, she saw the news that there was an explosion in the gas station, which killed 5 people. Meanwhile, together with the explosion, all the journalists wanted to interview some man. One of the journalists asked what state Mr. Ye was in, and whether this could somehow affect the presidential election. They were also very interested in why the explosion happened. However, the guy said that he can't answer all these questions as he needs to attend the memorial service of his bodyguards. He also added that they died because of him, and his heart is very sad. Meanwhile, Han Cheng-bei kicked the wall and asked Lu Zhanyuan who might be behind this. He also added that since it's the last stage of the election, Han Cheng-bei wouldn't be surprised if all this was built on purpose, since why he is all right and everyone else is dead. After that, Han Cheng-bei asked his friend what he thought about to guide the public opinion and make a fuss about Shi Ting's bitter plan. Suddenly, Han Cheng-bei stopped thinking that this public opinion might tarnish his babe's reputation. Hearing this, Lu Zhanyuan was a little surprised and did not understand who Han Cheng-bei was talking about. After that, the guy said that he doesn't care about how Lu Zhanyuan guide the public opinion, but in no case should hurt Xinguang, which surprised Lu Zhanyuan a little. And he noticed that his friend pays special attention to this girl. Standing up abruptly, Han Cheng-bei said that it was only thanks to her that he was now here, and whoever dared to harm her somehow would become his enemy. Lu Zhanyuan smilingly asked if he married her, since if he is not mistaken, she already has a husband. However, Han Chungbei wagged his finger and said that there was no romantic relationship between them, but pure worship. He also told that she is his belief. Suddenly, someone started calling him and answered the call. He found out that his old man was calling him home. So before leaving, Han Chungbei once again reminded his friend that he should never hurt his belief. Suddenly, an assistant came into the room and gave Lu Jianyuan the pictures of her brothers Xingguang that were secretly taken. When he saw them, the guy was very surprised because he thought that they were dating anonymously. The assistant asked if he should publish these photos, to which Lu Jianyuan waved his hand and replied that he would not get anything from this. It would not affect the reputation of Shi Ting's nor Junjin, not to mention that Han Sen is pursuing Xia Yanyan. Besides that, Lu Jianyuan asked the guy what else he could learn about the main character. The assistant replied that her father's name is Song Chuan Chi and her mother's name is Bai Lan Wu, but he couldn't find her in any way. Thinking, he did not understand why even Xia Zhao Ye pays so much attention to her, and most likely her past is not already as simple as they imagined. Lu Jianyuan told the assistant that he can look for it in his free time as it's not their top priority. What he wants to know is who spilled dirty water on him and who saved him damaged images from the gas station explosion. Looking at the photo of Xingguang, Lu Jianyuan said with a smile that it was very interesting. Meanwhile, the main character just woke up in the hotel. Looking at the time, she is very surprised how she slept so long for the first time, and she even liked it so. She felt great. Suddenly, she received a call from the hospital, where they said that her father's condition was simply terrible, and it was worth getting there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Song Chuan was trembling all over as if he was holding back something. All the doctors tried to help him. They gave him medicines, and they say that his condition is now very dangerous. However, the man did not want to drink anything and asked to be left alone. He understood that it was the bloodlust that his brother-in-law was talking about, and if Junjin can withstand it, then Song Chuan can too, since he can't lose to young people. Meanwhile, Chang Danran looked at the man and was amazed, as his body condition was the same as her son's when he was sick. After asking all the nurses to leave, she was left alone in the room with the man. And worried, she asked him to tell the whole truth, asking if he felt pain because he did not drink blood. And if that's the case, she's already seen this kind of disease. Chang Danran calls this disease strange, since it can only be alleviated by drinking blood. She also admitted that her son also has this disease, and he also felt sick last night, so she, as a doctor, should carefully understand Song Chuan's physical condition. The man once again asked the doctor not to give him any drugs indiscriminately and just leave him alone. Meanwhile, Xingguang was next to the ward where her father was and accidentally overheard that he had bloodlust, which greatly shocked her, and she did not understand where he could have come from. Approaching the man, Chang Danran asked him how he could get this disease, to which the man replied that she did it in order to survive, and he could not tell more. At that moment, the girl remembered that Song Chuan was in a critical situation, and everyone said that he would not survive. But after a while, he was miraculously cured, and all his indicators stabilized. Besides, for a long time the doctors also said that her son would not survive, but he was also miraculously cured. Leaving, she told the man that she would bring a blood bag for him, which shocked Song Chuan, and he asked her not to do this, as he wants to cope with this disease himself. Chang Danran went to the door and opened the door to the ward. Immediately ran Xingguang. Approaching her father, she asked him how and where he got this disease. She also suggested that Junjin made him suffer with this disease. The main character did not understand how her husband could do this to her father, but the man said that he did it voluntarily, because otherwise he would not have survived. At that moment, Xingguang finally understood why her father suddenly recovered, and it was all thanks to her husband who saved his life. Smiling, she said that she had a way to cure this disease, but first of all he should drink blood in order to quench his thirst. She assured her father that his body is not ready now, and it will not be able to go through this period so easily, so he should drink some blood first. After that, Xingguang, while in the hallway, immediately called her husband. He was very surprised that his wife did not rest at that hotel and ran to the hospital so early. After that, the girl asked Junjin why he made her father suffer so much. Hearing this, the guy didn't even know how to react to this and immediately apologized, but the girl thanked him instead of yelling at him. which surprised Junjin. Xingguang asked her husband not to worry as she will save both him and her father, as she knows where the cure for this strange disease is. Smiling, the guy said that he prefers when the main character expresses her gratitude in a nutshell, namely, a jinn. When she heard this, the girl immediately blushed all over and remembered how her husband, after he took the medicine, began to kiss her, and his love had no end. Also, Junjin added that he wants her to use these words at the end of any sentence, and right now she can say, "I see a jinn." Blushing, the main character does not even know how to react to this, and said that she could no longer talk to him, and was forced to hang up. But still, at the end of the sentence, she said, "A jinn." Having said this, and immediately received an SMS in which her husband thanked her for using these two words in such a way, having come to her senses, she decided that it was worth getting down to business, since she could not wait for the moment when her father and husband were cured, and it seemed to her that she had to go to see. Suddenly, her brother appeared behind the girl, who realized that the main character wanted to go back to the hotel and was going to see her off. Looking directly at his brother, Xingguang said that he did a good job yesterday and was on duty for her father all night, so now he should go and have a good rest. Besides, if he is busy, he can go back to the imperial capital. Smiling, he said that he was not busy at all and would accompany the girl wherever she went, which made the girl a little tense, and she said that she did not need to accompany her, since this was a private matter, and she would be very comfortable. Then she immediately went about her business, leaving the guy one. In the evening of the same day, sleepy Xingguang was on a boat in the middle of the sea. She had been driving this boat for a couple of hours and was already too tired. Suddenly, her brother appeared behind her, who quietly hid somewhere. To see his brother, the main character, was in complete shock and did not understand where he came from. But Xia Zhao Ye explained that he did not trust me, so he followed her. He also noticed that the main character is tired, so they offered her to sleep, and for now he will manage. Xingguang was at a loss. She didn't understand how she couldn't notice the person on the board. She also understood that she couldn't let her brother find out about that problem. However, due to the fact that they had already sailed too far from the shore, she decided to still let him manage the boat, asking him to follow the navigation and say wherever he goes. Falling asleep, Xingguang understood that she could drive her brother out and force him to swim back to the shore. Meanwhile, Junjin was sitting and working as usual. Suddenly, Xiao Yun approached him and gave him a phone and asked if his boss had read this news. As it turned out, those photos with Xingguang and her brother had already been published in the media. After seeing these photos, Junjin was furious and threw the phone into the ground, ordered Xiao Yun to immediately find out who leaked it. However, Xiao Yun objected, saying that these pictures don't explain anything. Besides, Xingguang's father is not in the best condition now, and the girl will not be in the mood to talk about love with other men. He also advised his boss not to believe any videos and pictures. Smiling, Junjin asked the guy why Fuzuo is not as smart as him. He also clarified that it is impossible for them, and most likely this is a common misunderstanding. Xiao Yun added that Miss Xia's Weibo has been confirmed to be true. If this is not clarified as soon as possible, it may be bad for Miss Ye's reputation. Junjin, looking at his phone, was not at all against telling everyone that Xia Zhao Ye is his brother-in-law. However, he respects the idea of his little mermaid, and if she wants to hide her identity, he will not force her to do what he wants. After that, he decided to call his wife, but noticed that she did not answer. He then decided to call Xia Zhao Ye. However, he was also not responsible for being out of service area. Junjin didn't understand why they tried to escape after the media exposed them. Meanwhile, Jia Yanyan was quietly having dinner with her parents. A father asked his daughter if she understands how much her brother's reputation will be damaged after that Weibo post. That the girl replied that she was just stating the facts, and she didn't like her brother being too nice with Xingguang. Mother tried to calm her daughter, saying that she understands how she feels now, but she should not insult her brother. Xia Yanyan told her mother that she got it all wrong and she just wants her share back. Besides, if they explain those pictures, Xingguang will have to give it back to her share to prove that the two are okay. Grinning, she asked her parents if they really want Xia's shares to be in the hands of outsiders. After eating, she said that she was already full and she needed to rest. While in her room, The girl was finally able to see how the netizens turned black when they became Xinguang's fans. Xinguang changed the first one, so if Xia Yanyan wants to marry Junjin, netizens will definitely not be disgusted. Meanwhile, Junjin go to work, where instead of working, he was thinking about his wife and Xia Zhaoye, who apparently didn't intend to call him back. Then he suggested that his little mermaid probably thought that he misunderstood everything and did not dare to call him. Also, it seems to him that the last time he asked her to write self-criticism 100 times, it was all in vain. Suddenly, the girl went into his office and said that the vice president would come now. Hearing this, Junjin was a little perplexed and didn't understand why he came here, and even his workers didn't know. Then he ordered to invite the vice president to the waiting room, and he will be back soon. After a while, the guy was already in the waiting room where he talked with the vice president, whose name is Pantang Long, who wanted to congratulate Junjin. When I heard this, I was a little surprised. I didn't understand what kind of event should take place in order for the vice president himself to come to congratulate him. He could just make one call and Junjin would be right here. At that moment, Pantang Long asked his assistant to show Junjin some document. While drinking tea, he said that he never expected that their national treasure would choose one of the two heroes of the Ye family after 1,000 choices. And this is really a match made in heaven. A beautiful story. As it turned out, this document was a marriage application, in which Xia Yanyan wants her to marry Junjin. Junjin, of course, was very indignant at this, and said that he already has an official partner, which means that he cannot marry another woman. However, Pantang Long stated that he had already checked this, and although he and his woman have official partner certificates, they do not have a marriage certificate, which means that Xinguang can only be considered a bride. Since she is just a bride, the country allows you to dissolve this relationship and become single again. Then after that, Junjin can marry Xia Yanyan. Junjin asked the president to tell Xia Yanyan that he doesn't like her. Besides, tomorrow he and his daughter-in-law will go and get a marriage certificate. However, the presidential announcement assistant explained that, in accordance with the National Treasure Protection Law, after signing the marriage application, Junjin will no longer be able to apply for a marriage certificate, and he has only two options, namely to marry Xia Yanyan or accept prosecution. Without thinking twice, Junjin replied that in this case they can sue him. The aide asked Junjin to think carefully. As soon as he accepts the prosecution, he faces 3 years in prison. In addition, his entire family, including his parents and siblings, will be deprived of political rights. In addition, his brother Shi Ting is now running for president. If Junjin refuses to marry Xia Yanyan right now, then his brother will immediately be disqualified from the presidential election. Then Pantang Long asked the guy to think carefully, but while they were gone, he also reminded him that he only had 3 days to make a choice. Junjin stated that even after 3 days his answer will be no, so they don't need to hope that he really wants to marry Xia Yanyan. Suddenly, friends of Junjin's came into the room who did not understand what was happening. When Tang Zhou took this document, she was in complete shock. She did not understand why Xia Yanyan wanted to marry him so badly. At the same time, Mo Fei touched his chin with his hand and said that this family is really amazing since the older brother steals Xinguang and the younger sister to Junjin radio. He was also very interested in what Junjin would do, whether he would compromise or not. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhou was indignant, saying that Junjin once said that marriage between people should strengthen the country, including himself. Everything must serve Brother Ting, and even if it's not for Shi Ting, it's for brothers who have worked hard for many years. Also Junjin and what he said that when they become famous, they will be the ones who will push Shi Ting to the position of president, and this is a family of politicians. However, Mo Fei understood that if they messed around sooner or later, they would have to pay. In addition, in the current situation, Junjin is not willing. He must devote himself to politics. But at the same time, Junjin did not even know what to do, and he did not want to tell his brother that he did not want to marry Xia Yanyan. Meanwhile, the main character, along with her brother, sailed to some green island. Xia Zhaoye worriedly asked where they were, to which Xinguang replied that they are now where she spent her entire childhood. She explained that when she was 12, she was adopted by her adoptive parents, and from the age of 12, she lived here. Walking around this island, Xia Zhaoye was very surprised by its nature. At that moment, the main character explained to him that the environment here is very good. In addition, there is a small waterfall which is very beautiful. At that moment, her brother began to feel regret, because he did not understand why, when she disappeared, he did not go looking for her, and allowed such a weak girl to live in such a ghostly place. After a while, they still managed to get to some house. At that moment, Xingguang yesterday shouted some incomprehensible words, so that the one who lives in this house came out. A moment later, a woman came out of this house with a wooden staff and gold jewelry on her body. The main character immediately attacked her and hugging her. She was very glad to meet her again. In addition to this woman called a different name, namely Ju Shu. This surprised Xia Zhaoye a little, and he asked who Ju Shu was, to which the main character replied that it was just her other name. After that, entering the house, she asked her brother to wait for them outside, as she, along with Ya Po, should catch up. Ya Po, holding on to her staff, wonders why the main character couldn't visit her as often as possible, and asked Xingguang why she suddenly dared to visit her. After that, the main character said that her adoptive father was ill with some kind of disease for which he wants to suck blood, and she wants to cure him somehow. Ya Po was a little surprised by this and asked where he got this disease. However, the main character, waving her hand, said that this is a long story and she wants to quickly find out and where to find medicines, since she hurries back in order to save her father as soon as possible. At that moment, the old woman said that everything is very simple, and Xingguang just needs to go and inherit the throne, which surprised the main character a little, and she even fell out of bed. Screaming, she did not understand how this could be connected with her father's illness at all. She also told Ya Po that she knows very well that if Xingguang succeeds to the throne, then they will force her to marry an heir of the blood-sucking clan. From this, she is not at all interested in the throne, and much less the heir. However, the old woman once again said that this is the only way to cure her sick father in any case. This recipe is in their dowry. Flexing her fists, the main character asked, who is the heir of the vampire clan, since she will now quickly deal with him and receive a recipe from him. However, Ya Po replied that she herself did not know. But they say that the old king of the blood-sucking clan chose an heir himself 10 years ago, and tell him that as long as he wants their queen to be his wife, he inherit everything from him. However, he refused, which surprised Xingguang a little, and she realized that he was a ruthless person, and the woman had no intentions. And that is why, in order for her to marry the heirs to the throne, Xingguang did not understand why all this was happening to her again. And since he had no choice, she asked Ya Po to quickly choose a queen to get married. However, Ya Po replied that the main character killed all the successors then. No one is qualified to be queen except Xingguang, so only if she gets married in the past will she be justified. After hearing this, the main character was in a stupor because she even forgot about this story. She also did not understand why they were all beaten down at that time. When Xingguang was thrown into the sea, she drifted to Cuckoo Island because of the big waves, and since then, she got to know Ya Po. And as it turned out, there was a mystical country under the sea, which was called Atlantis. As a result, the high priest there was surprised at her special skeleton, and insisted on including her as one of the heirs to the throne of Atlantis. This may seem like a good thing, but it's not. Hundreds of sons and daughters of the old king hated the main character to death. Moreover, then, she was very weak and could not answer them in any way. From the age of 6 to 12, she tried to be more inconspicuous and not participate in the battle for the throne at all, and avoid all palace battles. However, when the competition became ferocious, the main character still could not escape and was hunted down. In the end, Xingguang could not stand it all and dealt with all those successors who were her opponents. If it was Xingguang, then she would have kept a couple of heirs and now we could easily get married. Ya Po stated that everything will be fine even if she doesn't get married, since it's not a fatal disease anyway, and her father just needs to drink blood occasionally. But she should never use blood beads as it is indecent. At that moment, the girl immediately remembered the case when she gave it to her husband, and he had side effects. So she immediately agreed with Ya Po and promised that will never do it. While on the boat and sailing back home, Xingguang realized that this return was in vain. She also began to think that her father and husband could only survive if they sometimes drink blood. Suddenly, they noticed some big ship that stopped in the middle of the sea. Xia Zhaoye said that this ship is called Summer Pearl, a trip around the sea every summer. This ship is full of exclusive, famous families. Suddenly, they noticed that next to this big ship, there are speedboats, which is very strange. Using binoculars, they noticed on board this ship some people with machine guns, and they immediately realized that it was the pirates who robbed this ship. Xia Zhaoye immediately began to worry. She took out his phone and said that they need to call the police as soon as possible. Suddenly, he noticed how his sister was flexing her fists. They said that these pirates were already insolent, and they dared to rob someone on her territory, so she asked her brother to swim up to them so that she could deal with them. Xia Zhaoye started to swim away from this place, saying that there is no signal, so they need to hurry to find the patrolling marine police. Also, he does not understand how both of them can deal with a group of pirates. Xinguang noticed that they were jumping in a completely different direction, and began to ask her brother to change his mind and swim to the ship. However, Xia Zhaoye refused to do so because it is very unsafe. At that moment, the main character took a fire extinguisher and, apologizing to her brother, said that she would knock him out now and go alone to deal with the pirates. And in a second, she knocked out her brother and sent the boat towards the Summer Pearl. Meanwhile, on Summer Pearl, pirates in the hands of AK-47s mocked ordinary people, ordering them not to move. Suddenly, one of them, pointing his machine gun into the sky and shooting the pier, said that if someone does not listen to them, then for them, it will be the end. Also on board this ship were some elderly people who were dressed very expensively. Suddenly, one of the pirates came up to them and began to order them to take off all the precious styles that are now on them and put them in this bag, which they immediately began to do. Suddenly, Bai Shu noticed how his wife put in a bag some kind of necklace that he gave his wife for her birthday. A pirate. However, he immediately took out a gun and pointed it at Bai Shu's head, which frightened him greatly and immediately stopped. Suddenly, the boss asked his subordinates if they even knew who they caught today, which of course the pirates did not know. Then the boss said it was Ye Shiting and Ye Junjin's father, so today they caught a big fish. Since they are very valuable people, the pirates said that they would take them with them, pointing the machine gun at the sky. He ordered his pirates to treat them well, as they are very important people, and they can give good money for them. After that, the pirates with a huge amount of booze and money left to celebrate their success. Suddenly, the Xinguang boat crashed into the robbers' boat, which surprised them a little, and they almost fell into the water along with their money and booze. Xinguang ordered the robbers to return everything she robbed back to the people and release the people they took hostage. She noticed that they weren't doing anything at all, so once again, she urged them to hurry up, because now they would instantly regret it. The pirates immediately started laughing, saying that they didn't expect some little girl to threaten them. Also, another robber said that today is just a very beautiful day. In addition to the fact that they took a rich man hostage, some beautiful girl stuck up to them, whom they are also going to take hostage. One pirate boarded Xinguang's boat in preparation to steal it, however. He immediately received a strong slap in the face, due to which he immediately fell back into his boat. Seeing that Xinguang is a rather hot pirate, they all immediately attacked her, however. The main character could successfully defend herself from everyone. The boss and his servants were in complete shock as they didn't understand how one little girl could deal with so many people. So they assumed she was also a pirate. Xinguang once again urged the pirates to hurry up and return everything they stole to the people and release the hostages. However, the boss immediately took out a machine gun and fired next to the main character. In the west of her chicken, he ordered her not to move, as her life could end here. Grinning, Xinguang said that it was a fatal mistake, and after that she began to sing some song. Because of this song, all the sharks that were in the sea surrounded the boats of the robbers and were preparing to attack them, so they did not need to swim in any case now. All the pirates were in complete shock as their situation was hopeless. At that moment, Xinguang touched her mouth with her fingers and looked directly at the pirates with her beautiful eyes and asked who was in danger now. When the pirates heard this, they were completely shocked and could not even imagine that these sharks were summoned by Xinguang. They did not understand how sharks could obey people, so they said that it was just some kind of coincidence. At that moment, the main character, from whom some kind of pleasant blue color came, said that since they do not believe, they need to make sure, so let them try to continue not to give everything they stole back. Then Xingguang continued to sing her beautiful song that captivated all the sharks. As soon as the sharks heard this song, they immediately attacked the pirates on the boat, and many of them flew out of their boats due to the strong impact of the sharks. Seeing this, the boss raised his hands up and said that he could no longer resist this and gave up. He also called the main character the Queen and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. The pirate boss began to beg for mercy, asking Xingguang to stop these sharks from attacking them again. Then the girl began to sing another song with which she was able to calm the sharks, and they obeyed her. After that, the main character ordered all the pirates to return everything they stole to the people and release the hostages. As the pirates swim away in fear, Junjin's parents were shocked by Xingguang's ability to manipulate sharks, and it's amazing. When the main character wanted to talk to her husband's parents, they immediately got a little scared. But how did they not know what to expect from the girl and whether she is generally an enemy or a friend? Xingguang asked uncle and aunt not to be afraid, as they still have time to catch up with the cruise ship. She also asked if there was someone who could drive the speedboat. Bai Xiu said that he knows how to do it, but he became very interested in where the girl wants to bring them, and he asked her if she did not want money from them. Waving her hands, the main character asked the old men to return all the things that the pirates stole back to the people, since she does not need them. At that moment, Bai Xiu's wife whispered to her husband that such a beautiful and strong little girl could not be a cameraman, so they thanked Xingguang for saving their lives. Xingguang started to leave, but Bai Xiu tried to restore her. He also wanted to know her name, as he would definitely reward her with more money in the future. However, the main character said that they need to do this. She also said that if they want to know her name, then they need to remember her benefactor's name, and her name is Qin Junye. After that, the girl jumped on her boat and sailed away. Bai Xiu was at a loss and did not understand why she did not become like all ordinary people would immediately ask him for money. But the main character did not want to take nothing, while in her boat and steering it. Xingguang apologized to her brother, who was lying unconscious on the couch. She explained that she just made it out of desperation since she could not get past those pirates. When they approached the city, Xia Zhao Ye, I woke up with a headache. I don't understand what happened at all. At that moment, the main character immediately began to apologize, saying that they would soon sail to the city. Approaching his sister, he asked her if she really could deal with those pirates alone. However, Xingguang said with a smile that she could not do it, and after he was knocked out, she simply sailed past that ship. However, Xia Zhao Ye could not believe it so easily, but his sister continued to convince him that she did not attack anyone because those pirates even had weapons, and how a weak little girl could win in that battle. Hearing this, Xia Zhao Ye was bewildered. Not even the guards could deal with her, and she now says that she is weak. Suddenly, he was finally able to catch a signal, which made him very happy. Holding the phone in his hands, he once again asked the main character if she finally confesses what is Qiong, to which the girl replied, no. Then the guy showed her their photo, where he carried the main character on his back, and said that if she doesn't confess now, then everyone will think that there is an affair between them. This shocked Xingguang a little, and she thought that she was finished because her husband would think that she was dating Xia Zhao Ye and cheating on him. Suddenly, Junjin called her instantly and asked where she was and why she was answering his calls. In addition, he said that it was probably not enough to force her to write self-criticism at that time. Having finished talking to him, the main character felt terrible. So now he accuses her of not trusting him or for cuckolding him. After Junjin hung up, he immediately called her back, saying that Xia Yanyan used her privileges to marry him. Xia Zhao Ye accidentally listened to their conversations and was also a little surprised by the actions of his sister. I don't understand why she does all this. Looking at her phone, Xingguang realized that it was too late to get marriage certificates. But she didn't get upset because she still had regret medicine. Approaching his sister and put his hand on her shoulder, Xia Zhao Ye asked her not to worry, as he will definitely deal with his sister and stop her. Xia Zhao Ye immediately called Xia Yanyan in the middle of the night to talk to her about it. He immediately started asking her why she wrote Junjin's name on the marriage application since he doesn't love her anyway. However, the girl replied that even if she couldn't get his heart, she had to get his body. Yawning, Xia Yanyan said that Junjin, "No, this is your brother, but how if he refuses marriage, his brother will be automatically disqualified from the presidential election." After that, she hung up saying that she would go to sleep. Xia Zhao Ye told Xinguang not to worry, as once he comes back, he will definitely deal with Xia Yanyan. Xinguang knew immediately that her brother wanted to tell his sister that the main character was Qiong, but that didn't really stop her. Turning around, she advised Xia Zhao Ye, "Don't talk nonsense and don't call her Xia Qiong again." She also asked to tell Xia Yanyan that if she wants to steal her husband, then only in dreams. After a while, they were already in the hospital where they hurried to the father's room. Two nurses noticed the heroes and were very surprised to see them together as Xinguang already has an official partner, but every day she goes out with Xia Zhao Ye. Their conversation was overheard by Chang Danran, who was very in love with this. Going out into the corridor, she asked Xia Zhao Ye in a high tone to pay attention to her behavior, or otherwise he might harm Miss Ye. The guy was at a loss and did not understand what Chang Danran was talking about. However, the girl said that he knew perfectly well what she was talking about, and once again asked him not to harm Miss Ye because she is a good person. Standing up, Xia Zhao Ye told Chang Danran that she should look after her marriage first and not pry into other people's business. And besides, she can never forget about him. I'm worried, the girl replied that Xia Zhao Ye thinks too much, and if she never forget him, she wouldn't part with him then. Approaching his ex-girlfriend and gently touching her face, Xia Zhao Ye said that most likely after they broke up, Chang Danran could not find a husband better than him, and greatly regrets it. Otherwise, what does she care about him? Worried and blushing, the girl replied that in fact she takes care of all the relatives of the patients. In addition, now his photos have spread all over the internet, and even the nurses in the hospital are pointing at him behind his back.